Good morning. Welcome. I'd like to call to order the Thursday, April 23rd meeting of the Delta Stewardship Council. We'll begin with a roll call, beginning on my right. Fiorini here. We have a quorum. At this time, we will recess to closed executive session. For those of you that are following on the web, I believe we will be reconvening at approximately 9:30, 9:45. Until then, thank you. We are reconvening an open session. There was no action taken in closed session today. We'll move on to file item number 5, the adoption of the March 11th Delta Levy Investment Strategy Workshop and the March 26th meeting of the Council. What is the Council's pleasure?
I'll move the item, Mr. Chairman, as presented.
PIFO moves. Brown seconds. Any discussion? Vote on the matter, beginning with Mayor Brown.
Aye. Brown.
Johnston, aye.
Fiorini, aye.
Eisenberg, aye.
PIFO, aye.
Motion passes unanimously. On to file item number 6, the Chair's report. I have 3 things to briefly present. Number 1, the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee meeting is scheduled for May 11th, Monday, May 11th. Taryn Ravizini, our implementation coordinator, has been very busy, along with her assistant Jessica O'Connor, coordinating, preparing the agenda. A number of meetings have been scheduled with agency leaders and the 3 cabinet secretaries that are a part of this implementation committee. We're about halfway through those meetings, and I'm pleased that after a year of an active Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee meeting, the level of cooperation and respect has grown immensely, largely due to the great work of Taryn in reaching out to the key staff members in each of these state and federal agencies. I think we're on track for a very substantive and meaningful meeting. Taryn, would you be interested in sharing with the folks an outline of the tentative agenda for that meeting?
Good morning, council members. It's a pleasure to be before you today. It's been a little while. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we have been quite busy, and I have to really thank, of course, Chair Fiorini for letting me schedule him over and over again throughout each week as we lead up to this meeting. The DPIC, as we call it, or the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee meeting, is scheduled for May 11th, and that is closer than I probably would like it to be. We have a very good agenda, and the way that we have been historically designing these agendas is to revolve around the co-equal goals, again, highlighting water supply reliability, ecosystem health and restoration, and the Delta as a place. So our agenda begins with Executive Officer Jessica Pearson providing an overview for the implementation committee members on the council's priorities for the year, and that will also include Delta Science Program priorities as well. We will be moving over into a science-focused agenda item right after that, which is something very exciting. And at the November meeting, the Implementation Committee, in fact, asked staff to get a work group together to work with the interim science action agenda and whittle that down to some near-term, high-impact science actions, a short list of high-impact science actions that we, as agencies, could pursue to fund jointly and implement with multiple agencies, hopefully with multi-benefits to each of those actions. And we did get a work group together, and that has been a very interesting challenge, but everyone rose to that challenge. We do have a short list of high-impact science actions, all of which could be implemented or initiated in the next 2 years. So we'll have that to provide to the implementation committee, and we will be seeking, staff is recommending endorsement by the committee to help support implementation of that short list of science actions. So we're looking forward to the dialogue around that. And then we will have Chairman of the California Water Commission, Joe Byrne, speaking on the Water Commission's role around water storage after the passage of Proposition 1. We will also have a panel on the interagency work around invasive aquatic weeds in the Delta. And I know this is near and dear to Councilmember Pifo's heart. So we will have actually we will have a federal and state representative discussing the different interagency efforts around that very serious issue in the Delta. As well, we'll be discussing the new momentum around habitat restoration. There's been a great effort going on through the state to better integrate the state agencies and hopefully then the federal and local agencies in the YOLO bypass. And this is something that Chris Chernell with the Natural Resources Agency did present to the committee back in November, and he will be reporting again. So we do look forward to a very good meeting. It is from 1 to 5 in the afternoon on May 11th, so it should be chock full of interesting information. We do, of course, hope that all of the council members will attend. If you are unable to make it, of course, I will be providing a full report to you at that following May council meeting.
Any questions of Tarn? Great, thank you very much. Last two items. The Independent Science Board issued a letter to the council. I received it last evening from Tracy Collier, emphasizing the importance of adaptively managing issues in the Delta related to drought response. You will be receiving electronically that letter, and the letter will be posted on our web today, I presume today, for the public to see. Last item I want to call attention to those of you that are in the room that just outside in the lobby are 3 science conference posters. This is something that I had observed as being very, very meaningful at the science conference. There was a conference center room full of these posters, and I had suggested to the science program that we highlight 2 or 3 of those at each of our meetings. That has been done. Peter, thank you very much for following up on that request, and I hope everybody takes an opportunity to check out the 3. Peter may have some comments to make. Any questions of the chair? Hearing none, then we will move on to file item number 7, Executive Officer's Report. Jessica Pearson.
Thank you. Good morning. Well, in terms of today's meeting, in keeping with a pattern that we've established, each year we want to feature information and panelists, experts on the water year ahead, which right now is going to be particularly focused on drought conditions and actions being taken to respond to those conditions. And later in the year, we like to follow up with a water year in review panel, which also ends up being a flood season ahead discussion item as well. So today we bring you an informative set of speakers who are going to lay out for you the challenges that they are facing from their perspective of a fourth year of drought. They're going to talk about activities they're undertaking to cope, comply, and perhaps prepare for a fifth dry year. And while these discussions are occurring in the context of many different venues, we've tried to compile a cross-section of speakers, particularly our later speakers, to focus on the impacts of the drought to the Delta and to Delta water users as well. So this discussion will begin right before lunch, I believe, and then conclude after. Then we'll get into the presentation on the Council's communication and outreach strategy. Many of the Council members mentioned that this was an item of interest when I presented on the annual report in January. So Keith Coolidge on our staff will be making that presentation. He'll be talking about the various activities that we've been engaged in and those that we plan to be engaged in this year, and how those connect to the priorities that I laid out for you earlier this year. And then we're going to end today's meeting with a discussion in the context of our Delta Levy investment strategy on the cost allocation aspects of that work. You have some letters before you. A significant part of what staff works on, particularly on the planning side, but it's an integrated effort between our science and planning staff. We review projects that are in the Delta, whether they be potential covered actions or even projects that don't meet the definition of a covered action. We review, discuss, and shape projects that occur or affect the Delta. We meet with project proponents, we provide them with comments, we follow up with a letter. This is very time intensive, but it is very effective in our experience. There are 3 letters before you that were sent in recent weeks. In late February, the Sacramento District, the Army Corps of Engineers released an EIR-EIS on the draft Lower San Joaquin River Project Integrated Interim Feasibility Report. For this project, the Corps is the lead federal agency, and the San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency is the non-federal sponsor and the CEQA lead. We sent a comment letter both to the Corps and then also one to the local agency, SJAFCA. And in the letter to the Corps, we expressed our concerns with the overly narrow definition of the federal interest in the area. It was limited to regional flood risk reduction only and did not take into account water supply implications or ecological implications. We raised questions about the ability of the project to achieve a 200-year level of protection for Stockton, which is required under California law. It wasn't clear to us whether the intent of that project was to meet that standard. We also raised questions about the possible mitigation of impacts to biological resources. I think if I remember correctly, there was a proposal to riprap a riparian section of the San Joaquin River, and we had some alternative suggestions for how that might be approached given the critical resources in the area. Our letter to the local agency focused on their ability to achieve the minimum 200-year level of protection, and also asked about the possibility of filing for an exemption for the Army Corps' vegetation policy. That's something that we've discussed here before and is also consistent with the recommendation in our Delta plan. We sent what will be a series of letters to agencies regarding their Prop 1 water bond grant guidelines to ensure that those guidelines are developed in a manner that's consistent with the Delta plan. The Department of Fish and Wildlife has $87 million that is going to be invested in the Delta over a 10-year period. They currently have about a $5 million chunk of that appropriated. And so the letter focuses on how they will be expending those funds, as well as $285 million in projects of statewide importance outside the Delta that we believe could have Delta impacts or water supply reliability impacts. Item 7D in your binder is our quarterly contract report. It summarizes all of the contracts of the council, and I've agreed to bring this to you on a quarterly basis. If you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them either now or at any time during and throughout the year. There's nothing new to highlight. Of course, we bring contracts to you once they reach a certain dollar level. So there are a couple upcoming meetings and issues that I want to focus your attention on. We have 2 upcoming public meetings to discuss the Delta Levy investment strategy. The first is next Monday at the Robert J. Cabral Agricultural Center in Stockton, and the second is Wednesday the 29th at the Gene Harvey Community Center in Walnut Grove, and both meetings start at 6:30 p.m. And Peter and Cindy will provide details in their report, but in mid-May, we have the 2-day meeting of the peer review panel for the Delta Levy investment strategy. They're the ones who are reviewing the methodology that we've been discussing with you over the past several meetings. That will be the basis for the strategy and ultimately recommendations related to our investment strategy. Before we move into the legal and legislative reports, I did want to make a kind of a somber statement to you, which is that we had one of our staff pass away 3 weeks ago, Barb Trudeau. She was on our administrative team as an accountant. She fought a courageous battle with kidney cancer, and she's remembered for her strong spirit during that battle. In fact, she continued to work part-time as long as she was able. She meant a lot to people on staff, and we wanted to recognize her. And so, Randy, I was going to ask that perhaps we could adjourn the meeting in Barb's memory.
Yes, we'll do that.
Thank you. So now that concludes that part of my report, and we will move on to the legal update.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to introduce again the multi-talented council's legal intern, Cody Phillips, who's going to give us a brief update on a case that he'd actually reported on at the last meeting. And you may have seen some of the press clippings in recent days. So with that, I turn to Cody. Thanks.
Morning, everyone.
Welcome, Cody.
So as Chris said, last month we did report on a case out of San Juan Capistrano, and that concerned the constitutionality of tiered pricing for water in California. And at that time, it was still awaiting decision. We were in the 90-day waiting period for that. And as you have probably all seen in reports this past week, the 4th District Court of Appeals issued its decision in that case on Monday, which was April 20th. Judge Bedsworth's opinion was concurred with by Judge Moore and Judge Thompson in a unanimous victory for the plaintiffs, the San Juan Capistrano Taxpayers Association. So if you'll remember, in that case, the San Juan Capistrano Taxpayers Association, the plaintiffs, sued the city of San Juan Capistrano, claiming that the city's tiered rate structure was set arbitrarily. The city's rate structure charged users $2.47 per unit, which was 748 gallons of water in the lowest tier. And it went all the way up to $9.05, actually really jumped to $9.05 per unit in the highest tier. The Taxpayers Association claimed that the city was charging customers who use the water more than the actual cost to deliver it. And the association argued that Prop 218, which is enshrined in the state constitution, prohibits water agencies from using such pricing models. In its decision, the court emphasized that the tiering of water rates are not in and of themselves unconstitutional. Rather, it is the arbitrary assigning of tiers that is unconstitutional. The court said that when water agencies are determining how much to charge for water, they must tie it directly to the cost of service as opposed to predetermined usage budgets. So to elaborate, cost of service would simply mean the amount of money it would take to have the water agency get the water to the customer. Water budgets, on the other hand, reflect the relationship between inputs and outputs of water in a given region. So to tie water budgets, water rates to usage budgets would be to allocate customers a certain budget and charge them more if they exceed their budget, regardless of whether it actually costs more for the agency to deliver that extra water. The city itself admitted that its own tiers were not based on cost of service, and as such, the court found that it had no choice but to strike down its tier system. So it's been said in the wake of this decision that anywhere between 60 to 80% of all California water providers use some sort of tiered rate structure in one form or another. A study put out, a heavily cited study this week, put out by UC Riverside last year, using data gathered from the Eastern Municipal Water District, estimated that tiered rate structures reduce water use in that district by 15% in 3 to 4 years. And the curve really goes to even higher lengths in they're projecting in the coming years. So Governor Brown came out shortly after the decision was released, stating that the decision puts a, quote, straitjacket on local government at a time when maximum flexibility is needed, end quote. While the decision is clearly a setback to the trend and momentum of tiered rates for water in California, it isn't necessarily the death knell for that type of conservation altogether. Water agencies will need to do some work to determine exactly how much more it costs for them to provide water to high usage customers, and they may even start to consider some other economic conservation mechanisms. For example, some water agencies located in the Bay Area have already expressed their belief that their rate structures will survive and comply with the court's ruling. It was no secret that this case was going to come down this year, and so as a result, a lot of these agencies have been working behind the scenes to adjust their water rates and make sure that their tiers do comply with Prop 218. In San Francisco, for example, the city's Public Utility Commission adjusted its rates last year to ensure that it complied with that all-important Prop 218. And in that case, the city has directly tied the cost of water to the cost of service, which is exactly what the court said you need to do. It argued that in doing so, that greater water usage requires more treatment chemicals, more man hours, and a higher overall strain on the system. So faced with tying cost of water to cost of service in light of this week's decision, some water agencies may elect to take a different path to avoid entanglement with Prop 218 altogether. And one way to achieve this is to impose penalties for exceeding certain usage amounts. This was actually an issue in the San Juan Capistrano case. They fielded such an argument, stating that the progressively higher rates were, quote, conservation rates, and as such they should be treated as penalties on those using the most water. It was sort of an alternative argument to their claiming that it wasn't against the Constitution. The court, however, cast some serious doubt on this sort of methodology or perspective on how they were treating their rates, stating very forcefully that, quote, such a methodology could easily yield rates that have no relation at all to the actual cost of providing the service at the penalty levels and would make a mockery of the Constitution, end quote. So you can kind of see the as far as that sort of penalty goes, we're looking at very decisive language from the court. As far as the Capistrano case goes, we will be certainly monitoring the city to see what they do next. Procedurally, there was a part of the case which involved water recycling rates, and that has been remanded to the trial court to determine some more facts. And when that's been decided, and after those facts are settled, the city may file another appeal with the California Supreme Court based on the constitutionality of its scheme. However, that's probably not going to happen because last year they actually adjusted their rates in anticipation in the midst of litigation. And an attorney from the Taxpayers Association, the plaintiffs, have come out in the wake of this decision and said that they don't anticipate any further challenge to those adjusted rates. So to sum up and going forward, it's clear that utilizing economic mechanisms for water conservation has become significantly more difficult in light of this ruling at a time when agencies surely would prefer that they have all avenues at their fingertips. And we're likely going to see more agencies' tiered rates be challenged over the coming months and year, as agencies will now have to go back to the drawing board to ensure that their rates can be directly tied to cost of service. Thank you.
Cody, thank you. As I've said many times, I'm so impressed with your ability to grasp the issues and describe them to us in clear terms, so thank you.
Thank you.
Any comments or questions of Cody?
Appreciate what you do.
Thank you
I
very
think
much.
you're just doing a phenomenal job. Thank you.
Just a note, if you want to follow some of the politics of this issue, Joel Fox, who is the longtime executive director of the Ghost of Howard Jarvis Committee, which did Proposition 13 on property taxes and also helped sponsor Prop 218, has written in the last 10 days some interesting stuff, which is both strongly defending of Prop 218 as pure and all of that, and then trying to make a case that it does not give a free ride to high, rich water users in California. And he seems a little uncertain about his defense of the latter position. It's really worth reading. It is Fox. What's his Keith? What's the name of his website? Fox and Hound, which is worth a look.
Cody, I listened carefully with an ear towards our Delta Plan recommendation to utilize tiered pricing as a mechanism for conservation. And I suspect that we're still okay. The tiered pricing hasn't been tossed out. It's just the tiered is still okay. It's the pricing that is,
That's right.
is under scrutiny. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, good.
Thank
Good,
you.
good to know the Delta Plan is still on the
Solid.
cutting edge. Thanks, Cody.
Okay, I'd like to call up our executive fellow, Gavin Landgraf, for our legislative update.
Good morning, council members. So today's legislative update will first start with the legislative calendar and a brief overview of where we're at in the process. Then we'll look at some committee updates and finally turn to some specific updates about particular bills that are highly relevant to the council's work. So first with the legislative calendar. We're approaching the end of the bill markup period and committees are hard at work amending bills. So the deadline for fiscal bills to be reported out of policy committees to fiscal committees is May 1st, and the deadline for non-fiscal bills to be reported to the floor of the House of Origin is May 15th. So what that means is that we're approaching a major milestone in the legislative process, which is the end of the bill markup period for the House of Origin. Soon after this, the Assembly and Senate will be voting on bills and sending them to the other house for review. On the committee side, we had our Assembly Budget Subcommittee hearing on April 15th. Councilmember Johnston presented our budget proposal to the subcommittee, and representatives from Metropolitan Water District and the Nature Conservancy spoke in favor of the proposal. Assemblymember Doss Williams moved to approve the budget, with Assemblymember Jay Obernolte seconding the motion. Ultimately, the motion passed unanimously. Additionally, on April 14th, the Assembly Committee on Water, Parks, and Wildlife heard all of the Assembly groundwater bills, and this was a fascinating committee hearing to observe. In general, those that weakened the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act did not pass out of the Water, Parks, and Wildlife Committee, and bills such as AB 647, which Assemblymember Susan Eggman has authored, did pass, and that bill would specify for the purpose of water rights that diverting water underground for groundwater storage or for sustaining an aquifer is a beneficial use of water. So water rights are not abandoned if the water right holder is using the water in such a way for a specified period of time.
On that bill, I've read the bill. Does this apply to a situation in which the water right user decides to increase the amount of water they take from surface sources beyond which they have historically used, and to apply it to underground uses and therefore convert an unused supply of water into a used supply?
To be totally honest, I'm not sure about whether they would be allowed to increase their adjudication or their allocation, but
Well, look, I'll give you an example. City of Sacramento has 450,000 acre feet of water entitlement through contracts, federal contracts, and a little litigation settlement. We typically use 200,000 acre feet, City of Sacramento. May the city continue to use 250,000 acre feet of water, plus claim from the American River another 200,000 acre feet of water on the argument it wishes to recharge its groundwater basin? And if so, does that deprive downstream users and the delta of water they have historically received?
my understanding of this is that this bill would apply to existing water right allocations, but I definitely could do some additional research into that question and get back to you on that.
I've been reading about this bill, and there's something about it that's worrisome. There's some other bills out there about recycled water and so on. At least on recycled water, it is water currently being used by an entity that presumptively has an entitlement to do so, whether by contract or by right. This seems to be silent on the question of whether people can exercise paper water rights, as courts have called it occasionally, to glom on to more surface water to do recharging. Recharging is a great idea, but if it has adverse consequences to the Delta in particular, I would like to know the implications of that.
So your question is specifically about the paper water right that isn't being exercised but yet is documented.
That's right. I mean, it's a long-standing issue. You know that there are claims against the available water supply that exceed the supply in average years by 5 times the amount, according to the University of California at Davis, 8 times the amount of average year water supplies, according to the State Water Resources Control Board in the Delta watershed. The purpose of conserving water so you can use the conserved water meaningfully is you reduce your current use, save some water, and either sell it to make a profit, or you recharge your ground basin. If this bill permits reaches beyond that for surface water, particularly in drought conditions, the implication is that less water flows into the Delta, affecting water quality and species and all the stuff that goes with it. Now, the bill just seems to me a short bill and is unclear. But I rate this as a serious issue.
The committee did not take up this question, but I think it's certainly one that will hopefully be raised before the bill goes much further. And I do think if it is unclear that
could you take a look at that?
Yeah, we'll get back to you, Phil. On
Yes.
Do we have any method of going to the author and talk about, I mean, to me, we ought to go to the juggler here, not worry about another hearing.
Absolutely. I mean, we'll follow up on this.
Thank you, Councilmember. Last month, I also reported that Senator Galgiani was hosting a committee hearing in Stockton on invasive aquatic weeds in the Delta. Since that hearing, there has been a substantial amount of activity on this front, with the USDA Agricultural Research Service hosting a planning meeting for its area-wide control project, and the Metropolitan Water District holding a meeting yesterday as well to discuss and coordinate on all of the activities that are taking place on this front. Third and finally, I wanted to
Quick
update
question
you.
through the chair, Gavin. Where
Yes.
was the Metropolitan Water District meeting held?
That was held at the State Water Contractor's Office just across from the Capitol.
Okay, great. Thank you. If you can keep me informed of those, if you know them in advance, that would be great.
Sure.
Thank you.
And then lastly, I wanted to look at some of the specific bills. So AB 501 is the Delta Data Bill, which we've talked about at previous council meetings. The Assembly Committee on Water, Parks, and Wildlife approved this bill on April 14th, and the Judiciary Committee heard it on Tuesday. The Judiciary Committee amended the bill to clean up the language and remove some redundant provisions, but the provisions affecting the Delta Stewardship Council remain the same. Specifically, the bill still gives the Delta Science Program the authority to request any state-funded Delta primary research, and it still directs the Independent Science Board to make exceptions to the bill's requirements as necessary. Assemblymember Susan Eggman's Assembly Bill 747 was approved by the Assembly Committee on Local Government on April 15th. This bill would slightly loosen soon-to-be implemented construction limitations for projects in the Central Valley flood zones with less than a 200-year level of flood protection. This bill will be read for the third time on the Senate floor today, on the Assembly floor today, which means that it can be voted on by the full Assembly. And then finally, Assembly Bill 1201, which is authored by Assemblymember Salas. This bill was recently amended by the author yesterday, and it no longer directly addresses the Delta Stewardship Council and now directs the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to develop a science-based approach to address predation by non-native species, the predation of native species by non-native species in the Delta. So we will continue to track this bill because though it no longer directly affects the council, it still is very much related to the Delta Plan and one of the recommendations in there to study the effects of predation on Delta species. So this bill will be heard by the Water, Parks, and Wildlife Committee on Tuesday, April 28th, and we'll be tracking that.
Any questions for Gavin?
Questions of Gavin? Gavin, again, great job. You've been tasked with managing the legislative calendar and reporting back and doing an extraordinarily great job. And I sense that you've kind of enjoyed it. And
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have.
Good.
I'm very grateful for this opportunity.
Okay, Jessica,
Okay.
anything else?
That concludes my executive report.
Thank you. That concludes file item number 7. Any public comment? Hearing none. On to file item 8, lead scientist report. Dr. Peter Goodwin.
Okay, thank you, Chair Fiorini, and good morning, council members. These are busy times in the science arena, and I'm going to make this very brief today because of the packed agenda, but if any of the items I touch on appeal to you, we can always follow up afterwards. This week we held a rescheduled brown bag, and Michelle Sneed from the USGS came and gave the brown bag on subsidence in the Central Valley. And it was just a really great overview of just not only the USGS, but other data that's being collected on the topic. And one of the take-home messages was that the subsidence that happened for several reasons is not going to be reversible. So very, very nice overview. The other thing I wanted to mention before I get on to the formal things is that many of you know Chris Austin, who does Maven's Notebook, and she was honored by the American Fisheries Society and invited to go to the California-Nevada chapter meeting a few days ago, where she was honored with their Scientific Journalism Award. So I think clearly it's a great service that she provides. And if I could just add a brief advertisement, of course, she is supported by donations and your agencies, and it's a wonderful service, and her ability to just report on the facts without comment, I think, is just extremely valuable.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask that the chair consider sending a letter of congratulation to Chris Austin for that recognition?
We can do that.
Thank you.
Good suggestion.
Great idea. Thank you.
I just want to make a note. I was going to mention it later, but she did a long report on first report summarizing the panel that you had put together on at the science conference. I think in late April. I'm sorry, in late March. I thought it was. I was not able to attend the meeting, but I thought it was just one of the more interesting presentations from people that I've read in a long time.
And that was the Delta Challenges, workshop, yeah.
Yep.
And it was also very useful because there was some technical difficulties in part of the presentation. So what she was able to do, I think, was to create a record.
And that's where you brought in 4 past lead Delta scientists to kind of opine on things, right?
That's right. So just to give you an update on that, if you recall, that was a partial response to the request we received from Department of Interior and Secretary Laird. And the purpose of that panel was to put in one place a succinct summary of why the Bay Delta is such a complex system. So for those people who aren't familiar with Delta issues, if you're back in DC, you often hear people say, gosh, the California water issues, they're contentious because the stakes are so high. It's really not that complicated. And so the purpose of this is just a simple, easy-to-read document that pulls together a lot of the much more substantial documents like the National Research Council, their very good report that came out in 2013, your PPIC information, many other things. They've been sifting through that. And the idea is that they will produce a 15 to 20 page summary document that we'll be expecting towards the end of May. The planning committee, which we always has, as Vice Chair Eisenberg pointed out, the planning committee for that had the great idea, if you're putting out a document like this, it needs to be authoritative. Why don't you just bring back all of the former lead scientists? And we did that, and also the lead scientists, they were experts in their own specific areas, so they had a say in who they would like to hear from. So many of those presentations, I thought the speakers really did a great job. Not only focusing on the Delta, but putting it in context of what's happening elsewhere in the US and internationally. So we're eagerly awaiting that report, and I can tell you there's a lot of lively debate going on amongst the lead scientists about what's important, what needs to be emphasized. So thank you. Are there any other questions on that? Because that's certainly been a very big activity for us in the last few weeks. As Taran Ravizini mentioned, the first item on here is the public briefing. And I'd just like to acknowledge Taran's efforts, really echoing Chair Fiorini's comments. Taran's done a fantastic job in structuring the Interagency Implementation Committee designated representatives in trying to identify what really are the major research activities, either which aren't being covered at all, or provides a synthesis across existing scientific activities. And so we had the meeting on April the 8th. 9 organizations and agencies attended. It was a very productive discussion. A lot of the input was taking a look at the priorities that were set and had ideas on how to refine that to actionable science. So we appreciate all the folks that participated in that. The other comment that was made at the end, which we really took to heart, the council does everything in a very open, transparent manner. And one of the comments that was made is we put out a straw man for discussion at this meeting. And there was just a lot of support from the organizations represented. And they said, we agree with a lot of this. Maybe we even have finances to help support efforts like this. Please, could we be engaged earlier in the future? So we certainly took that to heart. And in future years, we'll pay attention to that. But overall, very productive meeting. Upcoming science activities. We have a brown bag seminar on May the 5th, which is water governance games in the Bay Delta. And Dr. Mark Lubell, who's a professor of environmental science and policy at UC Davis, will be giving this seminar. Mark has actually had some National Science Foundation funding and other sources of funding over the last few years. He's run several surveys, as well as his more in-depth research. So he's going to be talking to us about that. And the discussion will include identification of the types of policies most central to Delta issues, what's been effective, or what have been the most effective policy recommendations for managing this very complex water governance system. So I think this is going to be a very interesting seminar. It's moving more into the social sciences and how do you actually implement effective policy. The day after that, on May the 6th, we have a CABA seminar. If you recall, these are co-hosted between the Council and the University of California Davis Center for Aquatic Biology and Aquaculture. The topics are contemporary issues which agencies or other folks have requested that we cover. And the topic on May the 6th will be climate change and future management strategies for the Delta. And part of the goal here is there's great things going on in the Delta, great things going on in the Bay. And this seminar will actually draw together researchers working in both parts. The priority on this will be updating our current understanding of climate impacts, discussion of what's actually being done for climate adaptation and mitigation, and then how we might better synthesize ongoing efforts in order to facilitate a broader vision for the Bay Delta ecosystem. So for those of you who haven't attended one, we'll probably have a couple of hundred people there. Usually they're very well structured, panel discussions, presentations. So you're all welcome, of course, to both of those events. Are there any questions on that? If not, I'll move on to the modeling workshop we've got coming up. If you recall, at the start of the development of the Delta Science Plan itself, we kicked off with a town hall meeting where Chair Fiorini had put out some very challenging comments to the science community. And these were focused on there's really great models out there that look at individual things, but how do we get a better understanding of systems response? We know there's multiple stressors out there, and this was really echoed a little after that with the NRC report that came out. So that was part of the genesis. It was carried through the Delta Science Plan. At that same town hall meeting, Director Mark Cowan sort of encouraged the scientific community, can't we get a better handle on uncertainty? We're making these decisions, and often we're given a single number, but these uncertainties roll up across different models, different decisions, different ways of putting in data. So the way to do that, of course, is through modeling. So the event will occur on May the 21st and 22nd. The first day, May the 21st, we are having speakers from as far afield as Asia, European Union, throughout the US that have been you're working on how you integrate these very diverse models toward a more holistic understanding of how a system might respond. There'll be speakers and participants from government, academia, NGOs, private, stakeholder perspectives. We're doing this in conjunction with the California Water and Environmental Modeling Forum, also with IHR, which is an international organization, actually the oldest international water research organization in the world. They're doing a lot of work with the United Nations, amongst others. And it's being co-sponsored or with financial support from the National Science Foundation. So this is going to be a great event, May 21st and 22nd. And if Chair Fiorini, if you want to add anything to that, as you're the one that precipitated this whole event.
No, I'm looking forward to attending.
Thank you. And science communication. The April 2015 issue of the online journal is coming out, or is now out. There's 3 papers here. All of them have direct relevance to the Delta Plan and the activities you're dealing with. The first paper is a policy and program analysis paper, which was conducted by Sierra Franks and Robert Lackey. And what they did is conducted an anonymous survey of 26 senior salmon and science policy experts across the board. And the question that they asked is, what is the most likely status of wild salmon in the Central Valley in the year 2100? So it's a very interesting perspective of what the experts think. The other 2 papers are research papers. The first one, 3-dimensional modeling of hydrodynamics and salinity around the X2, which is so important. This is an indicator of the system. It's also closely related to the low salinity zone. And this paper actually, I think, demonstrates the dynamics within our science community. So this paper, if I remember correctly, at the science conference, there was a very, very interesting exchange from folks on different sides of the issue. And it was certainly a lively discussion. And at the end of the session, the folks got together and said, we need to write a paper on this. And this paper is actually an outcome of that. There's some very interesting insights on X2, the accuracy of the X2, relationship of X2 to stratification and other things. And the final paper is a paper put together by the USGS on modeling tidal freshwater marsh sustainability in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta under a broad suite of potential failure scenarios. In this paper, they did an incredibly comprehensive series of analysis, over 450 simulations looking at sea level rise, sediment supply, and things like that. And I won't give the punchline, but it's very interesting on how sustainable our wetlands are going to be under different sea level rise scenarios and inorganic sediment supply. So they were looking specifically at those relationships. So some really nice statistics, and again, I think the first and third paper I mentioned there is not just focused on the crises of today, but looking out into the future to try and help inform policy on a longer time scale. The last item on here is by the numbers, and we really appreciated your thoughts on what you would like to see in this, and perhaps Yumiko, if you would like to come up. Tell us what's happening with the data.
Good morning.
Welcome. Good morning.
Thank you. So as you can see from the colors of our chart, the numbers actually aren't that awesome. But I will begin with precipitation, starting with rain. The Northern Sierra experienced some rain this month. You may have experienced it came along with some hail, which was very exciting. It contributed about 1.5 inches. However, despite the atmospheric sneeze, as I like to call it, it did not get us back to track, as we are only at 74% of the seasonal average for total rain. The Southern Sierra actually is not faring as well. They received 1 inch of rain, but are still at 40% of the seasonal average. We are nearing the end of what is known as the wet season, so chances of a large storm are getting lower, although June, July rains are not unheard of, but that is something to think about. On to snow. The snow situation is quite grim, with sensor data from the 20th of this month measuring 1 inch of snow water equivalent all over the state. This is down to 3% of the seasonal average, and this is not great considering that April is considered the month where snowpack is supposed to be at its maximum. In fact, the May manual snow survey at Eco Summit was canceled, which is a very rare event, and this was due to the fact that there is no snow at the survey site. onto reservoir storage. The reservoir storage has gone down a bit, but not too much from last month. The main reason for this is because the water is being held back for the cold water pool, which is used for the winter run Chinook salmon for the summer. However, please keep in mind that these values will most likely decrease quite significantly in the summer, as there is little to no snow melt or rain to feed the reservoirs during the dry season. So we should brace ourselves for a quite tough summer. River flows reflect the rain and the snow, and they are down in flow. So Sacramento right now is 5,800 cubic feet per second. And just as a reference, the April flow average is usually 25,000 cubic feet per second. So that is quite a dip. San Joaquin is currently 907, and the average is usually 7,800 this month. Flows will probably be low throughout the year, especially the San Joaquin, which is predominantly snow-fed. Again, pumps are at the minimum as they were last year. This is the minimum for the public health and safety. Salinity is actually not too bad. They are the two token green values on our sheet this month. So that's good. So last, we will be going to fish. We're returning the focus back onto Delta smelt, as the situation is quite grim right now for these species. I have the value for the 20 millimeter Delta smelt catch survey, and the number to date is 4, which is a historical low. The 20 millimeter survey gets its name for the starting size of the smelt it targets, which is 20 millimeters, which is about 1/8 of an inch. So this includes post-larval and juvenile fish, and actually corresponds to the size at which Delta smelt are readily identifiable at the fish salvage facilities. Anything smaller, as Sam eloquently puts, look like strings of snot, and you're not able to find them. The 20 millimeter survey is quite important because it does provide data for recommendations made to protect the Delta smelt. Again, this is a historical low. To put into context, I have the value here for the second historical low. The second historical low in 1995 was 12. And this 112 value is the average Delta smelt catch for the 20 millimeter survey to this date. Another contextual value, the April average in 2012, which was a year after the heavy rains, so a good year for baby smelt was 284. You may be aware of Peter Moyle's comment at the Delta Challenges workshop back in March. He mentioned that the drought may have pushed the species to a point of no return, and that we should prepare for the extinction of Delta smelt in the next year or two. It does take several years for a species to get labeled if they do in fact become discovered as being extinct, but this does have potential very significant impacts on how water is managed in the Delta. So on that uplifting note, I conclude the By the Numbers. And starting next month, our great Sea Grant Fellow, Daniel Livesey, will be taking over the By the Numbers. And he has already proven to be a great addition to the science program, and he's the one that provided the Delta smelt values. So, thank you.
Yumiko, thank you very much. Any questions of Yumiko? Mary?
I have a question, Mr. Chairman, and Yumiko or Peter. I'd like to see if briefly you can take a minute to identify the value and importance of smelt, because there's a lot of discussion in the media and within communities, and I think there's a lack of understanding of the smelt's importance and their value to the Delta, and you've highlighted it very critically here on the graph or the by the numbers page. If just encapsulate why smelt are so critical to the health and value of the Delta. Either one, you guys can battle amongst who wants to jump in.
I'm
With a
guessing
short
Yumiko
answer.
is going to look to Dr. Goodwin to answer that question.
Okay, well, this is as much a policy issue as anything else. What you have to realize is that smelt and some of the other endangered species are, you should be reviewed just of an indicator of the overall health of what's going on. And so the fact the smelt are doing so badly is also an indicator that there's many other things not right in the functioning of the ecosystem. I think Dr. Moyle's comments, that is definitely moving into the policy arena. At what point is that decision made? There's certainly federal procedures to identify that. But really what it's telling us is that smelt and many of the other species is, if they're going extinct, then things are changing dramatically. And as you know, it's not just one stressor, it's many other things, and we're clearly not managing too well when the ecosystem is in a serious decline like this.
Right, so it's not just the smelt that is the number being highlighted, it's the impact of what the smelt create either in the food chain or the other environmental circumstances, as you indicated. It's a precursor. It may be the first domino to fall, but the next ones that may be after it could be more critical, and maybe the public might understand more important or valuable to them individually, whereas collectively the smelt are, as you said, an indicator of the environment within the delta. And obviously the low number identifies a critical stage. That would be my comment. I don't want to put words in your mouth, Peter.
Right. No, I think actually you captured that very well.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Patrick?
I think Mary raises an important point here, because there will be those who will cheer the extinction of the smelt because in the debate between little fish that nobody's seen and the economies of sections of the state, the fish ought to go away. So the canary in the coal mine argument is meaningful, but little discussion exists publicly about the historic importance, to whatever degree it is, of smelt, or what happens next if the smelt become extinct. So what should we know about the smelt or about other species that might be at risk, and that's why the indicator species argument matters?
Yeah, and of course when we get into the drought session later, I think this topic could well come up again. I think really the argument is when you're trying to manage an ecosystem, how important is the environment. To tease apart the full ecosystem is extremely difficult, to understand all of those various interconnectedness. So that's why we look at a range of species, particularly the endangered species, which would be indicative that the ecosystem is functioning properly. It's the water quality, it's the flows, it's the food web that go into that. So that's why so much attention is focused on species that are about to go extinct. Because it could well be that that's just an indicator that you've crossed a threshold which could have a much broader impact across the system. But what you're saying is correct, and Dr. Moyle and many of his ecology colleagues sort of talk about novel ecosystems or ecosystems where you may have some control over. And it becomes a question is, do you just manage your system for the cuddly species that, or species with a lot of iconic value like salmon, the California sea otters obviously are another one, or do you try and look at more in depth where, as you say, the canary in the coal mine. Because if it's delta smelt in the next few years, then there's longfin smelt, there's many other species which could continue to collapse. That leaves a hole in the ecosystem, making it perhaps more vulnerable to invasive species that may come in the future. So really, it's a precautionary way of trying to protect an ecosystem that has many benefits, not just the ecology, but for a lot of other societal values too, such as water quality.
I would remind the council that 5 years ago, at the outset of the development of the Delta Plan, the same comments that were issued by Dr. Moyle a couple of months ago were present 5 years ago. We were told that we may not be able to save every species. And as a function of water temperature, Delta smelt were vulnerable. We received a lot of criticism for including that statement in the first draft. But sometimes the species that are subject to fatal conditions due to water temperature may cause other species to thrive, and it's a difficult balancing act. And the drought is clearly making things a lot worse. But thank you for sharing the explanation. Any other questions or comments for Dr. Goodwin? All right. Thank you.
Thanks, you
very much. Any public comment on file item 8? Hearing none. On to file item number 9. This is in response to questions that were raised a couple of months ago asking about our communications plan and the variety of ways that we communicate. Keith Coolidge, our communications director, is going to provide you an update. Welcome, Keith.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members. It's a pleasure to be here. Let me just, if I may, start by putting a little historical context in a story. In the winter of 1986, it was a wet year. We had a series of levee breaks in the North Delta, a couple of islands flooded, and the state and federal projects had to shut down to avoid pulling salinity into the Delta. We made major releases out of the state and federal reservoirs upstream to try to keep salinity at bay. I was the commentary editor of the Orange County Register at the time in Southern California, and the State Department of Water Resources and Metropolitan flew me up over the Delta, and they said, you know, it's really important that you convey to Southern California that the state's backbone water system that serves everyone from the peninsula, the Bay Area, to Southern California is founded on fragile levees that are in a flood-prone area, that we take water out of one of the most fragile estuaries on the west in the world, and that it is a system in peril and we need to fix it. Go make people understand that. So 28 years later, I'm here today to tell you that it is a system in peril and that folks still are not fully cognizant of where their water comes from. Although the drought has done, this recent drought has done a wonderful job of increasing awareness. We are mostly moved by crisis or by large amounts of money spent on mass advertising in advance of bond measures or elections. It's a wonderful state, but it is still hard to get folks to understand that water has a source other than somewhere underneath your house. So, with that as prelude, when the council was formed in 2010 with the objective of furthering the co-equal goals of advancing science and in integrating science into policy decisions, and with the idea that our job was to coordinate and integrate among state, federal, and regional agencies, we set up a communications structure and plan around that. And we looked at the goals of the agency and said that in the hierarchy of people that we need to communicate with, first and foremost, it's key decision makers. It's the folks who are going to live with, help implement, make decisions around our Delta plan. So these are both federal and state administration officials, they're Congress and the legislature. They're the key players in the Delta. That is our first tier of an audience. But then as you look at that, it's not just communicating with those, but who do those folks in turn look to for additional, who's their sounding board? And we need to be talking with them. So we call those in the staff report the key influencers, which include the statewide media, even as over the past 4 years, the traditional old guard media has dwindled. The number of reporters who are covering water as their beat, who have that historical understanding, has really dwindled. But we're also seeing then a whole new set of folks who are coming up through new media, through bloggers, through Twitter, through Facebook, who are helping to also communicate the message. And then, of course, we have the local elected officials as well as policy advocates. That sort of forms your second ring of folks that we try to communicate with. There are our key stakeholders who are affected by, influenced by the decisions that we make and that all of those others do. There are governmental interest groups like the League of Cities, business associations, the Bay Area Council, civic organizations. All of those need to have a basic level of understanding because they play in the water policy arena. And then, of course, there's the Delta science community, who both help shape through their research as well as their communications with policymakers the kinds of decisions that we make. So that we structured really as our core audience. We looked at should we be designing a website that communicates major policy issues to the general public? How do you do that? And realize that there were, at the time, websites like Aquafornia, foundations like the Water Education Foundation, local regional water purveyors like Metropolitan in the north, the Bay Area Council, who had put out a lot of good basic information on water and the Delta, and so we thought, well, let's leave it to them to do that job and let us focus on the core mission of putting the council's policies, make them understandable both to our core audiences and the folks who are looking at us. And with that in mind, that's how we designed a website, how we structured a communications program back to our core audiences and less focus on the general public. We do this through many different methods. I described some of them in the staff report. One of the key ways that people get information about the council and what you do is through your public meetings, the kinds of agendas that you structure, the staff reports that we prepare. There is a wealth of information to be gleaned from the discussions between council members, among council and the panels, as well as those reports. So we spend money on webcasting. The webcasts are archived. At any time, there's usually around 300 people who are watching the show live. We've had as many as 650 people watching. If they were all in this room, it would be impressive as heck, but since they're somewhere out in the ether, it's hard to get a handle on, but picture 500 people sitting in the back of the room today learning about the drought and the effects on the Delta and the other discussions that we're going to have.
Keith, generally when that many people show up in one place at one time, there's something else going on. So I'm glad the majority of the folks are watching on the webcast.
But we do track those numbers, and it does average around 300 per council meeting. Some are higher. Rarely is it that much lower. We do a lot of work with the media, both in the old school media, print, newspaper, television, as well as new media, the bloggers, whether it's Fox and Hounds or some of the other more focused water blogs. We are working to increase our emphasis on bloggers and awareness, helping to take even snippets of council meetings where they're relevant and send them back to them whenever we see something come up in a column or a blog, so that they begin to look to us for some of the things that we do. A strong emphasis in new and social media. This is where an old dog like me learns from a younger pup. Your executive officer, Jessica Pearson, has made me a fan of Twitter. Although I still
A reluctant fan. Still working on it.
I'm learning. Not a total reluctant fan. It's a good way to get the word out instantly on messages, meetings, things that we're doing. Another way to take even some of the reports that we have in our archives and make them relevant to current policy discussions by pointing out, by jumping into discussions and saying, you know, if you really want to explore that, here's the place to find that. And it was in a paper that was done through the science program, or it was something that was done through someone else. So it's a way to instantly come back and make the stuff that we do relevant to today's discussion. We have about 742 followers on Facebook. A real emphasis this year is to grow that number. They do tend to skew to the younger portion of our audience, but we combine that then with a listserv, and this is the old-fashioned email. It's the way for folks who want to follow you, who want information from you, to sign up online. Even up to 4 years ago, this was done by fax. But while everybody has a fax number on their business card, who ever uses that anymore? We use email. So on our website, you can sign up to be a subscriber to email services right now. We have one serves all things council. You'll find out about the meetings, about all of the public forums we have, about all of the papers that we issue on a weekly basis. There's another listserv for all things relating to the Delta Levy investment strategy. You can sign up if that's all you want. That's what you can get. One of the emphases that we want to take for this year is to further refine that, look at how we effectively use our listserv and combine it with Twitter, so that while some folks are getting their information on their phone, others are looking for email. How do we effectively serve both, and how can we actually use some of the same materials to serve both audiences, so that we can be efficient in the way we get information out? We have done in the past events and tours. Some of these events are like the brown bags that Peter talked about. Those are up online, as well as folks who attend them here, generally 2 to 3 a month on various topics that are relevant today. We get information out in advance, and even after the fact, you can come back. While we don't webcast those, the audio files are available, as well as PowerPoint presentations. So folks can go back and always find that information, and our job is to make it relevant, even to discussions that are going on today, even for talks that were prescient 2 or 3 years ago. Then the science folks have, and every 2 years, support the science conference here in Sacramento, and on the odd-numbered years, we support the estuary conference in San Francisco. Although they serve slightly different audiences, they attract around 1,000 folks, are good for focusing media attention on science, the science of the Delta, the science of the estuary. They're also really good for pulling together networking and creating an awareness as well as new subscribers to the information networks that we have created. So we use those as well. Peter's emphasis on the modeling forum, the data summit, things like that also create an awareness and an interest in the kinds of things we do, as well as help leverage the work we do many times over. Our website, you know, we just went through a redesign, and I got to admit that it was largely through the work of staff here, consultants, and then looking at user data that helped drive that. So it was really a website that was created by the folks who use it. But it did win an award this spring from the Public Relations Society of America as the best website in Sacramento, best new website in Sacramento, both public and private. So we're happy with that. We looked at, I looked at some of the trends over the past 3 months. Our goal was to make whatever you wanted to find on that site available within 2 to 3 clicks. And as I look at the numbers now, we have around 30,000 sessions, so it's about 10,000 folks a month who visit the site. They are looking at an average of 2.04 pages, so we're getting them where they want to go within 2 clicks, and they're spending about 2 minutes on the site each time, so we know they are landing, finding what they're looking for, reading it, and then closing their session. So, so far it's working for that. But we want to drive some more users to that, both through listserv, through feeds. We want this year to make better use. We have a member of our staff who is a former television reporter who is learning, who, while he really appreciates video on websites, is learning that the quality of iPhone video is almost as good as the big bulky cameras that he used to use, and incredibly more portable. So for good, we can use iPhone video to get information out, not just to catch folks saying, oh, gotcha. That will help, I think, make the website better. We also use publications. That's sort of both an in-house newsletter that goes to our 2,600 subscriber list, but is actually physically read by only about 1/5 of those right now. So part of our job this year is to make sure that more folks are both are opening that and reading that material. It's amazing what you can track online. When I send an email, I can tell whether you've read it, and I can tell how long you spent, what you looked at when you read it, because it is all driven back online to do the reading. So armed with that, our goal is to improve the numbers on that dramatically by capturing readers and bringing them into what we do. We support, as Peter said, a couple of publications, the Science Journal, which goes to around 500 scientists as a way to communicate relevant science to the Delta, as well as policymakers, but it's primarily a journal among scientists. And then there is Estuary News, which is a quarterly publication by the Estuary Project in San Francisco that we are working to broaden the focus. The estuary really includes both the Bay and the Delta. That, by definition, is an estuary. So we want to broaden the reach of folks for that magazine in the Delta, largely by including additional Delta stories. That goes to around 1,700 individual subscribers by email. Another 500 are mailed to folks, and an additional 500 are placed in the mailboxes of relevant state and federal agencies. So it's a subscriber list of almost 3,000. It's similar in size to the subscription list we have for the Delta Stewardship Council. And then, as Dr. Goodwin mentioned, we support Maven's Notebook, Chris Austin. Her website is read by approximately 1,400 subscribers. and it has an average of about 15,000 visitors per month to her website. So it has been a great way to get that out. Not only is she an award-winning journalist, but she's a really good communicator and worthy of the support that we have given her, both for science and for her coverage of the council in general. And with that, I think I would entertain questions.
Great. Keith, one comment. You mentioned a number of publications and web-related information sources. Can you provide just a summary list of the links to those
Sure,
for any
absolutely.
of the council members that would like to avail themselves of those services that you've highlighted? Questions or comments of Keith? Okay, that was the judge's question. So, okay, thank you very much for that
Thank you.
great report. Thanks for the great work you do. You have a relatively small shop and you crank out a lot of information, and we appreciate that. Thank you. That completes file item number 9. Any public comment? None. On to file item 10. Jessica, we are a little bit ahead of schedule. How shall we proceed?
10-minute break.
It looks like we have at least one of our presenters, so we may be able to get started.
Let's go. Great. In the interest of time, Carla is here, and I want to recognize that you are a very busy person, and appreciate you coming. So file item number 10, this is the first of 3 panels covering the 2015 water year, current drought conditions, and where we go from here. Cindy Messer, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm actually not going to say very much at the opening here because I'm going to turn it over to Anthony pretty quickly. But I did want to say a few comments before I do that. First of all, we're very pleased to have yet again a group of amazing presenters coming in today to talk about the drought, talk about current conditions, and a look ahead if we continue to find ourselves in these type of dry year conditions. And very quickly, I just wanted to summarize these types of panels that the council has convened for about 2 years now, going back to about July of 2013. The council's convened many panels similar to the ones that we'll hear from today. And these past panel presentations have kept the council well informed on the drought and its impacts. And they've provided information on a variety of topics, including current and forecasted water supply conditions for the state, current and forecasted weather and climate conditions and how those are related to the drought, to the ongoing dry conditions that we find ourselves in. We've had panel members talk about water operations. What are the impacts from the drought? What are the types of actions that the water managers, water resource managers have taken to address those impacts? We've heard from various scientists regarding fisheries, wildlife, ecosystem impacts from the drought, as well as state managers who are responsible for taking actions to help address those impacts and for planning ahead. We had several panel members in the past come in to talk about impacts to the state's economy related to the drought. And of course, we've had quite a few panel members in the past come in to talk about regulatory changes, new regulations, emergency actions, all related to the drought conditions and to actions needed to respond to the impacts. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Anthony, and I just want to quickly say thank you to him. Anthony's still relatively new to the council. He's one of our senior level water resource engineers. He's been the point person for this agenda item this time. He's coordinated all the panels, wrote the staff report, and now he gets to showcase his public speaking skills. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to him.
Thank you, Cindy. Welcome, Anthony.
Thank you. I'd like to first thank the council for the opportunity to present in front of you. It's not the first time I present in front of the council, but this is the first time officially as a staff member, so thank you. The agenda item is on the council's biannual presentation on the water year. As stewards of the Delta, the water year is presented biannually to the Council not only to inform on the existing and forecasted conditions of the water and ecosystems, which may galvanize the Council to seek actions, but to hear how operations affected the Delta and how the operators can adaptively manage the system for the benefit or for the least harmful effects to the Delta. Today we have 3 panels of subject experts. Panel 1 will present on water policies to address the ongoing drought. Panel 2 will not only present on the current conditions and forecasts of the water and ecosystems, but also discuss actions and regulations state agencies are preparing to implement as we move forward into what is typically the drier months of the year. And finally, Panel 3 will provide their Delta-centric experiences on how the drought and the proposed drought actions and regulations will affect their operations. So I'd like to start off with Panel 1 and introduce, it is composed of subject matter experts in water policy who will discuss how the state will address the effects of the current 4th year of drought and possibly beyond. Once again, the state has been active in addressing the effects of another year of drought, from the $1.1 billion drought relief package to the governor's April 1st executive order, which called for mandatory statewide conservation to achieve 25% reduction in water use. It has already been an active year of policies and actions for all Californians to implement through the year and possibly beyond. To my left, or second left, is Carla Nemeth. She's the Deputy Secretary for Water Policy for the Natural Resources Agency. Her presentation will discuss the governor's policies to once again guide the state through another drought year, as well as provide an overview of the Natural Resources Agency Drought Emergency Plan. She will discuss the coordination efforts among the agency's entities to monitor, regulate, and manage operations through the drought. Adjacent to my direct left here is Ellen Hannock. She's a senior fellow and center director for the Public Policy Institute of California. Her presentation will address with other possible policy reform actions that we should look for in preparation for potential additional dry years of a prolonged drought scenario. She will address ideas and concepts that may be considered non-traditional or out-of-the-box thinking, but would require the efforts of all of the state agencies' abilities to pass new policies, enforce regulations, and hold Californians responsible for water as a resource. Carla?
Okay. Well, thank you for that introduction, and good morning, members of the Stewardship Council, Chair Fiorini. Thank you for having me today. And I do want to acknowledge, I think Ellen's going to have a great presentation about where the state is headed, and then after that you'll hear from a lot of experts from departments in the Natural Resources Agency and Cal EPA who are, arm in arm with me and many others who are working very intensively to both manage and mitigate the impacts of drought, but also look forward the next 6 months, 18 months, really start to think more systematically about how we might manage this drought should we find ourselves in year 5 and beyond. Just by way of opener, I would say we all felt a palpable relief in the beginning of December when we got that great rainstorm and experienced a very dry January, had more rain in the beginning of February. We had a lot of winter rainy season left in front of us at that point, but I think similar to last year, maybe with a little less incredulity from the previous year, we all sort of watched as that high pressure ridge hung on and hung on and hung on, and we find ourselves in a 4th year of drought with very difficult water supply conditions for the entire state. And I think we're starting to see multiple impacts both across the environment and water users in urban areas and in rural areas. So I think you heard from the prior speaker a little bit more detail about reservoir conditions and snowpack conditions. Generally speaking, in some ways, it's better this year than last year in that two major state and federal reservoirs have more supplies than they did at this point last year. There are some certainly south of the Delta that really missed the rainstorms that came in December and February, and those reservoirs are actually in very difficult shape. But what's fundamentally different about this year, of course, is our lack of snowpack, and we have about 5% of water content, 5% of the historical average of water content in our Sierra snowpack. That creates a different set of conditions this year because it's essentially we have all the water we're going to have. We're not going to rely on that snowmelt through the season and inflows into the reservoirs in any kind of substantial way. To address all of these issues, as you may be aware, the governor convened a drought task force in January of 2014 when he issued the state of emergency and the first executive order. That was the first of what's now 4 executive orders on drought. The task force is combined of state agencies from Health and Human Services to the Department of Water Resources, the State Board, all across the board, different agencies that are focused on how we manage the drought. Obviously, DGS is heavily involved to make sure that our state agencies are doing the things that they need to be doing to conserve water so that we're really leading the way for California. We are now meeting weekly as of earlier this year, I think, when we really saw the conditions worsen. But that is the place where we all update one another on actions to date and generate ideas for actions moving forward. We do distribute a drought update bi-weekly, so if you don't get that, it's a really terrific written summary of conditions and actions taken. So if anyone is interested in getting that in their email inbox, that's a great way to stay abreast of all the developments. Generally speaking, the Drought Task Force focuses on assistance to communities, as I mentioned. That includes housing and food assistance. It includes trucking water to mostly rural communities where they have difficulties with depleted groundwater supplies. It's also a key focus is also funding shovel-ready projects through the Integrated Regional Water Management Program at DWR. If you'll recall, the initial drought package spending bill included more money for that program. DWR has granted $200 million last October across the states to projects that were ready to go and could demonstrate a way in which they were making those communities more resilient to drought, and we're going to assist in their management of water supplies in the current drought. DWR is ready to award another $200 million by the end of this year under the same rubric. The other focus of the Drought Task Force is really working particularly with the State Board and others and DWR to improve our data collection on water use, management, diversions. One of the things, the big, I think, learning curves of last year is understanding how data poor our systems are for actually managing a drought. I think we've made tremendous headway over the course of the last year. We're continuing to do that. The latest executive order even made some of those reporting provisions permanent. That's going to be important for how we strategize over the course of the next several years should the drought be prolonged. Another key piece of the administration's response has been essentially streamlining government response. That has generated a lot of interaction between the Department of Water Resources, the Bureau of Reclamation, and the State Water Resources Control Board in terms of how we manage the Delta system. I'll say a little bit more about that later, and then I think you have a Bureau presenter that can provide you even more detail on that, and I know that's very germane to your look at the Delta and how it's being managed in this kind of a dry year. But in addition to that, things like making sure that state agencies that have permit applications in front of them for water projects, that those applications aren't languishing beyond 90 days. That was a key component of our most recent executive order, just as an example. And then certainly last but not least is our shift in the last 12 months from a call for voluntary water conservation to mandatory reductions in California. That certainly got a tremendous amount of media attention. It's still certainly taking up, I think, 24 hours a day of several dozen staff at the state board who's really working round the clock to get those regulations in place, because we all know that the primary time when we need to really capture that conserved supply is during the warmer summer months. So the objective is to have those regulations finalized in the beginning of May. I think May 5th is what we're targeting. I would be remiss if I didn't also address some of the dynamics that have emerged most recently around the need and the call for mandatory urban conservation without an analogous call for mandatory reductions to agriculture. I think we're now starting to see more of the complexities play out in the press, and I think that that's an important development. But fundamentally, as you may have heard the governor explain very frequently, the dynamics in the ag community, where many of our farmers have already received reductions in water allocations. Some are getting no water for a consecutive year. The other piece of that, of course, is the curtailment process underway at the state board. And again, I think you have a state board person participating in a later panel that can describe the curtailment process, but that is really happening up and down the system. Particularly again this year, I think we may see an increase in curtailments simply because we don't have that snowpack that we did last year. So those cuts are being felt by the agricultural community. It's a very different dynamic in terms of how they manage their water supplies. I think the biggest signal that the administration is sending to the general public on the 25% reduction is that the use of potable water supplies for ornamental landscapes is probably not part of California's future looking forward. And we believe, and all the feedback that we've gotten from water agencies, is that 25% target is attainable. The challenge is how do we do it intelligibly and equitably based on other investments that agencies have made and in their particular local conditions. The State Water Board is certainly entertaining a lot of feedback. They've adjusted their regulations, and I imagine that they are continuing to receive a lot of public comments. Those will be debated in public in front of the board in the very near future. I do want to say a little bit more about the most recent executive order components, a little bit more about the management decisions that have been made in the Delta. So in addition to the mandatory water reductions that I just described, the executive order does include a turf replacement program. That's a 50 million acre feet collective goal, or 50 million square feet rather, hazard of the business, I guess, square foot program that's meant to complement local agencies that are already pursuing their turf replacement programs. You know, I think one of the biggest pieces of feedback that we're starting to get from our 400 plus local water agencies is it's not very easy for a member of the general public to understand what rebates are available to them because sometimes they have a wholesaler rebate layered onto a retailer rebate. And those are some of the issues that we're teasing out as we look at the turf replacement program and how state dollars can support an overall state effort. the dollars that the state will contribute are designed to address needs in some underserved communities. Again, DWR is working with some of the local agencies that have implemented these kinds of programs to get them underway. All these programs we expect would, they do require budget action, and we would expect that they would be underway by July 1st. The executive order also includes a consumer rebate program to upgrade inefficient washing machines and the like. It also requires large landscape entities, golf courses, cemeteries, university campuses to cut their irrigation of lawns. It also prohibits new development from irrigating with potable water unless it's on drip or microspray. It also directs local water agencies to implement tiered pricing to incentivize water conservation. Again, I think you'll hear a little bit more later on about the San Juan Capistrano case. That's certainly on our minds. We definitely, the initial feedback that we're getting is that there's, that other water agencies are looking at that case carefully, and that ways to establish the benefit nexus, I think we need to pay a little bit closer attention to what worked and what didn't work in that particular situation. But not all water agencies and all their conservation pricing necessarily has the same legal vulnerabilities, if you will, that the courts recently found. I think I touched on a few of the other topics already in terms of the executive order, in particular the permitting issues where we have permit applications in front of state agencies that have been there for over 90 days. We need to make sure we kick those out and essentially address them with all deliberate speed. The other key piece of the executive order, in particular as it relates to agriculture, a couple of things is agricultural water management plans for 25,000 acre operations or greater are due at the end of 2015. We have expanded that to include operations that are 10,000 acres and higher. That essentially requires that they do things that are analogous to water shortage contingency plans in the urban world, where they need to demonstrate their water supply sources and what their approach will be to a dry 2016. In areas in terms of groundwater management, in those critical groundwater basins that have not yet provided data on available groundwater supplies, that data is now required, and the executive order provided for enforcement action for those entities failing to provide that kind of information. So that, I think, touches on the primary components of the executive order. There's quite a lot to implement, and I think the State Board is in the forefront of a lot of that. Our Department of Water Resources has a few key components of that, and those updates on our progress will continue to be made primarily through the drought updates that you all receive via email. I'd say the next big piece of the administration's drought management, of course, is management of the state and federal water projects in our broader system. In December of last year, the Department of Water Resources, together with the Bureau of Reclamation, state and federal fishery agencies, provided a strategic framework for drought management heading into 2015. The basic premise was getting out ahead of the curve a little bit as compared to 2014, where we were really in the throes of daily interactions starting in January to try and foresee different triggers for either the State Board and its D-1641 or different triggers under the biological opinion. And so the strategic framework that was released in December was designed to identify what we learned last year about how the system operates in this kind of a dry year, what the interplay is when we have overlapping regulations where we're operating the projects both to meet salinity and water quality needs under D1641 versus biological opinion requirements either for smelt or salmonids. So that, as I said, that report was released in December. In the middle of January, those same entities provided that report to the state board in fulfillment of a change order that they had issued in October of last year, generally laying out, again, the approach over the springtime months where we tend to have the most intense conflict between moving water through the system for export, water quality in the Delta, and species needs in the Delta. That has really been our guidebook for several change orders. The most recent one, which I think you'll hear a little bit more about this afternoon, schedules out operations from April to November of this year, and that's likely to be our last change order, with the exception of the change order that accompanies the emergency drought barriers. I would say generally this year we did have some success and important lessons learned in the early part of the season, particularly with turbidity in the Delta, that allowed us to, I think, operate the system early on in a way that was more efficient and more protective of species in the long haul. And that was essentially based on new science and better monitoring. This year we also were able to add additional monitoring boats in the right places to better understand real-time fish presence, kick that data back to the project operators and adjust accordingly. So when we had more water in the system in the beginning part of the year, we had daily, if not, hourly operational calls between the 5 agency directors. It was that specific about how we're turning the dial in response to real-time presence for species. That kind of coordination is unprecedented, but it is something that I think has brought a lot of needed information into the discussion about how the system performs, some of its limitations, frankly, and that's all very important data as we, continue to plan for next year. As I mentioned, we will pursue one additional change order around the emergency drought barriers. DWR, I think, released, it was last week, its intention to install a rock barrier in West False River. Originally, there had been 3 potential barriers that DWR was studying and had studied throughout the course of last year. They settled on this one as one that had the least impact on fisheries and also was very much focused on salinity control in the Delta. I think originally there was a lot of expectation that the emergency barriers would fundamentally assist in cold water pool management. After a lot of modeling, that's turned out, to be less the case, and that the focus really is on risk management in the Delta to prevent that deep salinity intrusion that would ultimately, render those supplies for folks in the Delta and south of the Delta unusable. That drought barrier I think construction is expected to begin in the beginning of May and to be completed within about 3 to 4 weeks. We definitely want to get it in advance of the warming summer months. But again, I think you'll probably hear a little bit more detail about that in a later panel. Generally speaking, as the drought deepens across communities and in California, it certainly is deepening in terms of the effects on fish and wildlife species. We continue to try and manage the system, particularly upstream in the Sac Valley, where we schedule diversions that can also help with our migratory birds, for example. But those, as the drought continues to deepen, those challenges just deepen right along with it. We are trucking fisheries this year to help avoid low flows and temperature problems similar to what we did last year. I think what's new this year is just last week, the Fish and Game Commission closed a portion of the Sacramento River, for recreational fishermen as a way to protect the winter run stock. It's about 5.5 miles of the Sacramento River. So you start to understand the ripple effects on the California economy. It's not just the ag economy. It's not just, I think, the work that we're doing through the mandatory restrictions in the urban world to prevent that kind of deepening economic dislocation, but even the recreational economy as well. So it's very much a balancing act across multiple sectors of the economy, across the environment, and our fundamental objective is to continue to raise awareness, continue to call on people to understand this as a new normal and change behavior. As we look towards what some of the out-of-the-box ideas might be if we do find ourselves in the middle of a 10-year drought, which is the question that is certainly on the administration's mind, and we are beginning some internal discussions about what can we really learn from the Australian experience? What do they wish they would have done in year 5 had they known? And fortunately, we have some incredibly bright minds that have been thinking about this quite a lot, and that will certainly be part of the administration's future dialogue on drought. So with that, I think I'll take a pause, and I'd be glad to answer any questions, or if you'd like to hear from Ellen.
Carla, do you have time to wait until Ellen is completed, or would you like to take questions now so you can leave?
Well, I'd actually love to hear Ellen's presentation, so let's go ahead and do that. Thank you. Thank you.
Ellen, welcome.
Thank you. Sound okay? Closer? Okay, now it's really good. Thank you so much for the invitation to speak to you. What I'm going to do is give you an overview of highlights from a short report that we came out with in mid-March that sort of teed off of a conference that we held in Sacramento in early January that involved workshops with a lot of folks from state agencies, local agencies, stakeholder groups, as well as an expert from Australia who came and kind of shared their experiences with us. And the goal of that was a sort of reverse research process. Instead of kind of us doing our work and saying, here you go, guys, we did some thinking amongst ourselves on some proposals and then use those proposals as a way of teeing off panel discussions. So the report that you've just gotten, called Policy Priorities for Managing Drought, kind of pulls that all together in hopefully a short and digestible way. And just to let you know, I also have another goodie for you, which is a briefing kit on California water, which is a collection of 9 short, digestible policy briefs. There's one specifically on the Delta, but then also talking about other things, sort of try to have a collection of useful facts for people, which hopefully will steer people clear of some misperceptions that are out there sometimes in the media. So let me just dive right into this so that we can move on to discussion. And you can see my great group of co-authors, and also I want to acknowledge that this was supported by the California Water Foundation, this work. We're very grateful for that. So you all know we're entering 4th year drought, and this is just showing reservoir levels. I think it sounds like you saw a good presentation on that already. Just, we'll echo what you've heard from Carla and others. This is going to just make it harder this year compared to last year. This was a cool map that we thought was a different way of looking at California and our variable climate. This is work that Mike Dettinger from Scripps has pulled together, and it's basically taking from 1950 up until I think early 2000s, taking average rainfall, average precipitation annually at stations all over the country, and then comparing that with the variability, so the coefficient of variation basically. And the pink is not very variable from one year to the next, and as you go towards yellow and then toward green and blue and dark blue, it gets more and more variable. And you can see that the western US in general has more variability, but then we are just like off the charts in California. What that means is we are used to having droughts, and we're also, as we know, used to sometimes having floods. This is surely a zinger in terms of droughts, but it's not the first time. It's not the first time that we've had a big thing to deal with in recent history. And in some ways, you know, a lot of the press has been focusing on the sort of, is this the worst ever? And there are some scientific articles out there that suggest, you know, maybe, you know, depending on how you measure it, it could be or not. But from a management perspective, I would say that the drought from the late 80s through the early 90s, in some ways, was really lucky for us in terms of getting through this drought, because it was a long drought. No single year was as bad as what we experienced last year, but it really did kind of shock the system, and especially I would say urban managers, to improve their drought management. And that's very lucky in terms of the impacts we've seen so far. Which leads to sort of a message that we've been trying to kind of, a mantra almost, and I think this is something that, you know, the administration has definitely been thinking about too, is, you know, when you have a drought like this, learn from it. And you know, it gives you a chance to sort of see, okay, how are we doing, status check, how are we doing compared to last time we went through a drought? What's gotten better, what are the strengths of our system, and what are the weaknesses that we have to get better about? And I'll say that there's some good news here, which is that given the kind of shortages that we've had in precipitation, our urban agencies are in very good shape. And this is kind of why they haven't been necessarily, you know, making as much effort as maybe the governor would have liked to see when he made the call for 20% voluntary conservation last year. A lot of them, Southern California, the combined sort of Met system, has increased their storage since that last drought that I talked about by a factor of 14. You know, a lot of money has gone into above ground storage. People say we haven't been building storage. Urban agencies have. So a lot of money's gone into that. True in the Bay Area too. Interconnections, so that the plumbing in the Bay Area, that's really key, because our system is more fragmented because we don't have Met. Agencies that used to spend their time suing each other all are building interconnections and ties, and that's been really valuable when you've got different sources of water, and some of them are in better shape than others. Investments in conservation, and then putting that savings into the ground or into the surface reservoirs. Frontier things like capturing recycled wastewater, using that again. You know, now there's still a lot to do, but a lot has already been done, and that is thanks, I think, to the shock of that earlier drought, and also to the fact that the state played a really good nudging role there. In '91, said, if you want money from us to help you with your problems, got to have a drought contingency plan, and those have gotten pretty good in a lot of places. They can still get better, but it's meant that the economy of California is not in terrible shape with this drought. The bad news is in some sectors that are more vulnerable. Agriculture, we have a large agricultural sector, biggest in the country, super productive, powerhouse. We have great growing conditions, in part because it actually is nice when you have sunshine and good soils and don't have rain in the summer, because then you don't have pest problems and you can do much more precision agriculture if you can add the water. So it's a system that is built on irrigation, and when you've got a sector that big and you've got a drought this bad, you're going to take some hits. The ag sector is able to adapt in some ways to these kind of shortages by deciding, if they do have a shortage of surface water, to pump groundwater. That's becoming more expensive, and it's a problem in some places where the groundwater has not been kind of managed for that purpose. So that's where you're starting to see the big costs in digging new wells and so on. Water marketing is another important tool for the ag sector. They use it every year, but in a drought year it's especially important because there are some folks, just based on our seniority system, that have more water right now than others, and the markets allow the water to flow. I think, also deciding where you cut back and what you cut back is really important for the ag sector. In other words, not having government tell them what they should farm. Let them make that decision. That's a business decision. What they're going to do is they're going to cut back the stuff that is going to be the least costly. It doesn't mean it's not painful, but it's least costly. So you're going to see revenue reductions that are smaller than the water supply reductions, because just the ability to kind of make those adjustments and cut the things that are not as profitable at the margin. Supply emergencies in small communities, that's what, Carla mentioned, the state has really been looking to and kind of aiming to get get emergency solutions to those communities. Often it means trucking initially, although sometimes it means connecting with other systems and so on. It's still work to do there, I think, and kind of discovering that there are institutional challenges to dealing with the really small communities especially. There are probably ways the feds could help us more on that too. And then the environmental water crisis, which Carla mentioned, people have been working like crazy to not have disasters happen. There have been fewer disasters so far than there might have been, but there were, so some of the numbers are really troubling. And the winter run, we lost an entire cohort of winter run salmon. Too hot. We have the lowest delta smelt numbers ever. I think Peter Moyle spoke to you about a month ago about that. I mean, that's a concern, and the dry conditions this year make it. I know Chuck Bonham says he's got the best job in the world, but I think he's got the hardest job in the world. So, thank you, Randy. So, mentioned to you Australia. We had an official from who was water manager in the state of Victoria with us, Dr. Jane Doolan, who's an ecologist, was initially managing their environmental water program in the state of Victoria, but then kind of moved into managing the whole thing, and this was in the thick of their major drought. And so she really had tremendous insights for us. I think we've often heard about Australia in the past about their water markets and their water rights systems and so on. I think what Jane brought in addition to that knowledge was also just a knowledge about some of the ways that they handled their ecosystem challenges, which, Australia has a lot of similarities with us. Climate, variable, hot Mediterranean-style climate, economy with the role of ag, along with others, big ag water use, irrigated agriculture, a lot of infrastructure. They have plumbed their system a lot, as we have, maybe not quite as much as we have, but a lot. And then this idea that after we came out with the report, I coined, we were pulling the briefing slides together, let's call them New World ecosystems, in the sense that Australia and California are really different from Spain, which we also sometimes compare, or Israel. People have been living and working in those lands and that water in Spain or in Israel, a long time. So there's not really natural or semi-natural ecosystems there anymore. Those are completely managed. Here and in Australia, we have remnants of the natural ecosystem, and still native species can sort of issues that are different, and that where we still have a chance to kind of keep those somewhat intact. And so, and the Australians have that objective the same way that we do, somewhat different legal system, but still, ways in which the lessons of what they're doing, if they succeed at it, can be really useful for us. Now, they had been doing a lot of preparation before they went through their drought, and I would say we have too. It's not like we're starting this drought without having made any progress in our water management. In the midst of their drought, as it got worse, they made additional changes, and those helped them get through that drought, and I think have put them on a better path for future drought management. So that's kind of the tack we're taking in looking at those lessons. So we came up with 4 priorities for policy reform in California, based on, doesn't mean they're the only ones, but the ones that we think are sort of, that we need to do, we could start doing now to get through this drought better, and also it'll set us on a better path for future droughts. The first one, and I'm going to run through each of them, but the first one is to manage water more tightly with better information. This is the sort of you can't manage what you don't measure idea, and I know the administration's been thinking about this and acting on this a lot. The second one, this is the shortest one in the report, set clear priorities, objectives, and expectations. And this is the idea that when you do have to curtail, how you think about kind of aligning that with not just the water rights system, but also other constitutional requirements and other aspects of law in California requiring us to think about the environment and to think about public health and safety. Third one is promoting reasonable use and robust supplies. And that's kind of the all of the above approach to managing this, that, I'm taking that term from Felicia Marcus, probably your former colleague here and chair of the state board, but the idea that you don't have a silver bullet, you're doing a bunch of different things. And then the fourth is modernizing environmental drought management, and that's where we really think that a page from the Book of Australia is useful. And I got a lot of calls from the press right after the executive order on April 1st, and my really quick reading of the executive order, I looked through it, I thought, "Ooh, this is cool. This addresses a lot of a lot of the things that we were suggesting in this report." And I won't, and it's not to take credit at all, but just to kind of more show that I think people are thinking about these things. So we were happy to see a lot of them in there. It's not all there. I don't think the executive order does everything. I'm sure you guys don't either. So, but I'll try to kind of highlight those as we go through. So this first recommendation, the information one, managing water more tightly with better information. I just saw a quote this morning from some work that we did, and I think that I'm going to attribute this to Jaylon because it sounds like a Jaylon kind of thing. In the book that we did called Managing California's Water back in 2011, that a reporter dug through and found for a Newsweek article this morning, and the quote is that if California knew what Californians know about our water use, we would be in much better shape. And Randy, I know you and I have had conversations about this, just that it's not that we don't have information about water use, it's just that the state does not have a very good system for knowing what's used and being able to manage it. And there's definitely been tremendous strides. I would say the 2009 legislative package that also created this council, there were a couple pieces of that people, sort of critics looked at and said, oh, this isn't enough, and maybe it wasn't, but it was actually a good start. So getting reporting requirements on all surface water users was really important, as well as the groundwater levels information. And since the emergency declaration last year, there's been further advances on that. I was excited to see in the executive order the move toward making this permanent. Also sort of getting more information from the ag sector on groundwater and so on. What I will just add on this is that I think things that are really important to think about are not just water use, but also discharges. And that is because if you look around, as we know, not every drop that's put on a field or that goes into a home is consumed. A lot of it goes back into the river, or it goes into the groundwater basin, and especially when it goes back into the river, that's a major part on some rivers of the water that's available. So even just to know how to operate a curtailment well, you got to know on some of the San Joaquin tributaries, it can be 40, 50%, I think, of the flows. You got to know that. We actually do report discharges. It's a different data system. Urban agencies report that already. We think it's not a huge stretch for ag users to actually report, large ag users to report that. Those are often typically discrete points, and there are ways to think about, we've got bond money now, let's use some of that for helping pay for some of that measurement system. The other thing I'll just highlight is it's really important to think about the information management, and this is a topic that Jay has talked about a fair bit and has some strong feelings about, just in terms of, okay, and I know that actually a lot of water users out there sort of say, well, if the state's going to ask me for this, where is it going to go? Is this just going to go into some, it can be onerous to report it, let's make sure we're using it. So thinking about a transparent system that really makes the best use of this, and this is where, we are the hub of the information economy, and we ought to be able to draw on some of those resources in California to be able to help look at that. So we think the feds can help with this, and both on the sort of modernizing the technology. I mean, USGS and the Weather Service are both important players, but also just in terms of sort of some of the modeling and things. Okay, second, this is the idea. We had to do curtailments last year for the first time. It was the first time since '77. It was tough because there wasn't really a memory of having done it by most people that were there. Given that, it worked pretty well, I'll say. We know, certainly there have been in some sort of informal ways, public health and safety and the environment have been considered in that process, but not formally. It's been a kind of, okay, we're going to just strictly follow seniority, but, kind of make sure you worry about this stuff. But we think that probably there's room for actually having a policy on that as we go forward. And then we think that it's going to be important to do what we're calling dry runs, or I think in some of our blogging we called it wet runs, since you do it actually maybe when it's not dry, to practice. And we do this for floods, we do this for fires, we do it for earthquakes. we need to do it for floods. And actually, some urban agencies do it for floods, for droughts, sorry. The state needs to do this too, and I think about some different scenarios for that. And maybe even if it stays dry, we need to do it for the, exactly sort of, Carla, as you mentioned, thinking about if this is year 4 or 5 in a 10-year drought, kind of some what ifs, just to have a sense of what the options are and how we would respond. No. There we go. Okay, number 3. This is the idea of promoting reasonable use and robust supplies. So here, a lot of the action has to happen at the local level by urban and ag users in terms of actually making the decisions on water use. But we think, this is where we were calling on the state to do things like setting standards for landscape water use, conservation-oriented pricing. I looked at the governor's executive order, thought, check, check. Of course, the courts are another matter, and I think it is, as Carla mentioned, in the Prop 218 decision on Monday is definitely at least we're reading it as, and the judge certainly said he thought tiered rates can be consistent with 218 if you're transparent and clear in your record and you can show how it relates to increasing water use. The concern I would just offer is that it is really, there's partly art in rate setting. It's not a precise science. And so if the courts feel in any way, yes, be transparent in your record and demonstrate and argue, but if the courts get the mistaken impression that you can go to multiple decimal points of accuracy on that, both on the cost side and on the demand projection side, that's not true. So I'm anticipating that some reforms on the legal side could be helpful there. Expediting implementation, this is the idea of sort of helping with the permitting process and as well as with funding, and I know this is an area that the state is working on in some ways. I would say on water transfers, we are not there yet, and some work that we did a couple years ago looking at the state of the water market, one of the things that we pointed out is that there's kind of an inherent conflict for DWR of being both the sort of the owner of the infrastructure that through Delta transfers go through, so they have to kind of approve it from that perspective, but also being the junior water right holder in the Sacramento Valley means that sometimes they are not inclined to think a transfer is valid even when most other people would look at it. And I know of one case that's a long-term transfer agreement since the early 90s that is now being blocked because folks are saying that you can't show that the water was, the land was fallowed 5 years ago. Well, of course not, because it's a long-term transfer. So, and that's just one example of many where folks are doing their job from the perspective of what they're perceiving as their job, and in that case, it's a difficulty of kind of two things that are happening there. So I feel like we could get better at making the process more transparent. What are the rules of the game? What's the water credit you get for fallowing? Let's just be willing to recognize that we can't get to multi-decimal point precision on that and get the system moving. We're going to need transfers this year, and yeah, so that will reduce costs overall for the state and for the ag sector. So the things like recycled wastewater, stormwater capture, there are issues there where the state and actually the regional boards can be really valuable in helping to make those things happen at a permitting level. Sustainable Groundwater Act, I think our message is, yes, you do want to pump during droughts. That's what the groundwater is partly there for. But the sooner we get the mechanisms in place for implementing that, the better, because at a certain point, farmers are going to want to be able to be trading groundwater within a basin in order to make do with the limited reserves that are there, and you need to have a management system in place for that. And then the last item there, exercise state authority to prevent waste and unreasonable use. We are suggesting there a couple of things, and it's not telling farmers what crops to grow, and it's not telling them what irrigation technology to use, because those are both problematic from a net water savings perspective and from a sort of economic second guessing perspective of business decisions. We do think, though, that the state should make it clear that local irrigation districts that are relatively water rich, that don't like the idea of water leaving their district through the water market, it's probably not reasonable to have that position during a drought. In the same way, if we're willing to say that it's not reasonable to water your lawn with potable water, you know, maybe we should really be thinking about not having those market barriers. You know, so yes, water rights should be acknowledged. I'm not suggesting here, or we're not suggesting taking water away from those agencies, but just if there are willing transactions, not to block them at the local level. So just this is quickly a graph on urban conservation. You'll probably hear more about this later. You know, the 25% goal, depending on how you slice it, I mean, this is just looking at residential water use, and this is for the overall averages by region and by state for the period from June through February. We look at this and say that we, on average, across agencies, got about half of what the governor was asking for. And what you'll see is that the areas locally that had bigger problems and bigger water shortages did more. The Sacramento area did more because there was some real concerns about vulnerability. The Central Coast did more, even though they're very low water users already, because they had local vulnerability. So it just sort of suggests that I think the mandate is going to actually, in some ways, make it easier for some local agencies that would like to do more and face political pressure from their constituents to do that. And if they can blame Felicia Marcus and Governor Brown, that'll make it easier to implement that. So,
A noble sacrifice.
Felicia has even said, I think, that she's willing to take a hit for that. So, you know, the focus on outdoor water use, I was glad to see that. And the reason is that, and Peter Glick, I think, has a nice expression for talking about this. You know, these are, it's not fixed in time forever that we have to think that having big lawns as ornamental landscape is like something we need in order to have quality of life. We used to think that it was fine to smoke in restaurants. We used to think it was fine to drive without seatbelts. You know, now we don't, right? And you can see in different communities in the Southwest, as some places that are ahead of us on this, as people have gotten to realize that not having lawns does not mean having nothing. It can mean actually having beautiful landscapes that just use less water, actually give you flowers of different kinds all during the year, that can reduce your labor costs outdoors in addition to your water bills. You start to see land values go up in homes that have that kind of landscaping. So, you know, and that's, you know, I'm an economist, that's the market saying this is demand for that kind of landscape can go up. So it's a learning process for us, and you know, you can do it in different ways in terms of informing people. You can just do it with prices, but I think sometimes kind of giving people a jolt, giving them some of these very expensive per acre foot of water saved rebates to get some turf conversion going. It's part of a process that we need to move to. And what this pie chart just shows you is that half of our urban water use is used outdoors. Half. So, and that's averaging across the state. In San Francisco, it's tiny. In, you know, Palm Desert, it's big, and it kind of, you know, it varies with how much outdoor landscaping there is. It varies with the climate. All of those things, we can get it down, and it still have beautiful communities. And so, you know, that's where I think the focus of the executive order probably makes some sense. Oh, too fast. This is my favorite slide. This is the idea of environmental drought management, and the idea that we need to have, yes, we have sort of some flow strategies and some management strategies that are based on sort of wet year, normal year, dry year, and the regulatory standards are different for those years and everything. But, and we have sort of some species by species ideas of what kind of
are needed. But what we need to do, we think, and is something that the Australians did, and they started in Victoria under Jane Doolan's management, was rethink that in terms of, okay, when you're really in very dry conditions, what are your priorities? Where are you going to get the best bang for your buck, watershed by watershed, so that you're going to be able to justify to everybody concerned why you're putting that environmental water where you are, and where you need money to complement that so that you can, do some sort of infrastructure in order to stretch that supply relative to having it be a natural flow kind of thing. They went through an explicit process. Initially, it was pretty qualitative, but it enabled them. So 2006, 2007 was the record dry year, where it was like, worse than the climate models had projected for 2050. As Jane says, 2007-8 would have been the record, except that the year before was just slightly worse. Well, in that 1 year period, they were able to figure out how to do strategic environmental watering in Victoria. And this map shows you just examples of what the plan was, what they did. They got buy-in from across a wide range of, this is in a case where ag was really hurting in that drought. And it's turned out to be a very robust tool, which they've refined. They've done it for other watersheds. Other states took it on at a national level. They're doing it. Now, they also had to be able to bring some environmental water to it. What we think that they did, which is really useful and where California should move, is in addition to some base regulatory flows, really think about acquiring water rights for the environment. And there's a small amount of money in the bond for that, a couple $100 million. I will just put it in comparison with what they did, about $3 billion. To do that, I think that would reduce a lot of the friction that we see. It's not like it would still be painless, but good way to use some public funds. They also authorized carryover, so environmental water managers could decide if they needed to store it instead of use it, really thinking in a drought perspective of, okay, well, what if next year, and so on. So this is something we're hoping to do some more work on, and maybe bring Jane back if we're able to, and would really look forward to working with folks on sort of how we can look for lessons from that and apply them in our context. The new bond, overwhelmingly passed by Californians with about 67% yes back in November. A lot of good stuff in there. We all know it's not going to create water immediately by tomorrow, but we think that it can really go toward a lot of the priorities outlined here, and that includes improving water monitoring networks, diversifying supplies. That's explicitly part of the bond language. Managing groundwater, also explicitly part of the bond language. We think that there's a lot of environmental dollars there, and that it can be used for planning and investing in these kind of environmental drought strategies that we're talking about. We think that basically, does the spending improve drought resilience, should be a question that gets asked for every bond dollar that goes out, because we know that we got to be ready for this stuff in the future too. And we also do think that the bond will help, but I think everybody, even those who were very actively supporting it, know that it's not the silver bullet that's going to get us through everything. We need a reliable long-term funding mechanism that outlives the bond. And we've looked elsewhere at in other work at sort of options for that. I just threw this slide in there to kind of show areas where we're failing, and where we need some, an additional annual $2 to $3 billion for our water system, which is not a lot per household on average. Constitutional constraints right now make it very hard for local agencies to raise that funding. And I think that the recent court ruling just kind of highlights that, even for the part of the system that we said was mainly passing. And I will just close with crises are opportunities for reform. I know everybody's said that a lot. This shows you some polling data from PPIC. I love this question because it's not leading at all. It's just asking the open-ended question that most of Mark's surveys start with. It is, what do you see as the top issue for the state? And it's almost always jobs, right? That even certainly in bad economic times, but even in good economic times, jobs tend to be up there, jobs in the economy. And you can just see, as this drought has unfolded, how that has changed. It's true the economy is doing okay too, but water is in a dead heat now with the economy, and that just suggests that there's a lot of public attention to this, and so possibilities for doing more. And you probably all heard about the proposal, the Star Trek proposal for, everybody's kind of coming up with creative solutions. I just wanted to end by showing you a creative solution from my neighborhood in San Francisco. One local establishment is suggesting that people should just drink more whiskey and less water. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ellen. That would be Tennessee whiskey, I assume. Ellen, Carla, thank you. Great presentations. My colleagues, I suspect, will have some questions for you. Mary?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and absolutely terrific presentations. Carla and I don't normally sit or always sit on the same side of the table, but Carla, you always impress me with your breadth of knowledge and background. You're always quite impressive. And Alan, the first time I've heard you before, and equally impressive. Really quite a wonderful panel, and thank you to the Stewardship Council team for creating it. Carla, just specifically, not a question, comment. I had a meeting in my office yesterday with some folks in Contra Costa County, Tasajara Valley, who are on well systems. Historically, they've had permits to pull water from East Bay mud to augment their water supply system. Under drought conditions, East Bay mud is determined to take back those permits and focus on their sole customer base, which is understandable under the current criteria, under their basic sphere of influence and system of operation. Unfortunately, that then creates an additional handicap on these homeowners who have depended on that water supply as part of their management structure within their homes. There are LAFCO, Local Agency Formation Commission issues with out-of-service operations. There are lifestyle issues with livestock versus horses or stables or lessons or competition environments. And so there's a whole complexity that I know you're probably very critically aware of, probably more than I. But in the complexity of water supply and how we manage it under drought circumstances, as Ellen has very clearly identified, there's a squeeze happening that there are not easy solutions to on these or for these maybe fringe communities. And I know that Tulare County has their community issues in a broader sense. These might be smaller and not so collective. And I don't know what the solution is. We're struggling with it in Contra Costa County. We have good people at the table to help manage it with these residents and homeowners. But there's a component, and I think, Ellen, you touched on it a little bit, about how we might need to think outside of the box. It may be a regional water supplier like East Bay Mud could be encouraged to provide a backup supply for folks who may not have access under their well water situation, and they may not have a pipeline to it, but they may need to have access through a hydrant with a proper permit and obviously rate structure. So again, just something to think about, and again, in an already complex field that you're working in, it's going to be, I think, more and more emerging issue for maybe our county, maybe other counties in the state, and one that we're working on trying to tackle.
Good. I would just say, sort of channeling our Office of Emergency Services, that is the primary conduit at the county level to the state of California to make sure that we're bringing the appropriate resources to bear on communities that are having those kinds of problems. So I would imagine that Contra Costa County is in touch with OES, and the Governor's Office of Planning and Research is very focused on solving those kinds of problems.
And they're at the table, and they were in this meeting too, but there's a missing link for a fix. So maybe it's just too low a priority, and I don't mean that negatively. It's just it's emerging. I think it's an emerging issue that we might be hearing more about, that the current structure doesn't address, that maybe we need to consider looking at going forward from the state's perspective, and I'll certainly bring it forward from the county perspective.
You bet.
Again, thank you both.
Thanks.
Others? Judge?
I'm not, I was expecting to hear a little something, but maybe that was my lack of understanding of the out-of-the-box thinking. But if you think out of the box a little bit, particularly in light of the millennial drought in Australia, and the fact that Carlsbad is coming online, is there any thought given to, or is it just too remote and too marginal to consider desalination?
So That's a really
I mean, in
it's
fact,
a
the
good
fact it
question.
wasn't mentioned, I just wondered
no,
why.
it's a good question, and so that's a tough one in terms of looking at the Australia experience. In that, so they built all the major cities. Their major cities are along the coast,
Right.
and
Like California's.
they all of them built desal during the drought. So Brisbane, Sydney, Melbourne, Perth. The only ones in operation right now after the drought are the ones in Perth, which actually the drought is. I mean, Perth climate conditions have just shifted, and it's just drier there now. The others are not in operation, and that's because the operating costs alone are higher than the cost of alternative water sources when you're in non-drought conditions. And so it's been actually politically tough for them. And I think, a lot of debate about did we do this too fast? Could we have done this in a lower cost way? And what I'll say is that, in respect to that, Australia's water market is almost entirely within ag and ag environment. The cities operate very little on the water market. Our cities actually do more purchasing than they do. And I have economist friends there who say, it was just a crazy expense relative to some more flexible management of the available water supplies. So yes, we're building, the folks in San Diego, the 91 drought experience is why they are building that Carlsbad plant, because they're at the end of the line and they just were very scared about reliability, and the residents there are willing to pay for that. It's going to be 7% of county supply. So it's high cost, but their water is high cost in general because they're at the end of the line, and they're going to blend that in, and they feel good about it, at least so far. I don't know, when all the bills come due, maybe people are cranky there too. But Santa Barbara is looking at demothballing their facility, which is probably going to require a lot of work, is my guess, because it was a long time ago. Monterey, which is also Monterey is not plugged into the statewide network, so their supplies are local. They're building one, and so we're going to see some of it, but it's not the solution that we want to go to right away. And I've heard Jeff Keitlinger talk about this in the Met service area, saying a strategy that they're thinking about is kind of get ready to do stuff like that rather than throwing all the money into it. So the getting ready would be things like making sure that you've got the land available, making sure that you kind of have done the preliminary permitting work and so on. So a bit of upfront resiliency investment without the billions that are going to mean ongoing cost. And then you go to that. If in 4 years, maybe if it stays dry like this, maybe it makes sense to think about that.
Well, would it be worthwhile thinking about it now if it goes on for 4 years?
No, but I think they are. But in that context, learning lessons from Australia too. In not, you don't want to overspend dollars on adaptation to a drought either.
Right, I understand. I thank you.
Others? Okay.
One last question. Phil. Ms. Namath, just a suggestion. I know that it's terrific you guys are meeting once a week. It must be punishment for all of your sins, should you have any, to do that. That can't continue. I mean, the drought intensity meeting, and your eyes getting bigger. Well, do you have any time, or does anybody else in the business, to pause and get out of the range of all the distractions that go on, and think about a system that takes some of the advantages of crisis management? Top-level decision makers from key agencies, one place, one time, once a week. Politics and a governor's interest dictate that petty problems have to be resolved within that framework. To somehow take that advantage and convert it into something that will stand the test of day when the problems of the drought start to shrink. Because it seems to me we're getting a lot of really bright people, all of whom are overworked, doing the drought stuff on top of other things, and we need to figure out what changes might be started now that keep the advantages without pulling on the same 7 people for all the things that happen. I'll bet half of your emails that have come in since you've been giving this testimony are not related to the drought, but related to other crises in your life. It just seems to me that's really important. And it's nothing that gets done very well in a post-drought evaluation a year later. It's kind of like taking the governor's executive order and saying, what elements of it can we convert into permanent management and operation decisions now, as opposed to lamenting the fact we didn't do it 3 years from now?
The way you just phrased it, I like very much as a question that we could be asking ourselves. I think we all agree that, you know, the pace at the moment is pretty intense and probably not something that we can keep up, you know, in our existing configuration, and that, you know, some interactions, you know, need to be institutionalized and probably need to eventually become more of a kind of a permanent infrastructure on drought management, particularly as we start to think about, you know, what are some of the, you know, system-wide changes that this as a prolonged drought might provoke, and those would certainly have, you know, management systems that would, I would think, go into place to make those things happen. You know, even just, you know, off the top of my head, and even just in the last 18 months, I think we're starting to have, you know, a different set of interactions across agencies, state and federal agencies, that we really hadn't seen before, you know, particularly the operators of the projects and state board staff. And I just can't emphasize enough, I think, just how much people are learning about what the system can and can't do. Because if you've never tried to run it in this kind of year, you've never tried to run it in this kind of year. And I would expect that those kinds of, you know, management structures will, you know, outlive the existing crisis and need to outlive the existing crisis, and ultimately will involve some kind of longer term drought component. But there's a lot of ideas that Ellen raised that are very interesting, and I think would also generate that kind of consideration. But thank you for your concern. I appreciate it. You know, just a note on Judge Damrell's comments about desal. The Cal EPA and the State Board have been discussing a desal policy for California, and they are looking at that with renewed interest, considering the drought, and that's certainly something that's very much on our radar. It's not, you know, Alan pointed out some of the drawbacks of it, particularly with the Australian experience. You know, there's also just, you know, appropriate locations and inappropriate locations, and we're learning more and more about that from an environmental perspective. And it is a question that, you know, arises, I think, always when we have drought periods, and it's certainly going to be part of a solution. And I think it is supported in the Prop 1 dollars. The question is, how does it fit, you know, in what kind of a emergency response, if you will, over, you know, the course of the next several years, and, you know, what are some of the trade-offs there, and what's the general risk management strategy?
Patrick?
Yeah, a question on as you look at it administratively, desalinization, does that involve Energy Commission and the PUC too? And the reason I ask is that the rapid expansion of solar into the grid without adequate storage is going to increasingly mean that we will have electricity that we need a use for. Can that be paired with desalinization opportunities, since the cost of electricity is one of the principal reasons why it's uneconomic now?
You know, it's a good point of investigation, and, you know, I don't know right now, Councilmember Johnson, but I think it's a good line of inquiry that we should be thinking about. We have, I think in this last executive order, have now drawn in the CEC, I think, a little bit more intensively into the drought, and, you know, Building Standards Commission, all these things, you know, just, I would say, in the last 2 months, you know, we've really kind of added other dimensions that are appropriate, and that seems to fall into that category where we're really kind of strengthening some of the energy-water nexus ideas in response to the drought. But that's a good point. Thank you.
Mary?
Just a quick question of staff. Can we make sure that Ellen's slide presentation is up on the DSC website? If it wasn't going to be already, make sure it is. Again, tremendous and valuable information, Ellen. Thank you.
Mayor Brown?
Thank you. I just have one question in regards to the public awareness and the spike. That was really substantial to me. So are you all able to really track or to be able to determine what increased the spike in public awareness other than the governor's policies?
Well, it's not really my realm, but we have tremendous metrics going into the Save Our Water campaign, and if that's something that you all are interested in, it's pretty fascinating all the ways they slice and dice and think about that. And that campaign in and of itself has gotten just another boost, and there's more work to do. So if you're interested in that, I'd be glad to come with a more detailed presentation on that.
I definitely am. In the Delta, we were considering just the communication strategy moving forward to increase public awareness of the Delta. And we're thinking about social media and identifying ambassadors and just different strategies. So I'm just wondering what's most effective so that we can get the word out.
Great.
Thank you.
Carla, Ellen, on behalf of the council, I want to thank you both. Carla, I recognize we're in sobering times, and it's reassuring to know there is so much activity going on, much behind the scenes that is with great people, and under your leadership, we're encouraged. The Stewardship Council exists to help, and a lot of our focus is on longer term action. So as we can engage and assist, we are at the ready. And Ellen, the PPIC is famous for highlighting key issues and providing vision for policymakers and things to consider. And once again, you've brought us a great thought-provoking report. So to both of you, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Anthony, you're off to a great start. I'm gonna declare a break for lunch, and we should reconvene at 1:10. 1:10, we will be returning. Thank you. Welcome you back. We are going to continue with file item number 10, featuring the second panel. And Anthony, would you please introduce the panelists?
Welcome back from lunch. Thank everybody for sticking around. We will continue with the agenda item on the water year with the last two panels. The second panel is composed of subject matter experts on the status of the water system and the state of the environment and fisheries, as well as the state actions to address drought impacts. There's one slight correction to the staff report. We will not have a presentation from a member from USBR, but luckily we were able to have Ted Summers from DWR step in for them to talk and present on fisheries and the ecosystem. To my far left is Janine Jones. She's the Interstate Resources Manager and Deputy Drought Manager with DWR. Her presentation will provide background information on the existing water system conditions and forecasts for the water year, as well as discuss DWR's pending actions to address the drought, such as the temporary urgency change petition and emergency drought barriers in the Delta. Again, Ted Summer is with the Interagency Ecological Program member and lead scientist with DWR. His presentation will provide background information on the existing ecosystem and fisheries conditions, as well as lessons learned from last year, which assisted in developing this year's proposed water operations. And finally, we have Michael George, the new Delta Water Master with the State Water Resources Control Board. His presentation will inform the Council on the Water Board's regulation actions such as the State Water Project and CVP's TUCP, water right investigations, curtailments, and emergency urban water conservation regulations to address the effects of the drought. And with that, I'll hand it over to Janine.
There we go. Okay, it's on. So if we could cue the PowerPoint, and I will get started. Okay, Mr. Chairman, members, good afternoon. Carla actually covered in some detail a lot of what I was going to talk about, so I will jump around as necessary. But just to give you a little orientation about how bad the drought is, the picture here on the opening slide is Lake McClure, and the thing that looks like a pool toy out in the reservoir is the intake for a small water system that serves about 3,000 people, which is projected to be on the bottom of the reservoir by about August. So it's an area, one of the areas where we're doing an emergency response action in conjunction with the State Water Resources Control Board that includes trying to find a well that will yield water and looking at other emergency response capabilities, which has been a hallmark of the current drought conditions. So just as a reminder, our previous 3 years were record dry in California, as indicated by this plot of percent of average precipitation statewide. And in fact, the last 3 water years were the driest consecutive 3-year period in our recorded hydrology. This year also dry, although not as dry, fortunately, but once again severely dry in parts of the San Joaquin Valley and Southern California. When we look at the indices that we use for evaluating precipitation at areas that are important for our large water supply projects, one of them that we use is precipitation in the Sacramento Valley. This is an index showing that, and we can see that the blue shaded area is average, and while we're certainly not average, at least we're better than we were last year, is one way to put it. But when we turn to the San Joaquin Valley, precipitation, same idea, similar index, we see that we're in the half of average range, not as good, reflecting the drier conditions in the San Joaquin Valley. Looking at snowpack, well, snowpack has been a non-starter this year. The blue shaded area again is average, and we're down in the cellar. In fact, we set a record for records that have been kept since 1950 for record low April 1st snowpack. And currently we're at about 3% of average. And you may have noticed that we canceled the May 1st snow survey because there would really be nothing there to survey, and our surveyors would just be taking a nice hike in the Sierras. Now, one of the leading causes for why we are having these conditions with snowpack, and something that exacerbates the drought, is record heat. If we looked at last calendar year, for example, the western U.S., including California, set a record for all-time high average temperatures. And unfortunately, that trend is continuing so far this spring. So far, at this point, we're the second warmest rather, following last year. And obviously, these conditions are not good for snow. Many of you probably know that atmospheric river storms play a major part in California's precipitation. We had a couple of major storm events, and only 2 of them, really, this year, early part of December and then the early part of February. They were both very warm storms, snow levels around 8,000 feet, so obviously we didn't get the lower elevation snowpack that we normally would, and what did land up there melted rather rapidly. The snowpack, of course, is very important for being the runoff that fills our reservoirs, which are generally not where we would like them to be in terms of reservoir storage. And if we look at some of our major reservoirs, such as Lake Oroville, or Shasta in this case, important to remember that when we have an atmospheric river storm, those storms have fairly narrow storm tracks. So like the real estate agents say, it is location, location, location. Shasta happened to be in a good location. So they did somewhat better than others, such as Lake Oroville, not doing so well. Another reservoir that's important for managing the delta is Folsom. The characteristics of the Folsom River watershed are such that it tends to The reservoir tends to fill quickly, empty quickly, but we have a good shot on refill there. But for some of the San Joaquin Valley reservoirs, like Lake McClure, which I showed, which is down in the 5% of capacity range right now, that reservoir just was not in a good location, and the storm track simply didn't hit it. So that's part of the problem in the San Joaquin Valley. And of course, when we have low snowpack, that's not good for reservoir inflows because we rely on the snowpack to act as that frozen reservoir up in the mountains that then contributes the runoff that fill our reservoirs. And probably the best word I could use to describe the forecasts of runoff for this season is dismal. In essence, you know, we're essentially at the end of the rainy season for all practical purposes. What we have for this year is what we have in the bank now. There will not be further checks forthcoming until we get to next water year, so we're left with managing what we have. And just to put into perspective how dire these conditions have been in comparison to some of our prior droughts, last year we saw record zero allocations to some of the Central Valley Project contractors, for example, who had never seen a zero allocation before. Granted low allocations, but not zero allocation. And this year for those folks who were in that same neighborhood, again, zero allocation to some of the CVP's agricultural contractors in the Central Valley. State Water Project allocation doing a little bit better than last year at a whopping 20%. The one area of the state that is actually the bright picture is the Colorado River, where California will be getting its full interstate apportionment thanks to all of the upstream reservoir storage capacity on the Colorado River system. And although they are generally not as dependent on storage as the larger systems because they're groundwater systems largely, small water systems in rural areas are a big problem. They're a continuing challenge during droughts. They were a significant challenge last year and one that we expect will increase this year. So the governor has taken many drought response actions, the governor and the legislature, I should say, and this is just the one-page Cliff Notes summary. I'm going to go through some slides next that I don't expect you to read, and I'm not going to read them to you, but I just want to give you an idea of the workload involved in these response actions. As Mr. Eisenberg mentioned in his comment before lunch, we've been really busy. January emergency proclamation, 20 to-do items. Okay, that was page 2 of that. We had the March emergency drought relief funding that provided money for IRWM grants, for example, for local agencies. We had yet another emergency proclamation last April. Again, once again with 20 to-do items. Somebody really liked the number 20 over there. Page 2 of that one. September of last fall, we had another executive order. This one focused particularly on the critical health and safety issues of the small water systems that were running out of water and emergency financial assistance for them. Then in March of this year, we had more emergency drought relief legislation, funding legislation, fueled in part by the voters' approval of the new water bond at the end of last year. And then we had our latest executive order, which it seems like it was an eternity ago already, but it was actually still this month. So this was our latest executive order that, among other things, this time directed us at DWR to install the temporary urgency barriers in the Delta, which Anthony asked me to mention specifically. And there's actually several pages of this order, and as we know, that was also the one that contained the governor's call for the 25% conservation and directed the state board to take actions in that regard. And then last page of April 2015. So what are we doing in 2015? Well, as Carla alluded to this morning, operating the state and federal water projects under these challenging hydrologic conditions is very, very challenging. And to give you an idea of what we mean by challenges, if we think back to last winter, we had a very long period in which it didn't rain, period, during what would normally be the state's wettest time of year. In fact, many communities set records for length of time without rain, including in our normally wetter parts of Northern California. And so during that period, there was a time in which, if you looked at all the flow in the Central Valley system, only 5% of it was natural flow. Everything else was reservoir releases. That is really an unprecedented condition in terms of managing our project facilities. You know, if you think about it, how do we where does the water come from that we use to manage the system during the wet period? Well, some of it comes from natural flow that is not being affected by reservoir operations because it may be on unmanaged tributaries, or it simply may be larger than the amounts of water that are being diverted to storage. And then we have reservoir releases. Those are the two tools that we have to manage with, whether it's managing inflows to the delta or managing flows at a more local scale on a particular river system. So with the record low snowpack this year, we are once again in the condition of where we have extremely low natural flows, and we also have depleted reservoir storage, so that really reduces our capabilities to manage the system. Emergency assistance for small water systems and private well owners has been another big issue. And the comments earlier this morning about lessons learned or challenges or things we should move forward from following this drought, that is certainly one of the things that stands out. The Tasahara example that was mentioned this morning, for example, really illustrates the need of how do we deal with some of these rural communities that have less than reliable supplies and have a high drought vulnerability, and how do we bring them along into the world in which we manage water in the bigger systems? How do we bring them into our integrated regional water management programs, for example, because that's where there's a lot of state financial assistance available for these systems. And I will let Michael speak about State Water Resources Control Board regulatory actions, but just want to highlight that they too have been very, very busy in things like their urban water conservation regulations, curtailments, and all of those things. And you know, it's interesting to reflect that not only have we been busy on drought, but in a period of little over 6 months, we have had historic groundwater legislation enacted last fall. We've had the new water bond, and we have drought. There's a considerable nexus among the activities associated with all of these, and a lot of interconnections. And courtesy of the 2009 legislation that created the California statewide groundwater elevation monitoring requirements, or CASGEM, this drought, we're fortunate to have groundwater data to work with to understand at a big picture what's going on statewide, where are those areas that are really hurting, at least in the big basins. And we are now moving forward with implementation of SGMA, or the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. And certainly in the long term, SGMA will be a very important tool in being able to use groundwater sustainably in future droughts. One thing I wanted to highlight a little bit for you, because it's kind of a fun topic, and I know that the Council is focused on science, is some of the impact monitoring that we're doing, because this is something that Carla didn't cover. What we are trying to use the latest and greatest technology, so to speak, and work with our partners at NASA, for example. One of those projects is using NASA data to develop estimates of fallowed agricultural land in the Central Valley during the growing season. Certainly USDA does estimates of fallowed acreage after the growing season is over, basically the year after. But why would we want to know during the growing season? Well, if you look at areas like the San Joaquin Valley, where there have been those huge impacts on rural communities, local food banks running out of food, huge needs for job assistance, social services assistance, this allows our state social service agencies an idea of where to direct priorities with respect to, for example, the emergency financial assistance that they've received. And we're also working with NASA to use satellite infrared synthetic aperture radar technology to monitor land subsidence in the Central Valley, using it as a hotspot screening tool, because we know that when it's dry, people whose surface supplies are cut off will pump more groundwater if it's available to them, and that can increase land subsidence, which causes impacts to water supply and flood control infrastructure, as well as other infrastructure, not to mention long-term effects on groundwater management capability. We saw some preliminary results from last year suggesting some areas experienced as much as half a foot in half a year, in essence, so 6 inches during a growing season, and obviously we hope that does not continue going forward. And then, of course, we're continuing to administer the financial assistance programs that Carly referenced this morning. And she also mentioned this one, so I won't spend a lot of time talking about it, but in response to the extreme dry conditions last year, the state and federal project agencies, together with the state and federal fishery agencies and with the State Water Resources Control Board, got together to develop a drought contingency plan of project operations for that year, seeking under this extreme hydrology to figure out what are the best ways to balance the competing demands between health and safety needs, water project deliveries, and fishery requirements, whether it's temperature or flows. And building on the experience learned from last year's plan, which was issued in April, as Carla mentioned, there was a lot of feedback from that, gee, we really need this sooner rather than later. So those discussions started early this year, and this year's plan was released in January. As I said, a lot of effort on the small water systems and private wells issue. There are just so many communities where you hear about people who have not had water for a year. You know, it's difficult to imagine living in your house without water for a year. And Office of Emergency Services has been very active in bulk water, bottled water, shower trailers, all of these kinds of things, as well as the State Board. And we have been participating in emergency assistance grants to some of these small rural communities. Some of them are in areas where fractured rock groundwater is the issue, lack of reliability of the supply. Others are in areas where they simply have they may be in an alluvial groundwater basin, but their wells are too shallow because they were constructed 50 years ago, and at the time a 100-foot well may have been sufficient. So this has been a huge area of activity for us at the state level. And also the temporary emergency barriers, something that was last used in the 76-77 drought. And it's interesting to reflect so many of the things that we're talking about in this drought. The State Board's water rights curtailments in the big systems, the emergency barriers are actually things that were last done in 76-77 when the department not only installed a number of barriers throughout the Delta, but also some temporary emergency pipelines in various locations to move water around to locations of need. Now, many of you may remember that one of the iconic symbols of the 77 drought was the emergency pipeline to Marin County over the San Rafael Bridge. Well, that water actually made it to the pipeline through a complicated series of exchanges that involved some temporary pipeline and emergency swaps across the Delta to get it to there, to get it to Marin County. So there was a lot of creative engineering that had to be employed to make that possible. So in last year, in response to the extremely dry hydrologic conditions, the January 2014 emergency proclamation directed us to look at the need to install emergency barriers in the Delta, and the department began the planning and looking at the permitting needs for that. We were lucky last year that we had some late season rains that ameliorated conditions enough such that we didn't have to do the emergency barriers. We continued with the planning for them, and at one point we were looking at 3 barriers. That has, based on the hydrologic conditions and other considerations, emerged as being 1 barrier, which would be located on West Falls River. The construction contract was awarded yesterday. Install expected in the first week of May. Expect removal by the middle of November. And the department is working very closely with Fish and Wildlife Service and the permitting agencies to have all of the permits completed in time to be able to do the install in May. Reason for doing the barrier is simply that in a normal year, you would have water in the system to work with to control salinity. Well, since our natural flows are so low and our water deliveries are so low, we have limited ability to reduce pumping or use pumping to control salinity in the Delta. And since we don't know if next year will be wet or dry, no one wants to use reservoir storage if other options are available, because we have to think about emergency health and safety carryovers if next year is dry. And so this brings me to the last point I wanted to touch on. And some of you may have noticed a flurry of news articles in the last day or two about the blob. which is not a science fiction movie, but if it were a science fiction movie, the title of the movie would probably be something like Equatorial Kid, aka El Nino, returns and saves us from the drought. This is very much going around, starting to go around in the blogosphere right now, because NOAA issued its initial projection that we would have perhaps a strong El Nino next year. And of course, if you remember what happened last year, there was a similar forecast of, well, oh, El Nino is coming, it will save us from the drought. Not, because unless it is a strong El Nino, there's really not a lot of correlation for Northern California. And there was a lot of scrambling last year to undertake the messaging to make that clear to people. And lo and behold, we have a very weak El Nino. It's dry. And we really like to try and get ahead of this kind of messaging, because it really sends a wrong message when we're encouraging people to do conservation programs and really focus on that. Because in our world, we have to plan for the worst, hope for the best. It would be wonderful if we did have a wet year next year, but spring forecasts of El Nino are notoriously not very reliable, and it would really take a strong El Nino to give us that hopes of having a better year next year. So I think that's all I had to say. Happy to answer questions if you want to take them now or later.
Let's proceed through the panelists and then take questions at the end. So Ted, looks like you're next up.
Yep. Got to get my slides up.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Sure. So I was asked to talk about the status of some of the fishes in the Delta, to talk a bit about some of the actions that were taken last year to protect the fish, and some ideas for the coming year. I'm going to be relying a lot on work that a group of us have been doing for the Interagency Ecological Program. It's a big multi-agency effort working to synthesize the information that we're getting from the drought. There's also been a lot of collaboration with California Department of Fish and Wildlife, who are leading the Drought Operation Plan collaboration. So as much as possible, I'll be representing the thoughts of the group, but I do want to emphasize some of the stuff I'll talk about at the end are more some of my own thoughts, or a smaller group of us, but I think some of this would be a general source of disagreement, rather. So starting first with one of our more iconic and endangered species, winter-run Chinook salmon. We had really low numbers in 2014, around 3,000 fish or so. Not great, but honestly, that's not as bad as some of you may remember. Back in the 90s, we had population levels as low as just a couple hundred fish. The fact that during a drought we have numbers like this is kind of a testament to some of the improvements that have been made in the system for temperature control, habitat, and so forth. So, from the adult standpoint, not terrible. Juveniles really faced a hard road this past year. I think folks are aware we had major temperature problems in the Sacramento River trying to maintain the cold water pool. And the result of that was we had extremely low numbers of juveniles being produced in 2015. Our estimates were that only about 400,000 juveniles passed Red Bluff Diversion Dam. This is half of the lowest number that we've seen at that location based on some of the recent surveys. And it's typical to get on the order of 1 million to 4 million based on some of the recent years. So this was pretty disappointing. And then a number of those fish are going to die before they get to the Delta. So the estimate right now is maybe 100,000 of these young fish made it to the Delta. On the positive side, we had pretty good success with fish protections, and I'll talk a little bit about that, but we had really low cumulative salvage of these fish at the pumps. This is in part due to the fact that there's few fish out there. There's been low exports, but there were also some protective measures there. I'm not going to go into detail about spring-run Chinook salmon, but the story really was pretty similar. mixed adult population numbers, much reduced juvenile levels, and very, very low salvage downstream. So another one of my favorite fish species, Delta smelt. This is our native resident species. These are long-term trends for several different life stages. We have a small army of people that go out there every season and do these sort of surveys. Looking at the bottom, I think folks may be aware that this last fall we saw our record low in the fall midwater trawl index, and we're just starting to get some of the survey data from the winter and the spring for the spawning adults and the larval production. Really disappointing results. The adult numbers, I think it hit the newspaper a couple of weeks ago. Spring Kodiak trawl that catches the adult stock kind of the winter caught one fish in the last survey, and that's a survey that's designed specifically to catch Delta smelt. There are larval surveys going on, and the good news I heard yesterday, they were catching some larval fish in the deep water ship channel, so at least there's some spawning going on somewhere, but overall we're looking at record low numbers for adults and for larvae, we believe, if this continues. The other thing I want to mention is that like winter run Chinook salmon, there's some good news. The fish protective measures that we had in place meant that we had very low salvage of fish down at the pumps. I think the total of adults for the calculated expanded salvage was around 68 fish. That's a nice low number, and we haven't seen any fish in the vicinity of the pump since something like March 16th or so. So probably not going to see much in the way of salvage for the rest of the year. But again, the pumping is quite low. So the other bit of bad news, and I'm sorry this is a recurring trend, is that some of the fish that we don't like seem to be doing really, really well. So here's an example from Mississippi silverside. They're an introduced species, and one of the concerns is that in spring we think they compete with Delta smelt for food, and they also may eat Delta smelt larvae and eggs. As you can see from the plot here, we saw record numbers of these guys in 2014, so that's not a positive change. We also saw some really unexpected patterns coming out of the drought. So black bass are one of the popular fisheries in the Delta, but they're a concern because they're a predator of several of our native species. One of the long-term predictions was that if we just let the Delta get a bit salty, it would knock back the black bass. They're a freshwater species, so salt is good, right? Unfortunately, we did a special survey last year, and we saw record numbers of black bass again. This was not something, again, that we expected based on salinity. I'll talk a little bit more about it later on, but we think it's mostly due to the proliferation of aquatic weeds in the system. There's just a ton of habitat out there for them. So what did we do to protect fishes out during the drought? Well, on the sampling side, we really mobilized an army out there of folks who worked quite hard to provide an early warning system for when fish were in harm's way, when they were in different regions of the Delta. So that included some spring Kodiak trawling in December, which is earlier than normal. We also did some very, very high frequency trawling in the lower San Joaquin River at Jersey and Prisoner Points. This is kind of along the lower San Joaquin River, which is what we think of as the entrainment corridor. So these high frequency data gave us information about when the fish might be at risk. The other big change for this year is we added some intensive turbidity sampling. These fish like high turbidities. Typically during first flush, when there's some rains, the water gets turbid and the fish start to move. So one of the hypotheses was, what if we look at turbidity as an indicator of where the fish may be at a given time? So our group started doing boat tows, going up and down the main entrainment corridor in the San Joaquin River leading to the pumps, and you see an example map of it. The red indicates that the bridge is open and fish can make it all the way to the pumps. That was an example from a windstorm that really churned things up. But I'll explain how we use this from an operations standpoint in a second. But this gave us, again, some high resolution data that we think improved our management. So as I said, we use those turbidity data quite extensively. Our operators used both the high spatial resolution data and some continuous probes out there to manage specifically for turbidity and try and make sure that that turbidity bridge didn't open up and make things turbid all the way down to the pumps. So that is a key reason why we think we managed to keep entrainment levels low, but there were some export reductions in winter during the first flush period to try and limit migration. But overall, some fairly substantial changes and kind of a big improvement in our strategy. On the salmon side, like Delta smelt, we relied a lot on this really high frequency sampling in the lower San Joaquin River. There was also some additional trawling to give us even earlier warning by adding trawls up around Sacramento and seining. The other thing you may or may not know about these salmon is we can't just look at them and tell which races they are. There's 4 different runs of salmon. We actually have to use genetics to figure out who is who. And so this year we started a program where we collected fish and tried to do a really quick turnaround to give us a positive ID on who is who to figure out which ones were the really sensitive ones. And lastly, there were some pretty substantial releases of acoustically tagged salmon that were released in the Delta. So there was a series of receivers in the system that gave us real-time information about when the fish were in harm's way.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask
Yeah,
a
yeah.
quick question? I'm
Sure.
sorry, I'm ignorant. I don't know what seining is. I know what
Seining,
trawling
it's
is,
just
but I'm
pulling a
not
net.
familiar
It's-
with seining.
Right, so trawling is pulling a net from a boat.
Right.
Seining is just pulling a net from the shore.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's shore trawling,
Shore
shoreside trawling.
Shore trawling, which we think is a pretty good way to detect winter run. A lot of the winter run, the natural winter run, are often caught inshore.
Oop, okay, great, thank you.
Sure, no problem. So we also did a fair bit in the way of protection measures for salmon in 2015. There was some early shorter-term closures in October because the fish were moving into the system earlier than we expected. I think folks probably heard as well that there was a real shift in the hatchery practices. A whole lot more of the fish were reared in the hatchery as opposed to in the river because there was so much concern about the high temperatures. There was also an overall strategy for salmon in the valley to take the hatchery fish and truck them downstream because conditions are so poor in the Delta. And then when fish were present in the Delta, we did some export reductions at critical times to try and avoid major effects. So what do we need to do for the coming year? And this is where this is more kind of personal arm waving. A lot of the major operational stuff is already contained in our temporary urgency petition. The biological opinions will stay in place. There's a lot of long-term work that's been going on fish habitat in the tributaries. I'm sure Department of Fish and Wildlife will be doing some pretty courageous actions again with regard to the hatcheries. But I want to share some of the things that I think we learned from last year that we might be able to do a bit better this coming year for management. So one of the first things is the turbidity measurements really proved to be a powerful tool. We did this as kind of an ad hoc sampling And this seems like something that would be useful kind of on an ongoing basis, getting these regular maps of turbidity to help with the management of entrainment. The other thing is that the status of delta smelt continues to decline. They're becoming rarer and rarer and harder to detect. And actually, we have to do some heroic things even to detect them. So I mentioned the high frequency trawling in the lower San Joaquin River. Unfortunately, that kills fish. And as smelt continue to decline, we may have to start looking towards a more sensitive or non-lethal ways to provide that earning warning data. So one of the examples is the smelt cam that some of you may have heard about. This is a tool developed by U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, DWR, U.S. Geological Survey. It's basically a towed net, but instead of a bucket at the end, it has a towed video imaging system. So it's a non-lethal way that we can look at smelt and their habitat. And so we're proceeding with a contract to implement this in the coming year. The other thing, and this is somewhat extreme and experimental, is when fish get really, really rare, sometimes you can still detect their DNA. And so what we may be doing in the coming year is just taking water samples in different areas and doing DNA analyses, because smelt shed DNA and it's actually detectable at a very low level. The other thing is increased genetic testing of salmon. This was a useful thing last year, but it was somewhat ad hoc. It didn't have a particularly broad geographic area. So we would like to do this broad geographic area, fast turnaround. So those are some sampling type things from, oh, sorry, I wanted to mention one last sampling thing. I mentioned we did acoustic tagging of fish and followed them with receivers. The fish moved a whole lot faster than we expected, and so the people putting receivers out there were basically chasing the fish, trying to get receivers out there. So we need to have our receiver array out there in place in time for the fish to move through. So in terms of management actions, again, there's a lot of different things on the tributaries, biological opinion actions that are going to be helpful, but I want to mention one of the things people don't typically think of for smelt and salmon management: aquatic vegetation control. It's completely out of hand in the Delta. This stuff creates predator habitat. It acts like a biological filter that cleans out that turbidity. We need turbidity for Delta smelt out there for their habitat, and this stuff just settles it out. It also creates hellish problems for our fish facilities. You know, we're not pumping a ton of water these days, but even at the low pumping levels, it's a huge headache and it causes a lot of fish mortality. And believe it or not, there's even some evidence, at least in other areas, that this aquatic vegetation actually is toxic to plankton out there. So it just kills the base of the food web. So I know there's a move to do some veg control, but from a fishery standpoint, we consider this really, really high priority stuff. And lastly, more intensive turbidity management in the Delta. We think we can get good high quality measurements. It's a tool that we found that we can use. When we can't necessarily detect the fish, we can at least manage for the turbidity field and hopefully provide the sort of protections that people want to see. And lastly, this is something we may or may not get to try in 2015. But in some of the recent years, we saw in the North Delta in fall, when there were agricultural releases. Every fall, a lot of rice fields discharged their water. We saw plankton blooms downstream. And this was unusual because it was something we hadn't seen in 20 years. And we've been doing some studies since then on some small ag pulses that are released from Colusa Drain, and they travel through Yolo Bypass. We have the infrastructure in place if water is available to maybe run more water down this corridor and maybe help support the Delta food web. So we're doing some research. If it's, you know, absolutely extremely dry, there may not even be ag runoff to deal with it. But we're trying to be creative in using the water sources that are available, even ag drain water. So with that, those are the main sorts of things I wanted to cover, and at some point, I guess you should feel free to answer questions.
Good report, Ted. Thanks.
Okay.
We'll get to you with questions in a moment. Michael? Welcome.
Thank you very much. Nice to be here, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. I'm Michael George. I'm the Delta Water Master, but my discussion today is more broadly about what the State Water Resources Control Board is doing in terms of drought response, drought management. But you've invited me back next month to give a more focused report on the activities of the Delta Water Master. So I'll just whet your appetite for that. In terms of what the State Board is doing, as you've heard from other panel members, there is a lot of real-time response that's required. Things are changing rapidly, and everyone is trying to adapt. And given the processes that we have in state and federal government agencies that have responsibility, real-time response is a difficult thing to do. However, we are trying to incorporate a lot of the experiences that we developed in 2014 and trying to apply those lessons more broadly. So we're working very closely with other agencies and as well reaching out, I think, more to the water communities to get input. And that input is allowing the board, helping the board, I should say, to balance needs for timely decisions on water rights issues and other related issues, as well as for honoring appropriate process, even though the governor's proclamations have given us a good deal of leeway on process. We're also trying to make sure that insofar as those processes are necessary to preserve long-term values that are at risk during the drought, we're trying to focus on that. So there are 5 major areas of responsibility not responsibility, but response to the drought. So I'm going to list them quickly and then talk a little bit about each of them. So first area of drought response activity is data collection and refinement. Second is a whole process of outreach and communication to various entities and with various entities. Third is a series of conservation incentives, now regulations. Fourth, water rights administration issues that are much more acute during the drought. And finally, the emergency regulatory response that come to the board. So I'll go through each of these in a little bit of detail. In terms of data collection and refinement, here again the drive is toward real-time information. As much information that is fresh and accurate will obviously inform everyone's decisions more intelligently. That's a big challenge, but having reviewed a lot of the data gaps and the problems that we had with respect to managing with either late or low quality data, we've focused a good deal of attention on trying to figure out how to fill in those gaps, reduce the time period, and take advantage of some technology. So you're probably all aware that with respect to the entire Delta watershed, the Division of Water Rights, the State Board, sent out an information order requiring nearly all diverters in that entire watershed, 60% of the land in the state, to report fairly detailed information about the nature of their diversions, the monthly uses or diversions of water during 2014, and to predict those diversions for 2015. So the information order required responses by March 6th. On the Monday, that was a Friday, the following Monday, we'd sifted enough of the data to know that we had an over 92% compliance rate, which was very positive from our perspective, and it certainly demonstrated the willingness and ability of the water community to respond to get the information needed to help them manage in the drought. And since then, I think with a few stragglers and information that was a little more difficult to get. I think we're up to about 97% response rate at this point. So that's the good news. The rest of the good news is that we got an avalanche of data, and the bad news is we are now trying to manage that data, trying to organize it, trying to use it, because as was discussed in this morning's panel, when you ask for data, you better be prepared to use it, because the people who are going to the trouble and expense of providing it have an expectation that it will be used. That's one reason we got such a high response rate. So we're trying to do that. And I'd say we're dividing the data in three primary ways. First of all, to provide kind of a gross indication, mass balance indications, so that we can have a sense for water use versus water demand, and therefore try and figure out how to manage water rights within our priority system. So that's one area, kind of a gross mass balance level. But the other thing that we're doing, second thing that we're doing, is trying to get down to a very granular level, so that when we have questions that relate to a specific reach on a specific stream, or questions about a specific diversion, we can quickly hone in on the information that we received through our data management. But the third thing we did was realize that the abilities that we had, the technical skills and the technology that we had to analyze all this data is by its nature limited. And so the third thing we did was to make all of that data available to anybody who wanted it. We put it on the website, we made press releases, and we said, if you come to the office, we'll give you the entire information on a thumb drive. It's too big to send via email or anything else. And we've been very impressed with the number of people who've come, picked those up, and anecdotally at this point, because this is only over the last couple of weeks, but anecdotally, we think we're getting what we hope to get, which is by being very transparent about the information, allowing broad access to it, open data, we get a lot of people to analyze it for us and tell us things that it would take us probably months or maybe longer to ever figure out. Now, we're getting some of that back. We're having to test it for accuracy and so forth. But that has been an ongoing, and it will continue to be a big drought response activity. And the good news is that it should pay dividends after the drought, through the next drought, and through normal times as well, assuming we ever have normal times again. Second major area I want to talk about, and it's related to what I've just said, is outreach and communication. We've been very active in terms of trying to put in context what we learned in 2014 by bringing the water community in, asking them what they think, getting a lot of constructive criticism about how we operated last year, and suggestions about how we can do better. And so, for instance, when we start doing these curves between supply and demand, which inform our curtailment efforts, which I'll talk about in a moment, we've gotten a lot of feedback to help us improve that data. So not only did we get new data from the information order, but we've had a lot of very creative discussion about how we can use the data we've got better and more acutely. So the other thing, by being more transparent and by pulling the water community in and coordinating with all the other agencies, we've found that we've gotten a great deal of what we've started to call crowd correction. By putting it out there, people who would never look at a whole data set, but if they can hone down on their backyard, on what they know really well, they can find errors quickly. Sometimes those errors are systemic, so if we find an error in one place, that gives us information to correct in other places. And that crowd correction, as we call it, actually the Stewardship Council can take some credit for that, because part of the notion for that came out of your process for being very transparent about the levy investment prioritization process. The Arcadis put that data out into the community, and you could drill down to it, and if you knew one island and one corner of an island, you could come back and correct the data that was maybe right in gross, but you could really get it down to the gnat's eyelash, and that's been very valuable. Third area is obviously conservation. SaveOurWater.org, a multi-agency effort to help consumers on primarily the urban side to understand how bad the drought is and what they can do to be effective in managing their own water use. As Carla mentioned earlier, a lot of very creative work has been done in the ag side where they've had to deal with dramatic reductions in water supply. So even though the governor has only recently made a 25% mandatory cutback on the urban side, through the successive dry years, and particularly through what was learned last year about transfers and changing the timing of ag diversions to support fish, to support salinity management, we're seeing much better, much more efficient use, more crop per drop. And as Ellen said earlier, you've got a circumstance where farmers know they're getting less water and they're making decisions, often very tough, sometimes heartbreaking decisions about where to cut, what not to grow. And the effect of that is, again, as Ellen said, that the reduction in water is substantially more than the reduction either in crop production or value at the farm gate. Finally, I think as Ted indicated, we're also finding that conservation on the environmental side is becoming more intelligent, more acute. We're finding better ways to create objectives, to test those objectives when we can, how we can, as creatively as we can, because obviously ag, urban, and the environment are all getting very severely cut back, being put under a lot of stress. And I think there's a lot of effort now in terms of thinking about reasonable use and waste, how you put every drop to the maximum benefit. So again, we've just this week announced an agreement, multi-agency, multi-party agreement for remanaging the Sacramento River flows. We'll be implementing that. It'll come to the state board partly as a temporary agency change petition for changes to conditions to the project's operations. Fourth, moving right into that, is the Water Rights Administration. As recently as today, Tom Howard, the executive director of the state board, sent out the first major curtailment notice. This is the San Joaquin River post-1914 water rights, all of which are curtailed as of today. Interestingly, that letter from Tom going out to all those water right holders also presages additional curtailments to come. One of the things that we heard over and over again from stakeholders is let us know what's coming so that we can try and plan for what's going to happen. It doesn't make sense to put in a crop today if you're not going to have the water to finish the crop at the end of the season. So we're trying to say, it looks like this to us, and it looks like this is what we're going to do. Now, one of the challenges there, of course, is that anything we do in curtailment by its nature is never going to be granular enough. And what I mean by that is we know in issuing a curtailment order like today's that some people are being curtailed probably before they should, and that means that some others are being able to divert after they should. And there are those anomalies, and we're trying to get a handle on them, but we still have to manage a big, complex, unruly, very responsive and dynamic system. So we know we're not there. We know we haven't got the acuity of the data, much less the human ability to manage. much less the regulatory ability to manage those who actually manage. So one of the things that we are trying to do in this process is to better frame and hopefully ultimately resolve very long-standing legal issues that are out there. What is the nature of the board's authority with respect to pre-1914 water rights? Does the board have the authority to curtail pre-1914 water rights? If they do, how is it properly administered? As I said, some of these problems of managing on a watershed basis when, for instance, a diversion right is about what water is in the stream right at the point of diversion. So one of the things that we've done, again, building on our outreach process, is to talk to the water bar, the lawyers who are involved in all this, and saying to them, let's work together to develop a list of the issues on which there is either murky law, conflicting law, or conflicting points of view about what the law is. And if we can carefully state what the issues are, then let's go out and see if we can find some fact patterns that will allow us to take those issues and present them to the state board for initial adjudication. This is not going to happen this summer. This is going to take months after this. But this is the opportunity to gather the information, to create the fact pattern, and to produce litigation that gets us somewhere. There's no doubt that we're going to have litigation. There's too much value at risk. There's too much uncertainty. And there's too much difference of opinion over what should be done to not anticipate litigation. So instead of managing so as to avoid the litigation, we're trying to manage so as to use that litigation to give us greater certainty of what the law is going forward. Another issue that is out there that we're obviously focused on is the reasonable use doctrine, how that is evolving through this drought experience. And reasonable use is heavily fact dependent and dependent on circumstances. So we've got circumstances where now a lot of thought and discussion is going into how do you use the very powerful authority that the state board has to determine the reasonability of water use and to balance those beneficial uses. So as to say maybe not that this isn't a beneficial use, but in these trying circumstances, it doesn't reach the high enough priority, so it's an unreasonable use in these circumstances. And watch this space. There'll be significant developments there. Final thing I want to talk about is the emergency regulatory response. You've heard about the temporary change petitions. There have been a series of them. The most recent was resulted in an order of April 6th. There is a temporary agency change petition about to come in, or maybe in, already for the temporary barrier, for the changes in the Sacramento River management system that I talked about. We're going to see a number more of those. And because of their nature, we've got a group of people, and as you said, Mr. Heisenberg, people are working way overtime on some of this stuff. When a temporary agency change petition comes in, you got to get staff on it right away. You got to be rigorous about the facts. You got to inquire about what are the long-term outcomes of any short-term decision that we make, and it's pretty intense. Part of that intensity is that in any temporary agency change, we're asking a lot of agencies with a lot of different mandates to come together and come to a conclusion in real time, make a decision, and make a decision without knowing all the data that they are used to having and used to relying on, and stepping up to the risk of being wrong, and knowing that we're going to be wrong, trying to minimize the extent to which we miss it. And so finally in that process, there's a very conscious attempt to identify, minimize, and mitigate the harm that is happening in the system because of the drought. So those are the 5 areas of response that the state board is up to, and that's all I've got to say about that.
That's a lot, Michael. Thank you. Questions for the panel? Mary?
Maybe a few questions and comments. And again, another terrific panel, so thank you to those who set it up. It's a lot of work's been going into this, has been mentioned by Councilmember Eisenberg, and there's so much still to learn. Janine, on the temporary drought barriers, just from a local perspective, I'm a county supervisor in Contra Costa County. The word temporary is really key to those local stakeholders and community interests, and I'm just sharing this with you. I know you probably already know it, but we understand drought circumstances and environmental impacts, and we support reducing them. But when we see barriers come up, we do like to key in on the fact that they are being called temporary. We want to ensure that they are temporary, as long as we can do that under, again, drought circumstances. Ted, thank you so much for your comments on the aquatic weed conditions and their impact on fisheries. It's something that we'll be discussing at the Delta Plan Policy Implementation Committee coming up, and certainly welcome. I'd love to have you on the team. We're trying really at the statewide and federal levels to ensure not only is there a focus on policy in regards to invasive aquatic weeds, but also revenue funding for addressing them. So we're working with USDA and NASA and DBW, Department of Boating and Waterways, right now on creating a Delta-wide comprehensive aquatic weed management plan. I think indirectly you might be at the table, but I'd love to have you there because I very much appreciate the words that you stated. To Mr. George, thank you so much. The new water master. It's big shoes to fill and a big seat to fill. Really appreciate the information. Collectively, we don't have a snowpack this year, which is water storage. When we talk about water storage in the state, we need to identify that our snowpack is water storage, and without that, what are we left with? And that begs the next critical question: do we have enough water storage in the system now? And Janine, back to one point you made about only 5% of natural flow is in the supply system today. That I don't know if you want to touch on that more, but I'm assuming the rest of that then is coming from water storage facilities.
That was last winter. At one point, if you remember, we had that one period last winter when it simply didn't rain for like 50, 60 days. That was that period at which, when we were tracking it, we saw that we had reached essentially a record low in terms of natural flow in the system, just reflecting the fact there was no rainfall.
And do we know what that number is this year?
I don't. I'm sorry. We can look into it. And
That's
actually, we've had a lot of requests. Speaking of data, one of the things that we know we've had a lot of requests for is better natural flow data sets, in part for fishery management. But just to share with you, NOAA will be releasing probably next month its services assessment for the California drought through last year. Number one recommendation in it is improved seasonal forecasting of precipitation. Number two recommendation is natural flow data sets.
Good. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, we talk about drought conditions, and we're in the 4th year, 5th year. Hopefully we're not in the 7th and 8th year in a few years from now. But really, I think we need to adjust the mindset, the cultural set within the state and water users, that we shouldn't be, conservation shouldn't be a drought condition. It should be a natural everyday condition. And I think we need to really focus on educating and informing conditions today of how they're negatively affecting all of us, economically, environmentally, et cetera. But how we become wiser water users on a daily basis 15 years from now, 20 years from now, live the Australian experience and be more mindful of this precious resource and how we can not use it in abundance when we have it in abundance, but maybe we still conserve it when we have it in abundance, and that might create additional supplies through the years. So just a little editorial comment, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Then Michael, Ted, Janine, thank you. Mayor Brown.
Methodology that you all used for really pulling the data, tracking it, and really creating an environment where all users can really contribute and also help to improve the accuracy of the information. I just thought that was amazing, especially for public agencies to do that. And just having worked alongside or with public agencies for a long time, that's an environment that is not the standard. So I just want to commend you all for what you all have done with that. And to the point of Madam Supervisor, I think Save Our Water is just, it's been phenomenal. And I think it's been very impactful to influence conservation, to really raise the conscious levels for Californians. And I think that when we really consider that California is a desert environment natively for most parts of California, that it really does beg the difference in terms of how we consider water usage for families and for businesses in the future. And I also thought it was very interesting, just the continual theme of urban areas really being efficient and really making the changes that need to be made for the system. And I think if we consider, I know that there are executive orders that are coming out, and we're on the fence with Prop 216 about, you know, what's going to be an acceptable way to tier water rates. But when we just consider the agricultural impacts and really giving them a shorter water supply, and then the changes that they've made economically, they've economically adjusted themselves. And I think that that's a great way to consider how we plan to adjust our water rates. And I know that we're all waiting to see what's going to happen in Contra Costa County, but I do believe that the tiered water rates can be a great opportunity to really be able to self-adjust the system as well for water users. And also, we have the flat conservation of 25%, but some urban areas, they've already self-adjusted with the increase of water costs just for their localities. And I know, for instance, in the city of Compton, our conservation levels have steadily declined, have steadily increased over the last 5 years, and we've met our 20% set aside. So when the governor issued his additional 25% to localities, we contacted DWR and they reduced our mandate to 8%. And so I think that there is a difference between the ability to consume and consumption, and I think that the economic ability has to be brought into the equation when we can just consider water policy as a whole. So that's just kind of like a comment, and I think that people, it would be great if everyone self-adjusted. But the reality is the more that you can consume, you will. And so I think that we have to really consider consumption, conservation tools as a way to influence behavior. And it's also a great way also to generate additional revenues for the state. So I'm interested to see what happens. And I think that we're in amazing times. And I think when we look back 10 years, 15 years from now, we'll have made some really serious decisions. So I'm happy to be a part of it. Thank you.
Well, and just on that point, the urban water conservation regulations that are implementing the governor's 25% cutback have been revised twice already, and they haven't been. They'll be adopted at the next State Water Resource Control Board meeting, and so there have been those adjustments, as you say. In order to get 25% statewide, the board is trying to find a better way to fine-tune it. So some communities that have already done a lot of conservation are having a lower incremental conservation target. And the idea really is to get at that outdoor water use.
Phil and then Peter.
I'm not even sure who to direct this question to, maybe all of you. Has the drought caused any significant alterations in the operation of the Joint Operations Committee of the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project?
The COA, the Coordinated Operations Agreement between the two projects obviously was developed in the 1980s, a long time ago. And we're always in continued discussion between the two projects about how to adapt it to changing conditions, such as, for example, when the Central Valley Project Improvement Act was passed in the 90s. And those discussions are ongoing. We saw something I think many people don't realize was back in the 76-77 drought, there was no COA in effect, and the State Water Project bore the brunt of the challenge of managing salinity in the Delta, which became one of the impetuses for looking at barriers then, because otherwise Lake Oroville could have been drained with respect to meeting the needs from that system. So it's an ongoing discussion. I don't think there's any.
There's no update of the agreement. There's no equivalent of the Emergency Drought Committee that the state set up for its own agencies.
Well, actually, that's handled through the Drought Contingency Operations Plan, really, the one that was adopted last year and the one that was adopted this January. It's part of the discussions with the fishery agencies about how to manage the system, and we have taken other actions such as the joint point of diversion in the Delta, for example. So one project can divert for the other, perhaps, depending on where the fish are residing that day. All of those kind of actions are one big package.
Remind me again, I once knew this and I've forgotten. The Joint Operations Agreement involves both federal and state agencies, of course. In what ways are the fishery agencies involved in those?
No, the Coordinated Operations Agreement, and maybe we're thinking about a different agreement here. The Coordinated Operations Agreement is an agreement just between the two water projects about how we share the responsibility for meeting standards in the Delta.
What, is there an involvement of fishery agencies other than a after-the-fact comment?
Well, the better way to think of it is it's an accounting mechanism between the two agencies, not as much an operational mechanism in a sense, because the operations side is worked out through the biological opinions or in these significant drought conditions through we have a group we call RTDOT, Real-Time Drought Operations Team, that has been meeting, as Carla mentioned this morning, at a very high level, almost on a daily basis last year, and certainly weekly, to say, given these conditions that exist right now here in the Delta, are we releasing from Folsom? Are we releasing from Oroville? How are we managing water in the system today? And then we do the accounting, so to speak, on the backside of it.
When you say we, in this case, that's state agencies.
It's the Bureau and the Department of Water Resources with respect to the project operation.
I recall this discussion, whether it was the first year the council was in existence or in the Delta Fission process before it, we had one of the folks who was a member of the Joint Operations Committee from Corps of Engineers, is my recollection. And the discussion was most fascinating because it was pretty clear as a bunch of folks, a lot of them retired military engineers or whatnot, sitting around calling each other on the telephone and trading, hey, can you give me 5,000 acre feet in Wednesday of next week and I'll pay you back in 2 installments. And it was a very practical and focused discussion on how to fine-tune, adjust, sandpaper, whatever it is, problems. And but one thing that was never clear to me is whether the water supply problems for fisheries involved fisheries decision makers or were simply advisory to the water folks.
No, absolutely, and that's what the
absolutely
I think this is I think what we're talking about is what's now called the Real-Time Drought Operations Team, for example, in which the agencies are getting together at a high level very frequently, like weekly, to talk about how is the water moving around in the system, what are we going to do this week. The turbidity bridge example that Ted used is a good example of that when, for example, the projects did not pump water to make sure that that bridge didn't form and have the smelt have a pathway directly to the pumps, and the fishery agencies are very much involved in that. Now, Ted, do you want to expand on that example?
And I participate in the real-time drought operations team. It's standing 4 to 5 p.m. every Monday afternoon, and the fish agencies, the operators, the regulators are all at the table, and I will tell you that it is very active dialogue.
Since all the testimony I've heard in the last 8 years from scientists and everybody else is our water supply is increasingly challenged, the climate and weather conditions are increasingly erratic, the management problems are more and more difficult as the population grows, the economy grows, the demand grows. It was my question to Carla earlier, if any of you were here, is how do you take what is a drought response and seems to be working well and translate that into improved regular coordination, cooperation, whatever it is on a basis? Because once it rains, the Ms. Jones and Mr. Summers take time off and, you know, a week of vacation. Yes, right, I see the thumb up on that. But the urgency leaves,
Right.
and then we all lament, we do postmortems and so on.
And it's not just the urgency that leaves, it's also the ability to kind of cut through
You mean
process.
the legal ability with executive orders and disaster declarations?
Well, and it's not only that, it's very, I would say, cumbersome consultation processes where there are, you know, timeframes, either legislated or regulated, that force decisions to be made over very extended periods of time. And in fact, there are places where that consultation doesn't go on simultaneously as it does in the real-time drought operations process, but goes on consecutively. So we don't start our part of the consultation till they finish their part of the consultation, and you get these huge gaps between maybe a really good idea or a really bad idea and the decision about whether and how and under what conditions it can be implemented. And we see this, you know, throughout all of these agencies, where on that real-time drought operations meeting every Monday, people go back and forth. Well, can you do this? Well, if we did a little bit more of that, would it make a difference? How can you get comfortable with this? What can you tell me that'll inform my decision? That process, if we didn't have the cover of the drought proclamations and significant buy-in to emergency operations from the federal side, we couldn't do the things, let alone do them in a timely basis. And a lot of good ideas wouldn't even get floated. I'll give you a good example on these drought barriers. Initially, there was a proposal to do 3 barriers. On the real-time drought operations calls, it became clear that not only were there problems that needed to be managed, but that we could not get to a decision with respect to some of those issues. And that was part of the reason that we went from 3 drought barriers to the 1. It's the biggest, it's the most impactful, it's the most expensive. Of the 3, it's pretty clearly the right one to put in, but literally there was no way to get to a decision.
I'll just give you a passing comment. To the extent the state legislature or Congress is ever willing to change things so that expedited actions can be taken and break through the ideological disputes that are out there, it's likely going to be through structural organizations like yours, but it's probably going to require the involvement of fishery agencies equal in status to water supply agencies and scientific involvement, independent scientific judgment for validation, albeit on a short order. My gut tells me that is in fact a partially open window, and nobody wants to jump through it. But I'm concerned we will lose all the advantages that come from a bad situation like the drought once the drought breaks, and never draw the lessons we need to. Anyway, thank you very much.
Dr. Goodman?
Thank you, and thanks for those presentations. I thought it was very clear. It's nice to hear the innovations that are going on. I just had one question. You mentioned the conservation measures, particularly related to landscaping in urban areas. Does that also include leak detection and leak fixing? Is that part of the formula of more efficient urban water management?
Good question, and it's one of the responses that we've already gotten even before these urban conservation regulations are in place. As the prior panel said, there's a very strong sense within the urban water community that given the right tools, they can achieve a 25% reduction from base year 2013. And leak detection, the use of smart meters to gain insight closer to real time is one of the really effective tools. In general, in the urban water industry, it is the expectation that you're going to lose about 10% of your water. It's called non-revenue water, but it's leaks, it's water that is going through meters that are inaccurate, it's water that is bypassing meters in some cases. So these regulations are clearly both providing the authority and also the motivation for going after those kinds of wastes of water.
Panelists, thank you very much. We acknowledge you are all very, very busy, and we appreciate taking the time to come and inform us. So, Michael, Ted, Jeannie, thank you very much.
So at this moment, we're going to take a small transition minute here to get everybody up on.
We'll wait for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll wait right here.
You're not going anywhere.
Oh, I guess I should read it. Now I have two.
Oh, you got them already? I thought they were going to be a surprise. Oh, good. Well, that'll be the surprise then. Oh, not a bad idea. Huh. Mary, good idea. I'll use it.
Hello, I'm Steve.
Leah.
Leah?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, we will continue with the next panel. Welcome. Anthony, would you please introduce our distinguished panelists?
Sure, thank you, Chair. A few weeks ago, Aqua had a one-day conference on the drought and touched on many of today's discussion topics, but it did not include discussions pertaining to entities in the Delta specifically who are affected by the drought and the state's action and regulations to address the drought effects. So today we brought Leah Orloff. She is a water resources manager with Contra Costa Water District. Her presentation will inform the council on the drought effects on the district, how the district is implementing state drought regulations and mandates, and how the district is regionally working to operate through the drought. We also have Steve Mello. He's a superintendent for Reclamation District 563, Tyler Island, and co-owner of Mello Farms. His presentation will inform the council on the drought effects on his reclamation district and farming operations, as well as the state's drought regulations and mandates affecting their farm. Leah?
Great. Leah, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for this opportunity to talk to you about drought effects on Contra Costa Water District. Is that better? Yes. Okie doke. So I do have a PowerPoint. There it is. A little bit about who we are for those of you who don't know us. We serve about 500,000 people. We serve retail and wholesale water in northern and eastern Contra Costa County. Our sources of supply, our main source of supply is the Central Valley Project. We're a CVP contractor. We also divert a smaller amount of water under our own water rights. And within our service area, we don't supply it, but others in our service area have groundwater and recycled water in smaller amounts. Our service area is shown in green on this map, And the thing that is, immediately apparent about it is that we are in and immediately adjacent to the delta. Legal delta shown in yellow outline there. Our intakes, shown by the stars on this map, are all in the delta. So we are in a unique position in California water. We're also sort of the canary in the coal mine, in that everything that happens pretty much in Contra Costa water affects us, and in particular is likely to affect water quality at our intakes. The little green blob at the bottom of that map with the blue heart in it is our Los Vaqueros Reservoir. And this is a plot showing how we operate that reservoir. We built it in 1998. We built it for water quality. It's very unusual. It's often hard for people to get their minds around this concept. This is not a reservoir that provides supply. It was not built for supply. It doesn't allow us to deliver any more water or divert any more water. What it does allow us to do is ameliorate the effects of being in the delta, where the water quality at our intakes has, significant variation, both seasonally and interannually. The way we operate it typically is when water is sweet in the delta in the winter and in the spring, we divert at our intakes directly and serve our customers. We also divert some extra water, put it up in the reservoir. And then in the summer and the fall, typically, when the seawater comes into the delta and water at our intakes salts up, we use the good water in our reservoir to blend with our source water so that we can maintain a steady supply of high quality water to our customers. So what this plot here shows you is where we would have expected to operate had this been a normal year, a normal series of years. We expanded our reservoir in 2012 by 60%. We drew it down in order to raise the dam. And we fully expected to be able to refill to the top to 160,000 acre feet in 2 years. And then, had that happened and had this been a normal year, we would have drawn down for releases a bit and then had the opportunity to refill. Well, that didn't happen. This is the effect of the drought on our operations, the red line. The plot is for the 12 months starting with March of this year. We started much lower than expected because of previous drought years. We had a very limited fill opportunity, and that was just sort of an anomaly. And we expect to be using the water, serving the water from Los Vaqueros, steady decrease in storage for the rest of the year. So we expect to end the year at roughly half the storage that we would have had normally expected. That's the effect of the drought on our operations. The steady releases are caused by a couple of things. The first one being water quality, which is not going to be good, and that's because of the dry hydrology. It's also because of the relaxations in delta flow and salinity objectives. The barrier at West Falls River will help take the edge off the degradation, but it won't remove it. So we would have to use water in our reservoir for water quality. The other thing, though, is we have to use it for water supply this year. And that is because we have a historically low allocation from the CVP, coming right on the heels of our previous historically low allocation, which we got last year. So that even if water quality was great at our intakes, we would still have to use our reservoir in order to meet our customer demand, even the reduced conservation demand. So, in spite of that tale of woe, we do realize that we're in better shape than many. We have water to make it through this year, no question. We'll even have some left for next year. And that is in large part because of recent investments that we've made. The little yellow star at the corner there shows where we would be, where our storage in Los Vaqueros Reservoir would be had we not built, yeah, our new middle intake on Victoria Canal, which allowed us to extend the period of time where we have good water at our intakes. And had we not enlarged the reservoir, we would have been down at emergency storage levels and staying there and in big trouble. So, our drought program. We've had elements of a drought program in place since 2009. On the 15th of this month, our board of directors adopted a beefed up program that's intended to fully comply with the provisions of the governor's order and the state board regulations. It has 5 basic elements. The first being conservation services. We want to make it easy for our customers to save water. So we're offering quite a bit of, education information. We also have, a number of direct assistance items. A very popular one is our rebates for lawn to garden conversions. We have used that so far to eliminate about 7 football fields of turf. Another one which I thought would be a little surprise is we have fruit, but I see that you all have them. We brought as a gift to you something that we also give away to our customers, the 5-minute shower timer, which you can... That one was special for you, the 3-minute one. We have a robust public outreach and communication program. We communicate through snail mail, email, on our website. We go to community events. We're really trying to get the word out. And we will implement a conservation pricing adjustment in accord with the governor's call for pricing signals for conservation. The way we're going to do it is as a temporary increase in the quantity charge. It's a carrot and a stick approach to getting our customers to conserve. The carrot is if you meet your conservation goal, your water bill will go down from what it otherwise would have been. The stick is if you don't conserve, your water bill will go up. We've also, in fairness to customers who are already big-time conservers, we have a threshold below which the quantity charge increase doesn't apply. And it is a temporary charge. It will be lifted when the governor lifts his executive order. We've added water use prohibitions. We've had them in place. We've just expanded them to accord with the new list from the state board. And we've put in place fines and penalties to enforce those prohibitions. Although really, the main purpose of the fines and penalties is as a teaching tool. We have found that in our area, usually it doesn't take more than a single warning to a water waster to cease the wasteful use before they comply, and it's no longer an issue. So this program will get us through this drought. It's not going to be the last drought we face. So at the same time that we're doing all this, we are working hard with our sister agencies in the region to look at how we can all get us all together through the next drought. Yeah, there we are. One of these efforts is the Bay Area Regional Reliability Effort. The agencies shown on the map there, Bay Area agencies, are all working together to look at how we can leverage existing water supplies and facilities to make for greater regional reliability, and also what new supplies and facilities we can add, we can work on to make things even better. One thing in that regard that I'd like to mention is a desalination project. This was brought up earlier. A subset of the Bay Area Regional Reliability Agency have been working for some time on a small desal plant that would be located at Contra Costa's Mallard Slough intake. It's the northernmost marker on that map. We ran a pilot plant at our Mallard Slough intake in 2009. It did provide proof of concept. It was a successful pilot. We completed a site-specific analysis for a 20 million gallon per day facility there in 2013. Then this project was folded into the evolving greater effort, sort of got backburnered for a little while, but now that all of the agencies involved are facing these extreme drought conditions, it's come back to the fore, and there's a good bit of discussion going on about whether and how we can move forward with it. Another regional effort that we're heavily involved in is partnerships in Los Vaqueros Reservoir. These have already provided a benefit to the region. For example, last summer, end of the summer, we were able to use water that we had stored in Los Vaqueros to supply 5,000 acre-feet to Alameda County Water District when it was literally their only source of supply. We also were able to supply much-needed water to Byron Bethany Irrigation District. And this year, we're working on a 2015-2016 project with Alameda County again and Zone 7 Water Agency to use some of our empty storage in Los Vaqueros to park some of their banked semi-tropic water bank water and then supply it to them later. This is water that they otherwise would have no way to get. So, you know, these projects have been very successful. We're also, of course, looking at a further expansion of Los Vaqueros, which would include a direct connection between our system and the Bethany Reservoir. And that has potential to provide enormous regional benefits. We are engaging vigorously in the Water Commission process on storage benefits, and we plan to submit an application for state funding at the earliest possible time. Last thing, we are working towards securing drought funding for a recycling project in our service area. We have a great opportunity. We have the combination of large industrial users and wastewater facilities, nearby wastewater facilities that present opportunities. So we're looking there to hone in on a project where we can leverage the use of existing facilities, pipelines, et cetera, that will make a recycling project truly cost effective. And we do expect to apply for Prop 1 money this summer. And that wasn't actually the last thing. One more thing to mention is that we are looking at direct potable reuse. We're participating in Water Research Foundation studies on that because there again, there's a lot of opportunity, potential opportunity in our area, and we want to be poised to be able to consider and act on those opportunities when the state board releases its regulations on direct potable reuse. And with that, I will be happy to answer any questions when the time comes.
Leah, thank you very much for that report. We'll go on to Steve, and then we'll come back to questions. Steve, welcome.
Thank you. Which button's that? This one? All right. Mr. Chairman, council members, thank you for inviting me to be a panelist. My name is Steve Mello. I am president and part owner of Mello Farms, Inc. which is a family-owned farming operation with land located in Sacramento County, mostly on Tyler Island, just south of Walnut Grove. I am president, not the superintendent, of Reclamation District 563, Tyler Island. I am chairman of the North Delta Water Agency and a member of the board of directors of Central Valley Flood Control Association. My comments here today are as a farmer, not as a spokesperson of any of the organizations I serve on. The impacts of this drought have had many impacts on farming activities in the Delta, as well as on the environmental benefits these farming activities normally provide to wildlife. Excuse me. Despite our strong water rights in response to the drought, Mellow Farms changed its normal cropping regimen in order to reduce our diversions. I planted 849 acres of wheat and 336 acres of corn this year. We will plant 55 acres of tomatoes. We have 116 acres of established alfalfa and 29 acres of 60-plus-year-old pear trees. I would have planted another 7,900 acres of alfalfa, 79 acres, excuse me, of alfalfa and 770 more acres of corn, and not planted any wheat if not for the uncertainty caused by the drought. We eliminated the normal flooding of fields in November, December, and January that has occurred yearly on our land since at least 1955, and I'm sure it was before that as well. That flooding normally provides roosting and foraging areas for migratory waterfowl, including the greater sandhill crane, which is an endangered species. In addition, the yearly flooding provides other societal and business benefits, including reducing aerobic decomposition of organic soil, reducing tractor passes by decomposing crop residue with the flooding, thereby reducing both fuel use and carbon air emissions, providing a greater moisture base during periods of historically high river flows, which is in the winter. So we reduce the amount of water used in spring and summer, and it also reduces herbicide use. Mellow Farms will reduce our diversions from the Delta by more than 50% as a result of our actions. Our actions are mostly due to altruistic reasons, but partly due to the potential economic loss that would be caused by the inability to irrigate in the event of a governmental decree cutting off our ability to divert water for crop irrigation. We may lose money this year, but not as much as if we planted our normal crops and then been curtailed. I'll now touch on some cause and effects of the drought, lower river water surface elevations, the proposed emergency drought barriers have had on my farm and the organizations I am involved with. For my farm, due to low water surface elevation in river channels, my diversions provide less volume than historically. With siphon, it takes more time to irrigate a given acreage, and with electric pumps, it takes more time and is more costly because of electrical use. Due to warmer water and less volume in winter for flushing flows, aquatic vegetation is much more prevalent. We had to hire a diver 3 times last year to clear intakes. That's the first time that's ever happened. This problem is more prevalent when boat traffic is high at lower tides, and every time we had to hire a diver, it was a big boating day on a low tide cycle. Less rainfall means more irrigation, hence more cost. And changing the crop regimens is definitely going to cost us a loss of net revenue. For my reclamation district, to which I pay taxes at $55 an acre, it hurts. Less flooding, rainfall, and irrigation reduces the district drain pumps' electrical usage. Less net revenue for landowners reduces their ability to pay benefit assessments that fund levee maintenance, levee upgrades, canal and pump maintenance, drainage, electrical cost, and the general district administrative costs. Lower water surface elevation and river channels cause boat wake damage to impact levees below riprap protection. We can't place the riprap below mean watermark. So when you have abnormally low river water surface elevations, the boat wakes typically are going to be impacting sections of the levees that aren't protected. More boats using the Delta due to low lakes in the Sierra increases boat wake damage to our levees just because there's a heck of a lot more boating activity. And one kicker to the less pumping is possibly we'll have higher cost per unit of electricity due to diminished hydroelectric power production. We're PG&E out there. In regards to the North Delta Water Agency, our agency experienced increased cost due to consultant and administrative hours spent trying to negotiate a memorandum of understanding with the California Department of Water Resources regarding the emergency drought barriers. By the way, despite much effort, we never did come to an MOU. The year before, last year, this process started. We told DWR that they should get through the EIR process and plan for the future. And once the year was over, they just kind of forgot about it. Didn't come back until later, until this year. We are also, the North Delta Water Agency, going to experience higher costs to administer the 1981 contract between Department of Water Resources and the North Delta Water Agency that is for the assurance of a dependable water supply of suitable quality. And those costs are going to be in regarding the emergency drought provisions of the contract, which are kicking in for this year for the first time ever since the inception of the contract. And with that, I might mention that most reclamation districts in the Delta are not water supply districts. The water supply facilities are owned by individual landowners. There are a few water supply districts. The North Delta Water Agency, again, is not a water supply district. We only administer the contract. Thank you.
Steve, thank you very much. Questions for Leah or Steve? Steve, how representative is your farming operation in terms of crop shifting to the rest of the Delta?
I don't really get off the ranch much. You know,
oh, come on, you made it to Sacramento.
So yeah, I did make it to Sacramento, but I don't. I mean, Highway 12 has been so messed up, I haven't been across it. The South and Central Delta, I don't frequent other than if I need to go to Stockton to pick up parts. In the North Delta, I see people, what they're doing on my island. And, you know, I would say that maybe 10–15% of the people have taken similar actions. You know, people talk to me. I've been around for a while. I'm knowledgeable about water. And I thought with my position at that time, I was a director of the North Delta Water Agency. I recently was basically selected to be the chair after the death of our chairman, Henry Keekler, which is a big blow to us. But, you know, I did let people know that I was fearful of the likelihood of a continued drought, and that was based upon information that our engineer, Gary Keeneland from MBK, put out for public dissemination regarding the unimpaired inflow of the Four River Index, which is the Sacramento, Feather, Yuba, and American rivers. And that info basically told me that we had about a 25% chance of this drought continuing. So I cautioned people, and I thought by my actions I would set an example. And it's not my place to tell other people what to do.
Thanks. Anything else? Peter.
I'd just like to ask a quick question of Leah. Good to see you.
And you.
Up here. Actually, I was very taken with your comment that you said when you identified water wasters and you issued a citation, it usually just took one citation. And I wondered, are you beginning to see the same thing that happened in southern England, in Australia during the drought, when it just went on, that you reach a point where the community really begins to understand the severity of the issue, and it's almost like a civic responsibility of citizens and communities to, you have that big shift that it takes to conserve water. Have you seen a change in the last few years on the drought?
You know, I think we're seeing the change. I don't think it has happened. It may be in the process of happening. And I would like to say that our penalties and fines provision. What we do is the first time we identify a case of water waste, we issue a warning. We go out and talk to the person and tell them what the problem is. We don't actually impose a fine until they do it again, and generally they just don't do it again. So that's working. That piece of it is working.
So it's as much an education
Yes.
as, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Peter. All right, I think that concludes our time. Steve, Leah, thank you very much for providing us a Delta perspective on drought management.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Anthony, great job. Any final thoughts?
Yeah, I did have a few final thoughts. So what did we hear today? First, lessons learned. A few examples. Management of the drought through improved data collection and reporting. More fisheries monitoring, particularly with fertility, to adaptively manage operations. Continue to implement the California Water Plan through promoting reasonable use and seek robust supplies. Additionally, we heard about new thoughts and ideas, such as the idea of a new world ecosystems that need improved water management operations to augment remnants of the natural system, or consideration of funding water rights for environmental benefits. And finally, we are all challenged to not only conserve and think about our own water usage, but to seek out new and innovative policies and regulations to manage through the drought. Thank you.
Great. Good job, Anthony. Thanks. At this time, we'll take a recess for 10 minutes and return at about 3:18. Hope everyone enjoyed the break. Melinda Terry pointed out to me that I omitted asking for public comment on file item 10. I had such a good streak going. At the end of every file item, I asked for public comment, but I was remiss. So Melinda, thank you for offering that observation. And I have a blue card here that says you'd like to address the council regarding file item 10.
Yes, I do. Thank you. Good afternoon, Melinda Terry. I'm going to wear, I think, my North Delta Water Agency hat for this. But I just wanted to add, I didn't see it in your staff report, and I didn't hear any of the panelists bring it up. And just for your informational purposes, bring up some additional powers and tools, actually really tools that the state currently has because of the April 1st executive order for drought. So as part of that executive order, he did invoke some of his most powerful emergency police powers, particularly in regards to for installation of the barriers and also for the inspection and enforcement of water use and diversions. For instance, the State Water Board can plan for and use private property facilities and services. That's a police power that they're able to do. They have to compensate the landowner, but they are allowed to do that. They can also seek warrants if the landowner is not providing access and they really need to. And these things are not needed currently, so that's why they're not maybe applying them. But they, if conditions continue it, they're definitely going to have to ramp up their enforcement. They've indicated, that they will do that. They've asked for more money at the state legislature for staff to do that. So you should be aware that at least is a tool that they have. Then in addition, for the barriers, in addition to those same powers, DWR, through the governor's police powers, has the ability to commandeer property and seek access warrants if they're just not able to reach agreements. The governor's executive order was very clear that he wanted them to reach agreements with the landowners, which I think they have done, but those abilities, those are the type of police powers that are available, but they're somewhat limited, but they're tools, and just want to make sure you knew about those, because not now, but later you might be interested to know that those are available. And I think the water board's enforcement and inspection for water use, I believe it applies statewide, so they could do that in any watershed.
Thank you for that, Melinda. Any other public comment on file item 10? That concludes file item 10. Now we're on to file item 11, Delta Levy Investment Strategy, Cost Allocation Methodology, and General Updates. Our panel is poised and ready to go. Cindy?
Okay, and I'm actually going to flip this around if that's okay with the council. Dustin and I'd like to provide just a couple of general updates. I know we don't usually go through these, but there's some key items this month we want to report out on. And then the second part of that will be Larry Roth, who's our project manager from Arcadis, will provide a presentation on the cost allocation methodology piece of our overall levy investment strategy methodology. So with that, let me just start with a couple of updates. We had committed to coming back at this council meeting and providing a verbal update on a couple of items discussed at the March council meeting. So if you will recall, the staff brought to the council last month 2 informational items. Actually, I think there was more than that, but 2 particular items. One was a list of state interests that should be further considered or evaluated as part of the levy investment strategy, both at the policy development level as well as the technical level. And that document, the staff had asked for an action item and council guidance on that. And the council did vote to approve that list and directed staff to move forward. So the staff, the consulting team are continuing to work through evaluation, consideration of those state interests, and we'll be bringing back reports to the council on that at subsequent meetings as we move forward and in different formats. The second informational item that we brought to the council was a revised version of 4 alternative approaches to guiding state investments in Delta levies. And if you'll recall, that ranged from a very broad, inclusive approach to a more narrow, I should say, focused approach to guiding investments. And staff did not ask for any particular action on that document at the March meeting. We did ask for discussion and input from the council, and Vice Chair Eisenberg provided us with some great information, some thoughts to add additional context to the document to actually bring it forward and up, I would say, in scale to be more of a investment strategy framework. And we had some discussion, took notes on that, and then Councilmember Johnston suggested towards the end of the meeting that perhaps he, with the Vice Chair, working with staff and stakeholders, could together further develop this document. And we, in fact, have a draft that the Vice Chair has developed. The staff are reviewing it right now, and we expect to bring that back to the council at the May meeting for focused discussion and review. So I wanted to let everyone know that's where we're at with those 2 items.
That's good. And Phil, thank you for doing that. I know you were inspired at the March meeting, and you have provided staff what they've been asking of us for. So thank you for helping launch that. And Patrick, thank you for engaging. We look forward to having a good discussion about this in May.
Yes, absolutely. So with that, let me turn it over to Dustin, and he's got a couple of other items he wants to provide updates on.
Oh, sure. Can you hear me okay with this one? Okay. Mine are just a few minor points that I want to touch on before we'll turn over to Larry. There's 2 main items that I want to make the council and general public aware of. We have 2 public meetings that are coming up in the near term for our Delta Levy investment strategy. The first one will be April 27th, and that'll be in Stockton, and the second one will be April 29th in Walnut Grove. And we have information regarding the addresses and the time of the meetings on our website, on the project website, under the public meeting locations link on our project landing page. I think most people know in Stockton it'll be at the Cabral Agricultural Center, and Walnut Grove will be at the Gene Harvey Community Center, but they can find more information on those 2 on our website. The second item I just want to briefly touch on, a process that we're involved with right now. We have started the Delta Science Program independent peer review of our methodology development, and on April 15th we submitted 5 technical memoranda along with an overview memo to the independent peer review panel members to start their review process. I believe there's an attachment in your agenda item with the individuals that will be making up the panel along with their credentials for your information. So the 5 technical memos are out there. They're actually posted on our website also right now, but They're actually under the science programs landing page. There's a link under our project website under the public meetings and general information. So if you follow that link, it'll take you over to the science programs page to find all the actual memos and for public review. As far as public review and written comments on the documents themselves, we would like, if there's any written public comments, to submit those to me if the public would like to contribute anything. We haven't set a deadline for comments on those yet, but it'll most likely be the first week in June. We're still working through some of the logistics of when that last day will be, but it'll likely be the first week in June. So if folks can start commenting on those. The other item with the peer review process, just a few dates in there that people should be aware of. On May 19th, there will be an all-day public workshop, and on May 20th, a workshop in the afternoon. And those will be for the interaction with the peer review panel members. The panel members will be asking questions of council staff, and Arcata staff will be there for question and answer, any clarification that the panel members need. And the public will have an opportunity to comment at that workshop also. And then at the end of June, the peer review panel will submit a report of their findings to the lead scientist. And then as Peter or the staff go through and collect that, they will turn that over to us, and then we'll work through soon afterwards to post that information on our website also, maybe within just a few weeks or so of the end of June. So probably early July, we hope to have that report of findings up on our website also. With that, I think that's it for the key points that we're doing this month and the next few months. Oh, sorry.
Patrick? The peer review panel, will they be here in person for those meetings?
The panel members, yes, they will, sir.
Because they come from all over the country.
One of them out of country.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
That was a big timing issue. And the reason why, if it didn't happen next month, it was likely not to happen until September. So it's been a critical, because of that, it's a timing issue.
And actually, if I could just elaborate on that a little bit, it actually follows our normal guidelines that for this type of review, we absolutely convene the panel because it's a way for them to, one, understand the system, but to also engage directly with the presenters that it's not very easy to do on a teleconference. And also it allows, when people actually come to the public comment period, that also allows them to engage the panelists directly.
And can I add one more point about the public meetings next week? Just part of the purpose of those meetings is to make sure we get the word out about the technical memoranda that are out, the information that's in those, and this public meeting with the peer review panel. Not the sole purpose of them, but a big, a critical informational piece, so.
That, are there going to be handouts at the meetings, or are you just referring people to the council website? Or?
At this point, for the technical memos, we're referring them to the website. We'll take some copies with us. It turns out to be about 200 pages with the appendices, but we're happy to provide hard copies if folks request those. 600 pages, sorry, 600 pages.
What would you say to an interested person who wanted to comment on what we're considering here in writing? What would be the summary form that you would make available, or?
For the information we're giving to the peer review?
Yeah.
That would be this.
Yeah. But for people who would want to perhaps show up and comment to the peer review, or at least know what's going on.
Well, I think two things we could do is there's a somewhat short cover memo that goes with the technical memo, so it's a good piece to get oriented with all of the information that we've compiled in the other 5. I think part of it, too, is we'll have some breakout sessions like we did at the Brentwood meeting where we could talk one-on-one with individuals, and if they had specific areas of interest or concern, we could help them navigate to that information in the technical memos. walk them through that. We'll also be providing presentations at the public meeting. We won't necessarily dive way down into the weeds on those, but we can certainly help folks navigate to the information they're interested in and offer explanation where they might need it.
How do, maybe to Randy, how does the sort of the public processes and then the peer review, scientific review, and then the narrative, which will provide some principles or policy guidance to all this, come together, so that if you were somebody who was interested but not as attentive as Melinda Terry, wanted to make sure you didn't just see part of it but not the other parts, or didn't know how they went together. In other words, if you just heard the public meeting part, or you just went to the peer review, or you just read whatever we're going to put on our website that reflects our thinking about principles to guide levy investments. You know what I mean?
I don't think I have a good answer for you, but I think staff in preparing the calendar now has determined the dates of the meetings, and I think have a pretty good sense of the deliverables from each of those meetings. I think what's lacking is a staff report describing what each of those phases is purposed to accomplish. Describing that will assist the public in a better ability to weigh in and provide comments. All of these three components that you've identified, I think, are designed to come together at about August, September.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
what I'm hearing
A little
is
bit after that, but yeah.
that we need a better explanation of the public meetings, the methodology, and the framework discussions that are concurrent, how the public can engage, and exactly what each of those components is designed to deliver.
I think it would be appropriate, if I may, to use what you're asking for as the framework for how we queue up the May discussion on this, because I agree that there are pieces that are swirling. There are pieces, for example, that the vice chair, he submitted his draft to staff, that we're still trying to figure out internally how the pieces fit together. So May will be the perfect opportunity, I think, to describe and test that description with you and see if it makes sense, and then therefore that's how we can carry forth to the public to describe how they can best weigh in on the pieces they care about.
Patrick, the question that you asked, an answer will be coming in May. Is that adequate?
Oh, yeah. I
Good.
mean, it's not like everybody isn't doing their job. It's just dawning on me that these are pieces to a pretty big puzzle, and I like Jessica's suggestion that at least we have kind of a framing approach in May, and then go from there.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, Phil.
I was late getting to the material, so I read the staff memo 3 days ago. I believe that the staff memo to us today outlines a minimum of 512 pages of other documents that provide the foundation for what you were talking about. 4 of those documents, or 3 of the documents, are DWR. There's a 2014 cost share guidelines for state local cost share flood programs, a 2008 economic analysis guidebook, a Delta Levees Maintenance Subvention Program, that's the water board, or the Central Valley Flood Board, and then a DWR Delta Levee Special Flood Control Projects. Then in addition, only after I badgered Dustin's staff on this issue saying, what the hell does this mean, did I learn that there is the technical papers that are in excess of 300 pages of that total that are out there. And so I've been scrambling through trying to read this stuff, and frankly, I found more information that was important in the technical paper than some of the other extracts. And so, Jessica, one of the suggestions is a selective use of technical data. And the technical data is a memo to the peer review panel about what they're supposed to peer review, right?
You're talking about the 5 technical?
Yeah, it's interim progress report, which contains all kinds of paper. I didn't print the 220-page one about each island and so on, but I got the others, and I'm reading through it. But let me just tell you one of the things. If I was sitting in a peer review panel and somebody said, okay, here's what you got to do, and they hand you the 300 pages of materials of the various technical memoranda. Buried in technical memorandum 3.1 is figure 1.1, key questions and process of the Delta Levy investment strategy. And the first is, what are the council's goals for the Delta Levy investment strategy, question mark. That's the first strategy. I think that's a legitimate question. The answers are, comply with the 2009 Delta Reform Act directive to reduce Delta risk to people, property, and state interest, update priorities for state investments in levee operation, maintenance, and improvement in the Delta, further advance the co-equal goal of improving water supply reliability and restoring the Delta ecosystem. If I were on a peer review panel, I'd say, that's it? That's the council priority? At a minimum, we've got Chapter 7 in the Delta Plan and other parts of the chapter that come closer to identifying. So, it just struck me going through here, and this was part of the complaint I'd made last month, is until you ask the council to adopt a specific policy statement outline, the policies are buried in the technical information. And so, curiously enough, a Delta Levy investment and risk reduction report to the California legislature is the last part, and as far as I can tell, the strategy is after all these other things have been done. That's the way I hear all of this. And my instinct is, gee, we will be given a process that's involved a ton of people and months and months and months and months and months of effort. Not a chance in the world we're going to change it. And fundamentally, these 4 documents, particularly on cost-sharing ratio, as I can tell, are assumed to continue in the future. That's what I read. That's the way I would read this, even though the DWR December 2014 memo says the cost-sharing ratios are only apply to Prop 1E and Prop 84. The assumption is they will apply for a strategic investment plan. I mean, it's back to the point. If you aren't starting anywhere, you don't get anywhere. And but I thought the technical information, part of it was very interesting, and important enough to pull out of this stuff and bring to the council as a way to explain it. There's some matrix charts in here that kind of shorthand what you expect to happen in certain stages. The chronology alone was I thought, worth examining. And, I'll read through the rest of this stuff and give you more detailed reactions later.
Maybe I would offer up, when we have the day-and-a-half-long public meeting with the peer review panel, we will be making a presentation. So if there are ways in which we want to frame this up, I take to heart your point that it's buried in that document. We can highlight that. We can bring that up in our presentation if there are specific messages we want to bring to that panel.
Well, I reserve the right to change my mind, but somewhere in technical memo 3.1, that we got to, I got it to section 3.4.2, water supply disruption risk score over time. I said, wow, that's a title I can understand, and it didn't have any mathematical equations in it, and so I'm set. And in fact, it's pretty interesting because you've identified the assumptions you are making to develop and apply the water supply disruption risk score. And I got that. And so, there are 3, I guess. Island flooded volumes will change or increase as sea level rise results in higher water surface elevation. Seems fair. That's kind of an assumption. Salinity influences will become more critical as the position of X2 moves eastward with sea level rise. That sounds plausible. The general effects associated with the implementation and operation of the BDCP proposed project and associated upstream Sacramento River water supply diversions would decrease the likelihood of water supply disruption associated with flooding of Delta Islands due to a reduced dependence on through Delta convey. As you reduce the volume of water that goes through the Delta, the flood risk drops, right? That's the way I read it, anyway. Larry's shaking his head no, but I read that sentence as meaning if you take water further up the Delta and run it through underground pipes, it's not as much, the volume of water running through the Delta is accordingly reduced, and the risk of disruption is reduced also.
It's a little more complicated than that. The amount of water that may eventually be diverted upstream with respect to flood flow volumes is infinitesimal or very,
right,
very,
because
very
it comes
small.
in, that would arguably come in wintertime.
Well,
yeah.
But it's also, you know, if the tunnels had a capacity, I think, of 9,000 cubic feet per second, and you've got 600,000 feet, second feet coming down Yolo bypass in the Sacramento River, it's a mere drop. But what it does have an impact on is the ability to deliver higher quality water south of the Delta, because you're taking higher quality water upstream.
Well, okay, then I'm not as happy as I once was, because I thought those were assumptions that I could understand and therefore judge. And there's a DWR cost allocation for salinity stuff that you mentioned in the report, or maybe it's part of the 2008 study, and I haven't had a chance to read that yet. But that's the kind of stuff I'm looking at, and in some ways, these assumptions that you make to get technical information out become the policy that is the strategy, unless there's something on top of it. So, I mean, it's very interesting. It's very interesting. This is this was actually the technical reports I thought were quite helpful.
Okay, Dan Ray is coming to the microphone to
Right.
sort this all out.
Save us.
I don't know if I can save you, but I think it's useful to think about, you know, we weren't quite prepared to go through a detailed discussion of the material that are presented to the peer review committee today, but you know, I think it's useful to step back and think how we got here and then where we hope to go. Because, you know, we tried, we first developed the Delta plan to start with principles. This is where you can have development, this is the kind of levies you should have. We weren't able to reach agreement on that, so we said, all right, we're going to step back, adopt this broader matrix that's derived from the current policies. And I know, Mr. Vice Chairman, that was a choice you voted against, but that's where we ended up. I think, and you can maybe blame this on me, I think the approach that we've taken this time is more iterative. Let's not just start with principles, let's start with details and build up from the ground. We begun to build that foundation from the ground with the tool, understanding a lot of the detail that's out there. But we've also then come to the council, beginning with the issue paper in the fall, what are the key questions we need to answer? And then coming back to you last month and asking, hey, what are the most important state interests we need to be considering as we move ahead? And now I think the next time we come back to you, it's going to be, let's begin to identify some principles. All the principles that you've identified, for example, as being important are things in which the tool can help us illuminate and play with the tool as a way to understand, is it going to give us, what are the various approaches that might get us closer or further from the objectives that we might identify. So I don't think we're trying to prejudge the situation in the way that Arcadis has done the technical work, but we're trying to make sure we have a system that is going to evolve in increments, back and forth, council, technical information, stakeholders, over the next month, so we can get by in December to a draft recommendation that the council will be comfortable with.
Thanks for that, Dan. Appreciate it. I think we're ready to hear from Larry.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Welcome back.
Good afternoon, and good afternoon, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to be here again. This has been an enlightening discussion. I think everything that Dan has said is on target, and we have been building this process block by block, and I think we've got an outstanding foundation for moving forward with respect to development of a levies investment prioritization strategy. And I don't believe that the building blocks that we've assembled so far have committed the council to any particular direction. And I think the time is appropriate for the council to view this and weigh in on general direction for an overall strategy. So I'm here today to present to you a very brief discussion on cost allocation methodology, and I would emphasize methodology. We have not taken this to the point where we're actually beginning to apply it for the reason that's been stated all along, with the peer review particularly in mind, but also your input, agency stakeholder input, and public input, so that these methodologies can be adjusted as we go forward before we're too far deeply into the project work. So very quickly, the basis for the levy system in the Delta, of course, is to provide a primary purpose of flood risk reduction. And I want to emphasize the word purpose because it also contributes to other purposes within the Delta, most notably the co-equal goals. The objective of establishing this cost allocation methodology is how should we allocate the cost? And we're going to break the cost down into two major categories, construction and operations and maintenance. And I would quickly point out there is not a bright line between those two cost categories, and that's something to keep in mind as we go forward. There are also multiple beneficiaries that benefit, from the flood risk reduction in the Delta, notably people and property, but also state interest, infrastructure owners, and users that crisscross the Delta. And so there are multiple beneficiaries to keep in mind. There's an established historical perspective for allocating costs for various kinds of projects within the Delta. The first category is the project levies. These are part of the state plan of flood control. Approximately 1/3 of the total mileage in the Delta are project levies. And historically, the costs have been shared between the federal government, the state government, and local agencies. And in the past, the federal government has picked up somewhere between 50 to 75% of the cost of construction of those levies. And the state share, or the remaining share, the non-federal share, has been split typically 70% by the state of California, 30% by local agencies. When it comes to that long OMRR, operations and maintenance, typically the federal government passes these facilities to the state and to the local agencies, and the local agencies become responsible for maintenance of these levees within the Delta. That maintenance is supported by subventions, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. Currently, cost sharing for project levies has changed a little bit. Typically, the federal share is about 50%, although it can go as high as 65% under certain circumstances, particularly ecosystem restoration in urban areas. The minimum state share for the non-federal portion has been established at 50%. So the non-federal share is split 50-50 between the state and local agencies, but that state share can be increased by any one of a number of factors, disadvantaged community, the overall system concepts, the ecosystem enhancement, and contributions to multi-purposes. Typically, the state share can go as high as 90%, and in addition, under setback levies in particular, the state share has been set at 80%. With respect to non-project levies, approximately 2/3 of the levy mileage in the Delta, there is no federal share. And so the total cost is borne by state and local agencies. And currently, the state share is limited to $10 million, and this is for construction or major improvements. In addition, the state may pay up to 20% of pre-construction cost, engineering, and environmental assessment type of work. Within the primary zone of the Delta, the base state share is established at 75%. Within the secondary zone, it's 50%, although it can be increased up to 75% based on ability to pay. And in addition, both shares actually can be increased to a maximum of 95% under certain circumstances, considerations for habitat, contributions to public purposes, contributions to subsidence reversal, and contributions for third-party matches. Yes,
Larry, Patrick has a question.
Do we have the information that would have what the state and reclamation districts have done in each case that sort of add up to those general figures, and maybe a map that went along with it? In other words, like for non-project levies, it says state shares generally limited to $10 million, but then it could go up to 95%. So, you know, which islands or which projects, or is that rare, or did it happen routinely, or did, I guess two things. One, since your description of the process we're involved in was to, which I supported, which was somewhat empirical, go out and find out what's already happened, what the conditions of the islands are, what the value is, the levies and so forth. And that might help us then figure out what the principles are that ought to guide us. So one, did you look at all that? And secondly, is it available in an appendix or some form in which, whether it's the peer review panel or us or the public, could know what those general numbers mean when applied to specific islands?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, okay, so let me just see.
I think Dan
So
captured.
if you take any one of the general points, right? So where, I mean, which islands or levee projects did the feds put in 50%? Which did they put in 75%? How many dollars was that? What did the state put in? What did the local reclamation district do? Are there a lot of, I mean, you have base share that can be contributed based on one of these factors, or so somehow those percentages got there. I've read them elsewhere. So were they conclusions that DWR or somebody produced over time, and that's what we have, or do we actually know the data points that resulted in those PowerPoint?
Well, that's a very difficult question. The information that Mr. Eisenberg was referring to earlier, the 400 or 500 pages, stipulate these things in some great detail. And our focus, our focus, our project team's focus has really been on the process as you've described, the methodology. We've been working closely with staff to try and, I think, be able to answer the questions. And so I'm in the fortunate position of being able to dodge this bullet. And Dan,
Yeah, I think, and Cindy, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what Larry's given you now, or Larry could correct me if you're wrong, I think what Larry's presenting now is sort of typical practice based on provisions of the water code, which specify the state share of the non-federal portion, as well as typical practice that you can derive from like guidelines and reports from DWR. We also had developed, and I think we shared it with you several months ago, detailed maps that reported for the Delta Levees program, both the special projects program, its improvements, as well as maintenance, what the cost shares for state and local expenditures in each island were. And we're in the process of gaining additional information that Vice Chairman Eisenberg asked us to get about the expenditure investments in the project levies, which we didn't have at that time, as well as some other special sources of funds that will allow us to see for every tract and island for each RD, here's where the money has come from for the last period of time. And we can allocate that by share.
Can't hear me, but like, so in a public meeting that you're gonna have, or we're gonna have, right, a couple of them coming up and other things. Cindy, could you or Larry stand up and say, well, over here where we got a lot of urban populations and over here in Contra Costa, these are project levies and the feds have put in 50% and the states put in 80% of the remaining 50, and then the locals did that. And then over here we have these other levies where they're non-project levies and really not much has been done, or it has been done, and the reason it's been done is because it has some environmental benefit, and so it was one of the exceptions, or it was important to the water transfer to the pumps, or something, and so
I think you're asking.
I don't.
They can provide that information, and if you think it would be helpful, we can have it there.
Well, I guess I'm trying to figure out whether all the discrete information that only Phil has read recently, at least, adds up to some generalizations, because, like Phil said, well, it looks like we're accepting the percentages for what we're going to pay for levies, the state and everybody else, because we're just restating kind of what is. But whether that's the right percentage or not, I don't doubt that over a long period of time, DWR and the reclamation districts have worked hard at maximizing the use of the dollars to achieve some goals. And, you know, they say them in some of these documents that are part of that. But now we're going back and trying to understand it and then make some independent judgment, and we're asking a lot of nationally renowned scientists to help us do that, right? For instance, if we're going to say it's not in the state's interest to put in money to non-project levies, and we don't want to be legally required as the state of California, should there be a levy break on that, I'd like to know what the implications of that are. Not everyone, and not for a future that we don't know, but if we had that as a policy, what would it have meant in the past? Would it have meant that some ag islands that cost a lot to reclaim wouldn't have been reclaimed, and then we can make a judgment, well, okay, we accept that. Would it have meant that some environmental projects wouldn't have been done that would have been valuable to do? Would it have meant that we would have had to change the policy pretty quick because it would have screwed up the whole system when we realized the effect of it?
So, well, the piece of the funding package picture we don't have yet is the project levy expenditures. We've asked DWR for that, and we'll have it. We hope, we promised you by the May meeting, so I hope we have it. So if we were to, in the meeting in Stockton, and it would be helpful, I think, hey, here's where the money is gone. We can't describe the urban part of it, but we can certainly describe the non-project part of it. And if you look at those patterns, you can see that, in fact, the special projects money, which is for improvements, has gone to improve protection of the Western Islands, many of them, which are important to water quality. It serves broad purposes in the Delta. They've gone for improvements along the conveyance corridor so that they are intended to protect the state's interests in an export supply. And if I remember right, there's probably some communities like Walnut Grove, there you've got sort of semi-urban populations. There's a lot of lives and property at stake that have received those funds, and that pattern is pretty clear. And the subventions money is spread more evenly across the Delta. I think we could then, in some future case, I don't think we'd thought of it this way, and it's probably not in the scope of Arcata's contract. They'd probably be thinking through the bill for us. We could do that kind of hindcast. Okay, given what, pattern, if here's a sample of what we would expect, if you guys say, hey, this is a set of values that are really important to us, and so these are islands that we think ought to be special priorities, and this is how we think we ought to deal with minimizing states' liabilities, I think we could create a scenario using that information about where money has gone to say, okay, how would that money have changed? It's over a 10-year period. Let's imagine that 10 years ago we had a different policy. What would it have looked like? I think we could see that.
I think from our perspective, from our project team perspective, we've waded through the several hundred pages of information, and frankly, it's quite clear what the guidelines are, and many of those guidelines are backed up from the water code and our policy. What's less clear is the question you're asking, which I think is an excellent question as well. How have those been applied in the past? And that's somewhat complicated because some of those policies have changed with time. For example, the federal government was more willing to spend money on levies historically than they are today, than it is today. So that's a consideration. But going forward, with these as crystal clear policies and with the risk-based approach, it should be a powerful methodology to apply or to prioritize funding going forward. But it doesn't help much if we don't have a rearview mirror to look at what's happened in the past.
Okay, Mary and then Asia.
Thank you, and I support the questions and possible direction Councilmember Johnson is moving in, and I think it would also identify for us what the impact could be on potentially funded project levy expenditures by the failure of non-funded or unfunded non-project levies by wind wash, erosion, et cetera. So if we have a project levy and we're funding improvements to it, and then a non-project nearby unfunded for improvement levy fails, what is that impact on the infrastructure of the project levy? So I guess my point is they're all connected one way or another. So for not funding some or funding others, what is going to be that impact? And then secondly, it would also identify the map that Patrick's talking about, would identify the ongoing work done by the locals, the state and the federal governments, not just in total dollars invested, which we've seen that number presented in reports, staff reports, but where geographically. And I think that would be extremely informative to see that highlighted on a map like we have behind us, where those investments are made and by whom.
Okay.
I think we might be surprised
It's easy
at
to
what
do.
that would indicate.
And we've shared part of it with you, and as soon as we get this additional information, we'll be able to bring it back again, updated with a more complete picture.
Yeah, if we're talking about a risk-based approach and we're focusing, prioritizing, as I'm hearing, I don't know that I agree with it, but prioritizing on project levies, if we're not funding non-project levies, what is that additional risk on those project levies under a risk-based approach? And we have to follow it through, in my opinion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Asia?
Months ago about establishing the matrix in order to have return on investment be really clear. So as we look at the methodology to spend funding, what has been the return, and really the tool that we have created in terms of supplementing projects or non-project levies, but really looking at these funds as a way to stimulate the type of development or enhancements that we need in certain areas of the highest risk or the highest need. And when we think about just the different formulas that have been used in the past with the federal share, local agency share, and there being special considerations for special circumstances of public benefit or need, I think it should be the same consideration when we think about the factors that are most important to the policy objectives that we have with the Delta. So if the goal is to mitigate risk, and we haven't really decided what the different rank or tier of the priority would be as of yet, but I do think that return on investment should be definitely a high priority. As we know, we do not have a supply of unlimited funds, and there are some projects that are ready, and there are some projects that would definitely need a larger investment from the funds that are currently available, but that determination should also be made based on how this would continue to support the self-reliance of the system and to really protect our goals of enhancing the areas that need the most work. And I know that we'd also discussed that it's almost impossible to identify the exact condition of certain areas of the Delta, but if there are certain areas that we know really are in critical condition, then we should be able to prioritize funding to be able to enhance those areas should those project enhancements come up. So I just think that I support council members to my left about the actual rubric, and maybe like a GIS map will be really simple just to be able to drop in those different layers. And I think this map in the back is really helpful just with the grading and the variance, so we can just really see exactly where those dollars have been spent. But I do think as we look in the rear view, as Dan said, having the different information from prior investments will really, really be able to assist us in determining what has been the return on investment. And then also with Councilmember Mary had discussed about, some investments may not have been sustainable. And so really being able to gauge the success of the investment is going to be critical as we determine really what has been the impact of the monies that we've spent so far so that we can make better decisions in the future.
Thank you. And Phil?
I wonder whether it wouldn't be wise to take a look at the water supply disruption risk score category again, particularly introductory stuff, which I thought was very good. You started with a statement that at least for me was, developing a Delta-wide method for the planning tool to assess potential water supply disruption risks associated with levee failure and island flooding requires a simplified approach. Island-specific water supply metrics have been formulated by considering water supply disruption impacts associated with changes to salinity, and salinity response is sensitive to island locations. I mean, that's a tidy way to start the focus. And then you go on and referenced acknowledging the most detailed study is that 2013 DWR study of 19 islands, or you say 7 island groups. I can't, I looked at the summary of that in 2013 or whenever it came out, don't remember. But that provides one of the sources of information. Then the PPIC study complements it, and it gives you the analytical too. So one of the things you might find, and this is Mary's comment alluded to it, is if as the general scientific stuff that we've received over the years is true. The Western Islands appear to be a major, substantial, whatever you qualify it, but something you want to talk about when you talk about salinity. I mean, I'm just shorthanding it. And it may be that what Patrick wants on island by island is addressed by this the DWR study of the 19 individual islands, which I bet most of them are Western, aren't they? Or was this a study generated by island owners?
As usual, Mr. Eisenberg, you're steps ahead of us, because we came today just to talk about the cost allocation approach that Arcadis has recommended in the methodology.
Okay.
They haven't yet even shared with us fully all the maps that depict how the different assets that are assessed in their various technical memoranda lay out. And so today we're just trying to say, hey, here's an approach to just allocating costs that made sense to Arcadis and get some reaction from you. And then we also want to find out, hey, technically is this sound from the panel? And then we'll be able to come back with, talk to DWR and our other agency partners about what the peer review panel says and what we've heard from you when we talk about this again in May, and see if we can, among our agencies, say, yeah, here's a methodology we think makes sense. Then Arcadis can finish the mapping, and we'll be able to start having some of these more detailed conversations with you. But you're ahead of where we're at today, and I'm certainly would suspect ahead of what we're prepared to be able to explain to you today.
Well, and I think it's really important to keep in mind that all this discussion notwithstanding, which has been extremely important, and I don't mean to diminish the significance of it at all, because it all works to developing the strategy that goes forward. But if you had X dollars to spend on levies today, these are the guidelines that exist that you have to work within, or explain why you're not, in some cases, to the legislature, because it's in the water code. And similarly, the actual allocation methodology that we're suggesting in the allocation at the local share has been used by DWR historically since primarily since the inception of the State Water Project. And so
for the State Water Project, not for levies.
Right. Well, for water resources projects in general, but it was applied really to the State Water Project, and but it has been used in levies. And we're suggesting that this is a starting point for consideration about how future costs could be allocated. So this is
we in the Delta Plan in recommendation 4 in the risk reduction chapter, we specifically said, as we promised to do what's become this investment strategy study, we said the priority should identify guiding principles, constraints, recommended cost share allocations, and strategic considerations to guide Delta flood risk reduction investments supported by, at a minimum, the following actions conducted by the Department of Water Resources consistent with available funding. I mean, so that's what we said we were going to do, and it said recommended cost share allocations. It did not say assuming existing cost share allocations continue.
That's right. But some of them are stipulated in the code. So it's a little bit hard for us, and unless
well, then come to us with a policy that says existing codes will be are assumed throughout the study and no changes should be considered, and we can argue about that.
Somehow we're talking past each other here, Mr. Vice Chairman, because what Arcadis came prepared to talk about was here's how they would suggest allocating costs. Now, we may not agree with it, but this is their approach as professionals.
Okay.
The approach they've suggested is one that says, and I think it's appropriate for consultants, they don't come in and say, let's change the state law. They said, hey, let's work within this law. The same methodology could be used if you decided you wanted to toss out the state law and reallocate shares across a broader set of interests. So, you know, I think we hear what you're saying, and we are going to have a conversation about that at the, I think, at the beginning of the May meeting. But the real, the part that Larry wants to talk about today is, hey, within whatever share is available to be allocated, here's a methodology that can be used. And the way he proposed beginning with that is, hey, here's what the current law says. And our suggestion is that you just try to allocate the local share. But the same tool could be used either way, the same technical system.
So Larry, the slide we got stuck on is describing current practice. And it's clear from this slide in regards to non-project levies, the current practice is somewhat convoluted, not always real crisp. A lot of latitude is provided, and I think the reaction you've gotten is we want to get real quick to further defining and narrowing, and I think you're headed there, but I just wanted to acknowledge where we got stuck. Not your fault. You were just describing. You're not. It's the fault of policies and laws that have evolved over 40 years that have adapted and been added onto, and this is what we've got. And what you've described is what we've got. It hasn't been very well received up here. So I just want you to know that we don't hold you responsible for 40 years of legislation and policy guidelines. You're just delivering the message. Now, take it from here and bring it on home.
I don't even know where to start.
Next slide.
Next slide. Okay, this has been a very good discussion, and we thank you. And if you are looking to us for policy recommendations, you will get them. But we're not prepared to do that at this point in time. So these are current practices, all founded in state guidelines, some of those founded in the legislation. And so this is for, what I've just attempted to describe is for major improvements or construction. And if we go to subventions, the policy is a little bit different. And this is clearly stipulated by code, where subject to the availability of state funds, the DWR has the discretion to pay up to 75% after local agencies have expended $1,000 per mile. The water code goes on to require that the local agency submit ability to pay information, and DWR is empowered to use that ability to pay information for determining what the reimbursement might be. That requirement in state code, however, expires on July 1st, 2018, and what it is replaced by is simply the upper part, which is 75% after $1,000 per mile that has been expended by the local agency, subject to the availability of funds. The DWR does have some suggested guidelines for how ability to pay is calculated or determined by the local agency. There are two approaches that they suggest. One is a benefits-based approach, and that benefits-based approach is based on expected annual damage, EAD, averted. So that would be obviously the more the greater the value of infrastructure and housing and businesses on the island, presumably there's a greater ability to pay. The alternative is a financial-based approach, which actually looks at revenues, expenses, assets, and debts of the local agency, and the economic benefits, the expected annual damages averted, are not used directly or directly considered. So in this non-federal share, to be shared historically by the state and the local agency, the Delta Levees Investment Strategy project cost allocation methodology that we're recommending be adopted would inform this allocation of levy improvement by on a cost basis by purpose or by benefit categories. It would enable the determination of the state interest in and share of the non-federal costs. It would enable determination of the local share of state costs based on ability to pay and allocation of remaining costs to beneficiaries. And that, we're suggesting, would be done essentially in accordance with the metrics that have been established that Mr. Eisenberg has alluded to, 3 metrics in particular. Clearly expected annual damage, which is of greatest interest to the individual property owners, but could be expanded to infrastructure owners and users. The expected annual water supply disruption score, and from the environmental perspective, the expected change in annual change in habitat. The cost allocation methodology is really based on the multiple purposes of a project, and what the state has used historically is entitled the separable cost remaining benefits. Mr. Eisenberg and I often joke about the difference between engineers and attorneys. This is language that's furnished by economists, which is a totally different basis altogether.
Group of sinners.
And in this case, the SCRB process would take into account the 3 basic purposes of a levy project: the flood risk reduction aspects, the water supply reliability aspects, and the ecosystem protection, restoration, and enhancement process. And simply stated, what it means is that you pull one of those processes, one of those purposes out of consideration, and you see what's remaining, what the cost would be for the remaining purposes, and that enables you to assign the cost for each purpose of the project, and also to identify the residual cost, which is the cost that is common to all 3 of those purposes for a true multiple purpose project. And as I said, this has been the cost allocation procedure that's used by DWR. And in the technical memorandum 3.2, there is a specific example for levies in Hamilton City that was used, and it's far too complex to show in a presentation like this, but the details are left to the interested reader, but there is a good example. So the application of this methodology then is in 4 steps. The first step is really the SCRB process, where the costs by purpose are identified and then pulled out as appropriate to determine the impacts on the remaining part of the project. And these are as recommended in the procedures outlined by DWR and also by the federal government. Step 2 is to determine the state's interest, and we're back to what is the state's interest, and how does that impact the purpose or purposes of each project, and then to determine the state share by purpose based on those policies regarding whether it's new construction or major repairs, or whether it falls under the current policies of subvention. Step 3 is the determination of the local agency's ability to pay. And as described earlier, there's really 2 approaches that have been put forth by DWR. The benefits-based approach, how much is expected annual damages reduced. We could also look at the risks reduction to water supply, the risk reduction to the environmental aspects. But then there's also the financial approach based on the revenues, assets, debts, and so on of the local agency. Step 4 is the allocation then of this local share to those users at the beneficiary level. And this really, step 4, is more in the purview of the project that's being undertaken by the Delta Protection Commission on the levy assessment district. We'll obviously be providing our thoughts, and we intend to work very closely with the consultant of the Delta Protection Commission so to make sure that we're all on the same page. Let me then just quickly summarize. It's our contention that the cost allocation methodologies, we can argue about percentages and so on, but the basic methodologies are well established, and they do offer a system that prioritizes, that can prioritize fairness over economic efficiency, that can be used to maximize the net benefits of levy improvements, and enables us to really assign as closely as possible the cost by purpose, which would prevent, to a very large extent, one purpose subsidizing another purpose in the cost allocation approach. And then quickly, our next steps in the DLIS project, in our project, is to develop a pilot application of this SCRB procedures, to develop alternative cost-sharing strategies, which for project levies could be federal and state, for non-project levies would be state only, and then detailed assessment of the recommendation of procedures in steps 2 through 4 with appropriate input and coordination with the Delta Protection Commission, and the development of a spreadsheet tool just that could be used to inform this cost allocation for each of the steps. I don't know whether to ask for more questions at this point or not.
Well,
Mary and then Phil.
I do have a question. Thank you, Larry, for taking a pause. I was going to try to be patient till you got to the end. On the cost allocation method, your number of slides, I won't refer to a specific one on this, but how do you define local agencies, or who is defined under local agencies? Or has that been defined yet?
Not clearly defined in our work, but go ahead.
Dan?
Well, I mean, who are acting as local agencies to pay the non-state share are usually in the non-project levies. It's the Delta RDs.
It's the reclamation districts.
Yeah, in the urban areas, sometimes it's a municipality or some other kind of metropolitan flood control agency that plays that.
So you're looking at RDs, maybe the Delta counties, or possibly a city within the region.
It might depend on how their local flood control is organized.
Anybody else that you're thinking of maybe now?
I think in terms of the local agencies that typically are the non-state local partner, those are the ones that I'm familiar with.
They'd know who they were essentially already.
Those that are empowered to levy property owners.
Right. Okay.
For their share of levy costs.
Okay. And then on the prioritization of fairness, I thought that was interesting. We've identified Delta counties, then state, federal government, reclamation districts. On the cost allocation, have the water exporters been identified as a funder possibly for the cost allocation?
Yes.
Okay.
Because
I haven't heard that yet.
The general classes of beneficiaries have been defined in Technical Memoranda 3.1. And some of those beneficiaries currently pay, some don't currently pay.
So as we allocate cost to purposes, though, that actually allocates them to beneficiaries too, because if the purpose is water supply, then we know who the water supply entity that benefits is. Or
Okay,
if the property that's being protected is a particular piece of infrastructure, then we know who operates that infrastructure.
Well, with my first read, or our early read, the technical memorandum regarding environmental restoration, that wasn't exactly clear to me, so that hence my question. So maybe we might need to emphasize that.
Good point.
Thank you.
Phil?
Will the methodology ask a question like, and I'll give you an example of what I'm thinking about. The legislature set aside $5 million for something that could be covered by expenditures for levees or flood protection. We've got in the Delta Plan very strong language on the need to protect and expand floodplains that exist, as well as develop new one, including the South San Joaquin floodplain. You have 17 local districts who wander in and say, I want a piece of that $5 million, and you have the San Joaquin people say, I want it all for the floodplain. Will the methodology allow us to determine cost benefits in either dollar terms or other terms from that option? Because that's one of the practical questions that, you know, legislators get asked and budget people fuss about. And if we don't resolve it, it usually results in, let's divide it by the number of counties that exist or the number of cities, give each of them an equal share, and hope we get some benefit.
The current methodology is perhaps a little bit more, I think it really starts at a different point. So what the methodology that we're developing would enable the comparison of a number of projects for their ability to satisfy certain of the factors in the that we've been calling metrics. So we can take a number of submitted proposed projects, presumably from local agencies, but they could also come from NGOs and other project proponents, and run those through the planning tool. The decision makers, the policy makers will be able to use that and say, if we weight the various factors in a different manner, what kind of portfolio could be developed? So if I'm a user, a decision maker for applying this methodology, I might say that my particular goal is to first favor reduction in expected annual fatalities. Let's save lives first. And my second goal might be to reduce property damage in the Delta. My second goal could be to minimize water supply disruption. My second goal could be to minimize adverse environmental impacts or to maximize environmental benefits. And I could use the planning tool to develop these various or to analyze these various projects that have been submitted to come up with a portfolio of projects that meets, first of all, this budget requirement that you've established, the $5 million that may be available, but that also then meets the decision makers' goals with respect to the metrics that have been put forth. Now we've got a series of projects, and we've got an overall budget. Now you can apply the cost allocation methodology and say, if these are all non-project levies, there's no federal participation, so we're down to a state share and a local share. We can apply the cost methodology to determine appropriately what the state share might be. What is going to drive that? The state interests are going to drive that in those groupings of projects. Within the local share, to Councilmember Pifo's point, there are multiple beneficiaries other than just the property owners, and so that local share could be then allocated to multiple beneficiaries. So I think we're looking at developing this sort of in the reverse from what you've described, Mr. Eisenberg, with respect to you know, I've got $5 million to spend, how should I spend it? This is, we're going to get projects that are submitted, just as they historically have been, from RDs, from local agencies to DWR for, this is focused, this particular discussion is focused mainly on special projects or new construction, major construction. And a similar process could be used for subventions, but basically it's to, how can we take these proposed projects, use them to reduce risk in the, according to the desires of the decision makers and the policy makers at that time, and then do the cost allocation.
And in the specific example, the way we'll be using the Arcadis' technology, working with our, Delta stakeholders and others. We've asked them, what are projects that are important to you? We're loading those into the tool, and we're going to be developing where there aren't projects to fill out ideas. We'll probably be developing some conceptual projects. Here's things that would make sense in this area based on the way we've talked about projects in the past. One of those projects that I believe is in the list of projects that the San Joaquin County flood control agencies are considering is the potential for the bypass that you talked about. We would think about it the way the tool would evaluate it probably is more as a series of setback levees that would widen the flood control channel than as a bypass itself, because this is about the way the tool's devised that's around, which levee investments make sense, but you would then see, oh, here's a series of setback levees that would reduce risk to property because it would might lower flood stages, might allow you to convey more flow, and it might have ecosystem benefits, and so those benefits would show up, and then you would be able to look at the broader map and go, oh, look, here's a series of projects, these setback levees along this bypass that provide multiple benefits, and so they're rising to the top of the priority list.
But won't the council eventually want to summarize the information, and when we present the report on the methodology to the legislature, to say application of the methodology shows the following 5, 6, 7 things?
That's exactly where we're going, and you're a step ahead of us.
Well, then one additional question. We have a money focus on damage to property. We've got, as I read this stuff, at least the available DWR and PPIC studies on potential salinity impacts, which has a dollar component. We are not doing that on habitat, however, right? If I read this correctly?
Well, we're not doing it on water. We have a mix of metrics. We have life loss, which has not been monetized purposely. We do have expected annual damages, which you can monetize. The water supply disruption, we attempted to monetize it, but it's so highly dependent on antecedent conditions and the time of year and all these factors over which we have no control. So it's not monetized. We have chosen not to monetize the habitat. That is based really on acreage or lineal feet for setback type projects, and we've monetized we haven't monetized the agriculture either. It's also on acreage. Now both the habitat and the agriculture, we do have a scale within there, so we can basically high, medium, low. High value agricultural land, high value habitat versus medium or low value. So that could enter into it. Post-processing on specific examples, of course, you could apply because you'd have maybe detailed costs of the agriculture for that particular island or islands, and the same with habitat. But the way the planning tool works, it doesn't depend on having all the same baseline for each of the metrics, and that's the beauty of the particular tool that's being developed. It doesn't depend on them all being in dollars, for example. It allows us to still assess the impacts on risk reduction for all of these factors, regardless of whether they're expressed in dollars or acres or lineal feet, whatever. So it's,
But the tool does, though, as Larry pointed out, it does account for habitat. It just is doing it in an acreage basis and then looking at the type of habitat that's been created and the values it would have to the species that are most important in the delta.
Will I think I know the answer to this question, but I'll ask it anyway. Will the methodology tell us or give us any indication as to the additional value that would come to a flood protection action involving levees from additional habitat accoutrements associated with it? You know, somebody walks in and said, hey, you put all the money on this levee and I'll turn over 700 acres to you on, you know, on the southern end, and you can plant tules and have ducks or whatever you want to do. Do we have a way to calculate benefit?
Well, again, we're trying to develop a broad amendment to the Delta plan, not evaluate, you know, your particular application for a specific project, but it will be able to identify, as I understand, what we hope to bring to you, areas where things like setting back a levee to create additional shoreline habitat that would be useful to migratory fish, or areas where it's important to maintain a levee in order to protect existing waterfowl habitat. Those sort of outcomes will be things that we can identify from investments in levees, and so that'll allow us to identify these are the places where investment is going to produce the highest benefits across particular categories, and areas that will be less important.
but to your specific example, if there was a project put forward that said, we're gonna fix 2 miles of levee, and we're gonna use these particular means of doing it, we're gonna raise crest and flatten side slopes, and it's gonna cost this much, and oh, by the way, we're also gonna donate 700 acres of land as part of this project that could be used as habitat. That becomes a factor that would go into the tool and into the planning tool. And that project, if you're looking at environmental benefits, is probably going to raise to a favored project.
Well, okay, but I'm trying to figure out if the methodology will give us a measurable way to value the habitat proposal, as opposed to, gosh, it looks good, makes it more attractive, which is kind of the status quo.
It will give you a way to evaluate it, and you can be able, depending on the type of habitat, you'll either be able to value it in acres or linear channel miles, and you'll be able to ascribe it a value of, you know, high, medium, or low perhaps, based on the importance of those habitat contributions.
Well, we're going to look forward to May and continuing this discussion. Anything else? We'll take public comment now for file item number 11. I presume the authors of the blue slips are still here. Eric Ringelberg.
Thank you. Eric Ringelberg, Local Agencies of the North Delta, 18 Reclamation Water Districts. First, I wanted to thank the Vice Chair for his comments on drought planning. I think we've gone through enough drought cycles that we have a sense of what our needs are, and hopefully some ability to learn and synthesize from prior droughts. And I think the Vice Chair clearly identified that the reactive mode that we're in doesn't move us forward in that process. So to have, I think, more explicit drought planning and taking lessons learned from this drought and prior droughts would be very useful. I would also see that now would be a good opportunity to start looking at means that the council can use to reduce reliance on the Delta. In regards to the Independent Science Review Panel, I think staff has done an excellent job of getting an august list of technical experts, and in particular, I'm quite content that they were able to get a social scientist to provide a different set of views from the traditional modeling and geotechnical. Susan Cutter will do an excellent job, I believe, and is a good catch for this panel. I think the senator identified and actually also the vice chair identified that the documents that we have today, including the backup technical documents, need to be synthesized. And they need to be synthesized with the idea that the audience is a lay audience. The information that we have here, certainly on the agenda item 11, this is great technical analysis, but it's right at the borderline where it's difficult for people who aren't necessarily experts in this, and in particular the cost allocation modeling is very complex. And having some sort of synthesis of the backup technical documents and the approach that's being used would be really useful, particularly when you're going to go out to the broader public. It's essentially not really workable the way it is now if you go out to folks who this is their first exposure, and it'd be useful to have something that would be a little more accessible to the public. But as part of that, I think when we started talking about the project methodology, and in particular the cost allocations, it seemed to me that it would be useful that there's an articulation of the relationships of the cost assignment back to the original policy. And I'll give you an illustration of that. Reduce risk to people, property, and state interests in the Delta by promoting effective emergency preparedness, appropriate land uses, and strategic levee investments. And it appears to me that we've parsed this out. We've parsed it out really towards some economic variables, but leaving out some of the critical ones, the unique cultural, recreational, and to some degree, misarticulation of the ag values of the Delta. As we heard, they're not using an economic element to that. So simple things like recreational values, which can be articulated and identified, and historic properties just simply are absent from this process. And I think that fails to meet the code on its face. So my hope is that while we're still developing this, is that the process take a look back and bring those values back in. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Melinda Terry.
Good afternoon, Melinda Terry, Executive Director, California Central Valley Flood Control Association. And I'll just add one thing that I forgot to say on the drought thing. The executive order also exempted the barriers from having to comply with the water code for meeting compliance with water quality, the state's water quality plans. On the peer review panel, maybe I just don't know who these people are, like Eric does. They appear to me in reading the document, the attachment 1, that they're primarily academic people, not necessarily on the ground type of engineers, if you will. So you might want to think of just adding somebody like that to help balance out the academic type of expertise that you have. Then on the methodology that's been discussed here, one of the things that I would bring up is, I think it was talked about earlier in your meeting, is the Proposition 218 sort of thing that really needs to be thought about as you develop your methodology. I don't really know much about what this SCRB is other than what I tried to read from these documents, but I'm not really myself familiar with it. But, you know, that's an example. Is it consistent? It's something that will work in a way that will end up being consistent with Prop 218, because as I've said many times, and the court this week confirmed, when it comes to these other beneficiary and other benefits to other beneficiaries besides the landowners who are assessed for levee maintenance, we can't really charge for those things. So to the extent that right now this document is talking about water supply reliability, and from listening is primarily really talking about export, the CVP and SWP, which are important infrastructure and water supply facilities, to the extent that those improvements, I'll just use an earthquake. So for instance, maybe the local landowner itself only really needs to be protected to a level of PL 8499, but because it's important to the water supply conveyance, you might do a higher level. That can't be passed on under 218 because they can be challenged, because you're really paying another beneficiary. The benefits do not accrue not only to that landowner, but then they have to be proportional, whatever we are going to apply to them. So I'm not clear on whether the methodology being worked is really looking at capturing some of those issues. And as I've said before, the habitat is really the same way. Most of the habitat that is discussed here and at the other venues of the other Delta agencies are really biological opinion and things, projects that are in FERPA, which is actual formal agreement for implementing. And those are required in order to maintain ESA take permits for the CVP and SWP. So again, we fall under that can't apply those to the assessment of the landowners. And then the real difficult part then will be for these other beneficiaries is identifying what mechanisms you can use to actually charge them. For instance, because we can't use our normal assessment for them, right? Because they're not landowners. The assessment laws are designed for landowners. They're not property owners. So then you end up in things, if you looked at the PPIC report towards the end, it mentioned, I think it was in Australia, that they charged, they had the urban and ag water agencies. This was for water management, but you could apply it to levies, if you will, because it is part of our state's water management. Yes, sorry. Oh, yeah. But you could apply, what they do is they charge them, according to the PPIC paper anyway, was 5% of their revenues if you were urban agency and 2% of the revenues. Because again, you have to come up with another mechanism because we can't use the property assessments. And I haven't really heard that talked about as much, but it really is going to end up being, if you want to capture those other beneficiaries, figure out ways to do that. The other things that I would say is we currently use, as the Vice Chair was saying, the current methodology is a point system that really, that's how they prioritize, is kind of taking the same things that were talked about here and then giving them a different point, you know, based on whether it should be higher priority or not. And the only thing I kind of worry about from hearing the description here today is whether it's going to end up in delaying getting money out the door. It sounded much more complicated, if you will, and that would really be bad from the state's investment standpoint, because any delays in getting funding out, whether it's for non-project or project, you are increasing the state's liability during that time period that you're not improving or maintaining those levies. That's one thing I worry about is if we're going to develop something, let's make it something that really is hopefully more efficient and effective, but it really should not look at delaying anything. And then last, I'll just talk about really when you're talking about reducing flood risk, which is where the PowerPoint slideshow really started off at. It's about being able to reduce the flood risk reducing the consequences of the flood risk. And what that means is the assets, if you will, the property and people that are at risk, right? Because even if you're spending more money on improving levees, you think you're reducing risk, but if at the same time it's increasing the number of homes and the development, it's even out or can switch the other way because your risks of property and damages lost become greater than the improvements that you just made. And I'll just leave it with a good news on that, because we don't always get to talk about the good news, is because the Delta has the Delta Protection Act, and correct me if I describe this incorrectly of the original intent, but the way I understand it is when you look at what the original act in particular did is it created this legal delta, and then within that, it created a new boundary so that we were identifying our primary zone and our secondary zone. Our secondary zone is where we may see those consequences of risk go up, because that's where we said, okay, we're going to allow some population growth and development there, but that inner area, the primary zone, we didn't want to, not really for flood, it was really, as I understood it, to really protect our agricultural heritage there, if you will, because they clearly have some of the best soils in the state, and they have the access and right to some senior water rights. So the good news is we already have a mechanism, if you will, to kind of account for that and help make sure the balancing happens. You don't get a lot of increased risk there. But what I don't really see when I look at this is you look at the primary purpose is to reduce those risks, but contribute to co-equal goals. It looks at improved water supply reliability. Again, the way I'm hearing it, it's really talking about our CVP, SWP, which are very important to our statewide interests. And then the protect and enhance Delta ecosystem. Again, the majority of that is, again, for the water supply reliability to maintain ESA permits. What I don't really see captured in this then is really some of the 2009 kind of co-equal goals stuff that was also, which is about protecting the Delta as a place. And in this case also really looking at what are your other entities. The DPC is the entity in charge of that, maintaining that secondary primary zone, protecting the primary zone. you know, is the methodology ranking and making sure you're looking at things like that? Are we maintaining? And it kind of goes to that trade-off thing that someone earlier brought up, which is, okay, you convert to habitat and you give that a higher score, but what was the trade-off to the DPC's mission to also help protect agriculture, or to the counties who that just may be an economic thing? So I'm not quite seeing that kind of stuff captured, and would encourage to see if that kind of stuff could be done.
Thank you, Melinda. Next up, Kathleen Rugel. It's the last blue slip that I have. Yeah, okay. Thanks.
Yay. Kathleen Rugel, independent scientist and writer. I just want to thank the council, Chair Fiorini, and the council members for letting me sit on this session. I'm trying to find positive things to write about for a book about water agreements, and Vice Chair Eisenberg says I might not be able to say that they're all sustainable, but I'd like to tell you that I'm extremely impressed with what I've seen here. I just arrived here less than 48 hours ago, and I had no idea how y'all pulled this off. I come from Southwest Georgia right now, where they are suing each other over water, and tri-state water wars that have been going on for 30 years. But I believe that there are some commonalities to be learned. So I just want to say that I realize it's an ongoing, open-ended effort, but I feel that the deftness and prudence with which you have proceeded, both prior to this meeting and what I have seen in this meeting, is extremely impressive. And I think it's important, just like I have heard you compliment one another and have sensitivity towards the members of your board that have passed and people that have done excellent jobs like Chris Austin. I think it's important for you to hear that that you're doing a good job. It's amazing, very impressive from the outside, and I feel like it'll be an inspiration to other people who are trying to do this in the future. Thank you.
Kathleen, thank you very much. That's very encouraging. We need to hear that once in a while. Things get pretty heavy. Any public comment on anything in general? All right, as Jessica mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, Barb Trudeau, a staff member here at the council since 2013, passed away on April 5th. Barb was an inspiration as she was battling kidney cancer. I never saw her without a smile, even in the toughest times, and she was a real inspiration. So today we are going to adjourn this meeting in honor of Barb Trudeau. Meeting adjourned.